Hey, what's good, Chatty Gang? Good morning, happy Thursday, best day of the week. Dr. David gets the belt today,
Chatty
according to my chat here.
Yeah, sorry about all the extreme
Congratulations,
stuff.
Dr.
We had some
David.
technical difficulties today. We got it right the third time.
We didn't go over the show at all, so
I looked at it. We're
lock
good.
in, bro.
We're good. All gas, no breaks at 10 o'clock. I don't really get too worried about prep, bro. Like, you watch sports, I watch sports. We have a general idea of what's going on.
Ramsey's in the building. What up? Wheezy's in the building. Steven Castaneda's in the building.
Down Warren, Westside Kingspan, Soren, Dave Garcia, Bryce, Katrina.
Cut the shit.
See, I feel like someone in the chatty house needs to answer that back.
That's my job.
Well,
I do that every day.
You do that every day?
Yeah.
Okay, as long as it's being
as long as I
back.
see it.
Yeah.
Sometimes I don't see it. Hey, best day of the week. What up? What up? What up?
What's up, Bleezy?
30 seconds. Russ Dog.
Coach Molly.
My man. Katrina's in the building. Leezy's in the building. Oh my God. Coach Molly's here today? Let's go. What up, Greg Tabers? What's up, Bryce?
What do you want, egg burrito?
Oh. Hey, so, here's a TMI thing that's just for the stream with 20 seconds left. One time when I was in college, I did this internal cleanse pill thing. And the day I started it, I got a chorizo and egg burrito before going to broadcast a baseball game. Tough day for your tough day. Oh, we need to go live. Forgot to send the board live. We're back. No, we're back. Here we go. Oh, happy Thursday. It's the best day of the week.
I'm not going to lie. Thursday vibes are pretty good.
See?
I was like, tomorrow's
See?
Friday. I'll be able to watch a movie, hang out with my lady and the dog or whatever. It'll be a good time.
Come on.
Very excited for tomorrow. Shout out Thursday.
It's the anticipation that's the best part.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah. So that's
exactly
why
I get it. I get it.
Thanks, man. Jesse Tapia in for James Ham. James a little bit under the weather. Sounds like he's questionable for tomorrow. Officially listed as questionable. Hope he's feeling better tomorrow. But Jesse hanging out today on this Thursday, September 26th. That's great. September 26th.
Yeah.
Oh, I woke up. Here's
the season goes by too fast, bro.
I know. It's already week 4.
Yeah.
We'll talk about the start of week 4. The Cowboys and Giants playing tonight in prime time for the first time. For the first of 9 times, I believe, the Giants and Cowboys play in prime time this year.
Yeah, it worked out.
Yeah, I think they're playing against each other that many times. We'll get to that. The Oakland Athletics play their final game at the Oakland Coliseum today. We'll dive into a little bit about that. 49ers injury news, of course. Thank you, everybody listening on ESPN 1320. Everybody watching on YouTube and Twitch, youtube.com/ESPN 1320 and twitch.tv/ESPN 1320. And of course, the free Odyssey app. And while we're doing housekeeping, please subscribe.
Yes, that helps.
To the to our YouTube channel for sure, but also to the James Ham and Kyle Madsen Show podcast.
That helps a lot more in our meetings.
It's the podcast version of this show, and we didn't call it the Insiders for legal reasons. It's the James Ham and Kyle Madsen Show, so maybe you can only listen to the first segment, or maybe you can only listen to bits here and there. Catch the whole program at the James Ham and Kyle Madsen Show, wherever you get your podcast.
So I have a question about that whole podcast.
Please. Yeah.
So was the whole thing trademarked because of the NFL Network Insiders?
I don't know exactly.
Okay.
But more or less, I got told it would probably be okay, but they don't want to deal with it.
Okay, yeah. Because I was like, I'm not gonna lie. When I first came, I was like, hey, that's weird. They're starting their show around there or whatever, and then Kyle got theirs coming up. I don't know. Maybe that's something that could arise.
It might have. Maybe that literally was it. But I was more or less just told they don't want to deal with any potential problems, and honestly, I get that. That's a vibe for me.
And there's no audio sounds good on YouTube. Real good.
I hope so. I don't know what to do differently if something is bad, so
just turn it off and turn it back on for you guys.
Yeah, refresh the stream. I don't know. Anyways, if that persists, we will Oh, I might know why. Here we go. Close that.
Willow in here on
Okay.
ESPN 1320.
There we go. All right, we're
This is
back.
why
It's
we're
a
number
Thursday.
one. There we go.
Jesse
Thursday.
in for James.
The insiders, the producers.
Is my I don't know, man. We gotta do a show. Sorry if it doesn't sound great. We'll work on it at
Shout out
the
to the
break.
radio. They said we sound perfect on the radio.
We sound perfect on the radio. Good. Love that. Shout out to Jiffy Lube. They sponsor this program. The Giants and Cowboys play tonight on Thursday Night Football, kicking off week 4 of the NFL season. My day started with bad vibes. We'll get to that later. I want to call this a loser leaves town match.
Okay, go ahead.
But I think it's a Cowboys lose, they leave town match. I think the Giants are already out of town.
This is a, hey, I'm the loser in this town. Come meet me, Dallas, if you lose tonight. The Giants already left town, bro.
Right. They're not
done yet.
If the here's how, and you know what's funny about this? This is a brutal spot for the Cowboys. And I think the 49ers are in the same spot this weekend against the Patriots. Where if the Cowboys win tonight, okay, whatever.
Yeah,
I'm not impressed.
Yeah, you live to tell your story.
Right. And if the 49ers beat the Patriots, I'm not going to be impressed. It's okay, cool. That's what you should do, even with your injury situation. But if the Cowboys lose tonight,
then it's all done.
You might see Mike McCarthy out of there if they lose tonight.
You think so?
Maybe.
Yeah.
Although would Jerry admit that mistake?
I mean, he's just been doing it all the last week, so why not? It started with Derrick Henry, then I think he talked about this roster not being good enough because it was his fault. Third time's a charm with Mike McCarthy. Let's get him out of there.
I just can't believe they stuck with him for this year.
I thought
he was gone.
I guess it's just for the sake of it's better off just keeping him here for this last year so you don't have to pay him while he's not here, I guess, or something like that. That's what I'm assuming. Like, he's clearly on his way out, no matter if they made the playoffs or not.
Unless they knew the roster wasn't going to be good enough and they went, yeah, okay, we'll let him.
Well, that's
we'll
what
let
I
him play
think
this
too,
out.
my thing has been, you can't convince me that the Cowboys had Super Bowl aspirations or whatever, just internally, the front office, when you're signing Zeke Elliott to be your running back and all that. And you look at your wide receiver situation, that's not great.
I'm trying
Defense hasn't, like, there's holes there and all that too.
So I want to make sure I have this right because this is there we go. This is what I was looking for. This is the whole problem with the Cowboys for me. Not that I'm a Cowboys fan, not that you're a Cowboys fan, but the Dallas Cowboys are the most profitable sports franchise in America. They're worth like $10 million. I shouldn't say most profitable. They're worth the most money.
Yeah.
It's like $10 billion the Cowboys are worth. Do you know where the Cowboys rank in cash spending this year?
I'm assuming this is
like
one of those
actual
things where
cash spent, because the cash you're giving out is different from the salary cap, right?
I'm assuming it's bottom 5, I say.
It was.
Okay.
It was bottom 5, and then they paid CD. They are number 14 in cash spending this year. The Dallas Cowboys, who should be number 1 in cash spending every single year. They also paid Dak. They're behind the Carolina Panthers. They're behind the Patriots, the Bears, the Dolphins, the Falcons, the Jaguars. Top 3 are the Browns, the Eagles, and the 49ers.
One of
And
those,
then there's
like
the Dallas
others,
Cowboys. And there's the Dallas Cowboys way down there at number 14.
No, that can't, especially being the Cowboys and all that can't be happening.
It's ridiculous. And that's honestly why I can't take them seriously as a franchise. Like, not only are they known for falling short in the postseason every year since '95. I don't think they've been to an NFC title game in that stretch. There's no excuse for that. They should be spending the most money in the league every single year.
Why do you think that is? But they are, I don't call it cheap because I guess it's average or whatever.
I think that's it. I think that's it.
For the Cowboys, yeah, we can call that cheap.
Yeah, you can. Their team is going to print money no matter what. So why spend unnecessary cash? Okay, got Micah Parsons, got CeeDee Lamb. Okay, fine, we'll pay Dak Prescott. Oh, let's get Zeke back here. We'll sell some jerseys. Okay, great. Deron Bland. Okay, he got hurt. Okay, that sucks. Okay, but no, I think they know they're going to print money. I think they know they're going to sell at their stadium. I think they know they're going to sell a ton of merch. And
Jerry Jones running his team like it's a Tampa Bay Rays.
Yeah, seriously. Like that's kind of that's not apples to apples, but that's kind of how it feels.
Yeah.
And I would, if I was a Cowboys fan, dude, I'd be furious. And you see people like Damien, who used to be Cowboys fans, who are like, if Jerry Jones is the owner, I'm out. And I know there's more to it than that for Damien, but if you, I don't know, man. I love to see it though.
I've never really been a big Cowboys hater, but I'm not gonna cry for you either.
Do
you hate the
for
Cowboys?
Me, it's residual. Yeah, it's residual though, because I wasn't around really, at least not mentally cognizant for the height of the Niners Cowboys rivalry. 90, 91, 92, up through 95. I wasn't really like there for that. I was born in 90.
Yeah.
But my mom despises the Dallas Cowboys. It's like Cowboys Seahawks are like 1-2. It's a 1A 1B situation for her.
Yeah.
And so I just grew up in my house like, okay,
this is what we do here.
This is right. It's just family tradition.
Yeah, no.
We're gonna hate the Cowboys. So
I grew up thinking I hated the Patriots, and then I just came to the realization, hey, Tom Brady's really good, and it's not his fault that we suck. I think the only team I hate is the Jets.
It's really weird. I don't want to say struggling, but I'm still trying to separate in my mind this Patriots team from the Tom Brady era, because I know they haven't been great. They made the playoffs in 21, right?
Jones, yeah.
Right, in Mac Jones' rookie year.
Yeah.
But I'm still trying to separate the top, because like you said, I was 11 when they won that first Super Bowl, and then they were just good
forever
until I was 30. Like, and so like the Patriots coming to Levi Stadium, it's like, man, tough game. Even though it's in reality, the Patriots stink.
Yeah. Well, it's funny you mentioned too that you were 11 when they first won. I was 5, bro. All I knew was Tom Brady wins. From first memory till he retired.
Dang.
Yeah, tough life, huh?
Dang. In your division too.
Hey, Dad, who do we root for? We're Dolphins fans, son. We come from Dan Marino, the 72 Dolphins, all that stuff. Oh, nice. And then I get Tom Brady forever. Oh, and by the way, Josh Allen's here, and we can't beat that guy.
It is not even like with the A's, right? It was Mike Trout. God, who came up. Remember, Mike Trout came up and started dominating when the A's were still good.
Yeah.
They were still in that 2012, 13, 14 run. That was when Mike Trout really kind of became. And it was just, oh no. Like this guy's just going to, this is going to suck. But in baseball, it doesn't take one guy, right? Like one guy is not going to go dominate the way.
Mike Trout is one of the greatest players of all time. He has no postseason success at all.
Nothing. Yeah. And I can't, that was annoying. I can't imagine being a Raider fan right now and Tom Brady's just in your division. Or not Tom Brady. Patrick Mahomes just in your division now.
Yeah.
That sucks, dude.
Like probably the next greatest of all time.
Yes. It's just you got to play him twice a year. And then on top of that, because the hatred in the NFL runs so deep, especially within your divisions, right?
Yeah.
So not only does Raider fan have to watch Patrick Mahomes win a ton of games in the regular season, they also have to watch him go have success, and the Chiefs have success in the postseason.
It's like
that's infuriating.
Well, think about it too. Like there was Mahomes for a bit, and then right before that, it was Peyton Manning. I mean, there was a little lull between there, but you're dealing with Peyton Manning on the Broncos. Shout out to Raider fans.
That's so frustrating. I think the Raiders will get a quarterback.
Do I think they'll get a quarterback?
I need them to.
Oh yeah, they definitely do. Yeah. I used to be in on the whole Dak thing, but I got paid and all that. I don't know what they do next year. You just take Quinn Ewers or Shedeur Sanders.
Shedeur Sanders?
Yeah, Shedeur Sanders. That was a tough one.
I don't think they're going to be bad enough. The Raiders might be falling into
they're stuck.
The abyss of the NFL, where they're not bad enough to go get Quinn Ewers or Shedeur Sanders or whoever winds up being the number one pick, right?
Yeah.
They're not that bad to be in that range, but they're not good enough to make the postseason. So they're just consistently drafting in the 13 to 14 range.
Yeah, Miles in the chat throws in Cam Ward. I like him in Miami. I don't know what it'd be in the NFL, but they're just kind of, like you said, they're just kind of stuck in the abyss. Yeah,
and that's at some point you just got to be bad.
There's no quarterback too in the NFL right now that's ready to leave a team like Kirk Cousins or anything like that.
Do you no? Do you just getting back to Thursday night with the Giants and Cowboys?
Uh-huh.
I think Daniel Jones is going to be somebody that holds the Giants back because they won't part with him. Like paying Daniel Jones was such a colossal mistake.
There needs to be like, it's kind of like with quarterbacks. If you win games or whatever, then they somehow get paid. It's like with Brock Bortles when they went to the AFC Championship or whatever, and they paid him. It's like, are you sure you want to do that? And it turns out, yeah, you didn't want to do that.
Who?
Blake Bortles.
Oh, okay.
And it just didn't work out or whatever. Like instantly, it's like Daniel Jones is the same thing. They went to the playoffs one year with him. It's because of Saquon and that defense. It's like, hey, Daniel Jones was decent, I guess, this year.
Them winning that game in Minnesota was the worst thing that could have happened to him.
Yep.
Because now that you're paying Daniel Jones $40 million because you feel like you have to. That's what I'm so interested in with the NFL over the next probably decade or so, as the game kind of changes and evolves. If we see teams develop quarterbacks differently, and team build differently based around the quarterback, and B, if we start to see teams more willing to let the Daniel Joneses just walk.
Yeah.
Go, yeah, you know what? You go test free agency. You enjoy that. We'll wear it if you walk and you go have an awesome career elsewhere. All right, but it wasn't going to happen here. We're going to try and figure this out with somebody different.
My thing too is, how much worse would your replacement be from Daniel Jones already? He's not a great quarterback.
Right, he's fun, and that's what you just have to not be terrible.
Yes, just don't turn the ball over at this point. That's literally what our game plan was this past season with them. You come in, whoever you may be, don't turn the ball over.
Yeah, and that's what I think is going to start happening. Is owners need to tell their GMs and their coaches, like, hey, you'll get a couple extra years. We're not paying this guy. Or we're going to let this guy walk. And if he hits the open market and get $40 million on the open market, great.
Yeah.
We'll pay him 20.
Because Brian Daboll, too, he might be a good coach, but it's like you stuck with Daniel Jones. So we'll never know here.
Right. Well, while we're talking about this, the Giants and Cowboys play tonight. What was the impetus for keeping Daniel Jones? Do you honestly think they looked at Daniel Jones and went, that's a Super Bowl winning quarterback? And who was itching to pay him?
I don't know. I have no answers for you right now.
That's what I don't, right? Because that's the whole reason that you pay the quarterback is because, hey, if they hit the open market, they're going to be gone. So we're going to pay this guy to stick around. We're going to pay him early. If I'm the Giants with a player like Daniel Jones, I get why the Cowboys wanted to keep Dak around. I know a lot of people don't love Dak, especially because of what he does in the playoffs, but Dak's a good player.
Yeah.
So Dak is to me a player you have to keep around. But Daniel Jones, I don't understand what was stopping the Giants from going, yeah, okay, you go out there.
That's honestly just being a bad front office, I think. Just lazy too at that point.
Yeah.
Instead of going and looking for something else or kind of taking that jump.
Well, I get why though. Like there's that worry, right? With a front office and a GM that like, yo, we have to do everything we can to save our jobs. Like at some point it becomes about that and not winning. It's like self-preservation.
Yeah.
And so because you run the risk if Daniel Jones walks, okay? You run the risk of not finding a better replacement. I know that sounds crazy because Daniel Jones isn't very good, but there's a lot of worse quarterbacks, right? So you run the risk of, man, we let that guy walk, and then we got worse at the most important position on the field. And that's where I think GMs and coaches are just terrified to lose a guy.
Yeah.
Because if you do, okay, that's your job. It's not about, hey, can this guy win a Super Bowl? It's like, hey, are we sure that if we let this guy walk, that we're gonna have jobs next year?
Who do you think's in a tougher situation, the Giants or the Raiders right now?
Ooh, the
Giants. They're both kind of the Giants. Are they though? Because can they get out of Daniel Jones' contract after this year? Because I think they'll be worse than the Raiders. So you'll have a decent chance at a decent pick. I think Raiders, like you said, they might pull out 8-9 wins or whatever somehow, some way. I mean, yesterday I had them in the club as far as fringe playoff contenders and all that.
Let me check. Daniel Jones. They cut him pre-June 1 next year. Yes, they can get out of it next year. They'd have $22.2 million in dead money.
Well, either way, like I said, I think they'll be worse this year. So I don't know. Maybe the Raiders are kind of the roster's more built to win now.
That's it. I think the Raiders have more good players.
Yeah.
Than the Giants do. And they're not currently paying a quarterback.
Mm-hmm.
But at the same time, I'm a little bit concerned that the Raiders are going to be like 8-9 this year and not in a position to go get a quarterback.
For the Raiders, how do you move forward? What's the next step? Step ahead.
Yeah, I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what there were all the questions this year. Why didn't they trade up this year? I don't think there was a trade up for him this year.
Or how much of Atlanta taking Michael Penix too just messed up everything for them as far as all right, there's a quarter. He's not one of the top 3 guys, but there's our guy if we need one.
Well, and the Falcons were one of the teams that you looked at and went, hey, if they're not going to they signed Kirk Cousins, they're a team that the Raiders can trade up with. They can get into the top 10. And then they took a quarterback. That's a double. Now they're not only are they not trading up, one of the quarterbacks is gone.
Yep.
This quarterback that everybody thought. And then Bo Nix went 1 pick before the Raiders, right?
Yep, I think so. Around there at least.
Yeah, so I get why they didn't move up this year, but at some point you're going to have to take that swing.
Yeah.
That's like what I talk about with the 49ers with Trey Lance. Obviously, colossal whiff, and the only thing keeping it from being catastrophic where people got fired was Brock Purdy.
It's still irrelevant somehow.
Crazy. But that's the kind of swing that I think you need to take at the position. If you're a team like the Raiders that thinks, okay, we have a good enough foundation that we can drop a rookie quarterback in here and allow him to maybe not succeed where he's making the playoffs right away, but he can develop in this current system and with this current group of players where in year 2 or 3, really ready to take advantage of that rookie contract. He's developed, I think they're in that place roster-wise more so than the Giants are. But either way, one of them's going to have to – both teams are going to have to take a big swing at quarterback. With the Giants, it probably starts with cutting Daniel Jones.
Yeah.
But Giants-Cowboys tonight, kicking off week 4.
Loser leaves town match for the Cowboys. The Giants left town last week.
I think they left town when the season started.
Facts. Whole thing was like, oh, yeah, Daniel Jones grew a beard. He's going to be ready to go. He's going to be ready to go.
Can we stop with that guy grew a beard so he looks cool so he's going to be good now?
Thank you. You're still Daniel Jones.
ESPN, there was a piece in ESPN this offseason about how Matt Eberflus got a makeover, literally got a makeover, and then got media training. And it was like, now the Bears are ready.
Yeah, now we can call an offense, guys.
Now it's Matt Eberflus time, baby. Forget that they hired Shane Waldron, which is a terrible idea. Shane Waldron's their offensive coordinator, used to be the offensive coordinator in Seattle and didn't do a great job there. That comes from the Sean McVay tree. I couldn't believe when I was reading that it was a sincere, hey, the Bears are ready because not only have they got Caleb Williams and Keenan Allen and they drafted Rome Odunze and look at all these changes they made to their defense. Wow, the Bears are going to be awesome. It was Matt Eberflus is ready to be in front of the camera.
Yeah, you see that beard he got lined up. That's 10 wins right there.
He's a bad coach. Daniel Jones a bad quarterback. Okay, they look cooler now. That's it.
Yeah.
Chris Bosh had the same issue. People always made fun of Chris Bosh, right? When he was with the Heat. It's like, oh, look at his face. Yeah, and he's really good at basketball. But for some reason, he always got dragged.
That's like the last step, I guess. If you're not a good quarterback, all right, grow a beard, bro. And maybe if that doesn't work, then you're just cashed. That's the last thing we can do at this point because obviously you can't read the playbook.
Yeah, I don't know, man. Giants Cowboys tonight. We'll talk more about week 4 of the NFL coming up. The A's final game at the Coliseum is today.
Yeah, I've been seeing a lot of pictures on Twitter and all that.
Yeah, man. It's been really, really dope seeing the outpouring of love for the Oakland Coliseum over the last couple of days. Not just from A's fans, but from national writers and from Giants fans. Salute to so many Giants fans were there the other night when I was there, and being super supportive and kind. And the fact that as the A's leave here and they come here to Sacramento, the fact that as they leave Oakland, the sentiment has shifted properly from, oh, there's just no fans there, because there very clearly are.
Yeah.
Good. Look at the reverse boycott game. Look at how this last series has gone. Like, there are people who care very much. but they were driven away by ownership and decisions ownership made over a 15, 20-year period. And not just bad decisions, but like it was consistently financial driven decisions that took into account or that did not take winning into account. Right.
Yeah.
And people said, cool, you're not going to invest in the team, then
why wouldn't I invest in you?
Yeah. So you start getting players in here and go look at playoff games. Like people are there, but on a Tuesday night, okay, not going to go watch this 60-win team after this playoff team was purposely destructed. You're like, that's crazy. So I'm really glad that the narrative here as the Oakland chapter for the Athletics ends. I'm really, really glad that the sentiment is now, hey, ownership did this. John Fisher deliberately did this.
Yeah.
This is not a matter of the fan base. It's not because the fans are bad or that there aren't enough of them. It is A's ownership, Giants ownership, 28 other MLB owners, and Rob Manfred facilitated this on purpose.
I feel like what's helped it too is like that's how it's been reported too, locally and nationally.
Yes.
I feel like so people have always been kind of like in on what's been going on too.
Yeah, over the last couple of years, because for so long it was really frustrating. Because I know there are A's fans. I know they exist. We're out here, and you'd see, and I also understand I'm not under the illusion that the Coliseum was actually packed and people weren't covering it. Like, no, there was nobody there.
Yeah.
Totally understood. But it was the reason why, right? It's not the what, it's the why.
They didn't just stop showing up because.
Right. They've been trying to get out of Oakland for 2 decades. And when they had a plan in Oakland at Howard Terminal and they were at the negotiating table with the city of Oakland, they were as close as they ever were to shovels in the ground at Howard Terminal. And then the A's walked away.
Yeah.
The A's stopped negotiating. They said, nope, we're done here. We're going to Vegas. See ya. And that's so I'm just glad that as this chapter ends, that it wasn't, wow, look, the fans are so terrible. Because it's never been that, man. The fans didn't go because ownership is terrible. And now ownership's getting a bailout to go to a smaller market so they can stay in MLB's revenue sharing formula. That's the story. And I'm so glad it's being told that way. And all the honoring, like I said, of the Oakland Coliseum and A's fans from non-A's fans has been super dope. And it's been very, very nice here on this Thursday as the A's wrap up their time at the Oakland Coliseum. They have one more series up in Seattle this season, but they wrap up their time at the Oakland Coliseum today against the Rangers at 12:37. If you happen to be going, or if you happen to be there right now, enjoy yourself. Have a great time. Stay as long as they'll let you. Don't destroy things, please. If you're already seeing videos of people tearing seats out, and
I saw that.
Like, hey, the stadium belongs to a group. Like a group bought the stadium, and the Oakland Roots soccer team is going to play there. Yeah. And I think the Oakland Soul, the women's team, are going to play there as well. Like there's going to people need to use that. There are people, so don't destroy property. Don't throw things on the field. Honor the players, honor the stadium by being respectful and good fans. Be loud.
Yeah. Listen to Kyle. Say hello to Charlie too if you're out there.
Yeah, say what's up to Charlie O. He's up there. Charlie, if you're listening, salute. Have a great time today.
Shout out Charlie.
Yeah. I told you yesterday, I'm still glad I didn't go today. I'm glad I'm here.
Yeah, like I said, I think you did it perfect. Like I said, when you're telling that story years from now about the last A's game you went to, it was like
walk-off win, Jacob Wilson.
Yeah. I was there with the fam. It was literally everything it needed to be. It
was a blast. We had an NBA retirement this morning. We'll talk about that. We have a very surprising layoff at ESPN. We'll get into that. We've got doctors weighing in on Christian McCaffrey. Love a Twitter doctor. What do they have to say? And we built our NFL club yesterday. Who's in, who's out? I want to do the NBA preseason version.
NFL club sounds like it's pretty messy. We'll see if the NBA one's any night better.
We'll see.
Yeah.
That's Jesse Tapia. He's in for James Ham today. I'm Kyle Madsen. Back in a second here on ESPN 1320, Sacramento Sports Today.
What you guys going on today, Chatty House?
What up, everybody? Oh, hey, good idea. Sorry, Ramsey. Thanks. Preach. Hey, hell yeah.
David Ham's just day to day right now, I believe.
Yeah, day to day officially questionable for Friday.
Yeah.
Yeah. Ooh, good question from Russ. I'm gonna write that down. Okay, we got that. Got you, Ramsey. Oh, nope. I'll be right back. Can you entertain the people for a minute?
Yeah.
We've got like 1, 2, got like 3.5.
Yeah. I saw this too. This is gonna be dope if they get all this out there. Shout out Sac State. It's about time.
Hell yeah. Fingers up, baby.
Jose, we'll have your buddy sell this on eBay. Go for good money. He's 50-50 questionable. CMC, yeah, way better status than CMC. Manny, do you think they do this season? Or is it something maybe they do down the line? Mission things down the line, Manny. So you think they do it this season? Yeah, I think they should do it this season too. That dude's a legend. He was one of those guys. I guess we'll talk about on the show. Tyler, we got that for later too. That was wild too. I don't understand what they're doing anymore, or what they've been doing the last few years. I guess you could say. I think Belichick to Philly is the move. We got you, Tyler. We got you. Chris, I think I'm good with Tyler Huntley, I guess, or whoever till 2 is back. I mean, bro, we're down bad right now. I think Tyrod is somewhere too. He's with the Jets, I think.
Tyrod is
Taylor. He's somewhere.
the Jets. He's definitely with the Jets. He led a touchdown drive against the Niners.
Russ, you can be the starting quarterback if you could throw a football.
What's your history of head injuries?
Yeah. Was on this movement for a minute. Sac Town Tony. Shout out Cap, 209 guy.
Okay, here we go.
Now, back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
I guess exits are just going to be the theme of the day.
I guess so.
Loser of Giants Cowboys exits town.
Yeah, get out of here.
The A's exiting the town, their final game at the Oakland Coliseum today. And now we've got Derrick Rose. Shams Charania reported this morning that Derrick Rose is hanging up his sneakers. He's retiring from the NBA. Fascinating career.
Best player that'll never make the Hall of Fame?
You think he's okay? That was going to be my question. You think he's not a Hall of Famer?
Yeah, he's not. He just didn't do enough. He got hurt too early.
Are we sure?
Yes.
3-time All-Star.
Nope. That's
All NBA in 2010-11.
Just twice?
Just once. He was the MVP in 2010-11. He was a Rookie of the Year in 2008, 2009.
He was great. Derrick Rose was a movement, but
finished 10th in MVP voting as recently as the 2020-2021 season.
I can't do it. I love Derrick Rose, but I can't do it because he wasn't like Terrell Davis was or whatever for that few years. There wasn't enough. It wasn't enough.
I think I would, if I had a vote,
he'd be the first player I think to never make the Hall of Fame as an MVP too.
I mean, come on, man. But he did only play, so across his career, he played 723 games.
How long was his peak? How many seasons did that go?
His peak?
Yeah,
4 years. And then he tore his ACL for the first time. And that's when the wheels kind of fell off.
I don't think. Maybe if he was great for 6 years at least, that might have helped. But 4 years is too short, I think.
I'm trying to get his numbers over he was just like, you said it. And this is where the Hall of Fame thing gets a little murky to me. Because I know there's boxes you got to check, right?
Mm.
There's, and it's different for everybody. So for some people, it's just like, tell me what you did at your peak. I don't care what you did in any other years. For other people, it's peak plus longevity. For other people, it's like, hey, if you were in the league for X amount of years and you were good, you were an all-star a couple times, you're in. With D Rose, I think when you said it was a moment, that's where I think the Hall of Fame argument comes in for me.
Yeah, he wasn't just a Chicago guy or whatever. Those kids at my school with their Rose jerseys, like he was people's favorite player and all that.
And he was leading Chicago against the LeBron James Heat, and it wasn't they weren't running
like
him off the court. Yeah. And like his MVP season, and there'll be people who argue he shouldn't have won it, but like you said, it's more than just the numbers, man. It's the problem is okay that his peak was 4 years. He played 39 games in the fourth year. And 2010, 2011, he played 81 games. And that was the last time he played more than 66 in his career.
Yeah, I mean the whole MVP votes in what was it, 2021 or whatever, like that kind of like that's hey, but I don't think you can do it.
Yeah, man.
He's someone that will say too, though, like if he just had a normal career, he would have been a Hall of Famer easily too. He would have been one of the top point guards ever, I think.
Yeah, man. Yeah, I think I'm with you. I don't think he gets in because his even the peak wasn't quite long enough for me.
Yeah.
It sucks because it was all, like you just said, it was all injury based.
Mm-hmm.
If he stays healthy, doing what he was doing, he averaged 17 points as a rookie, 17 and 6 assists as a rookie, 21 and 6 in his second year, 25 and 8 in his third year, and 22 and 8 in his fourth year.
He was so good.
He was so sick.
Yeah.
And there's a real chance that there's a title or two in there, depending on how things shake out with the Bulls. Man, yeah, I don't think he's getting in. But honestly, here's where I land on this. If he wound up getting in as he meant this much to the league at a time where LeBron going to the Heat kind of took everything over. Then there was Derrick Rose and the Bulls, right? And Paul George and the Pacers a little bit, but the Derrick Rose Bulls were like it.
What if Derrick Rose doesn't tear up his knee and he gets to play with Jimmy Butler healthy?
Yeah, right. They were going to be awesome. So I think you're right. He's not getting in, but I wouldn't hate it if they were like, look, he was this moment in the league. He dealt with a bunch of injuries. He battled back. He had himself a long career despite the fact that he had all these injury issues. So here's a kind of cursory spot. Then I wouldn't hate it.
Yeah. Derrick Rose, you probably won't get in, but we'll tell your story. We'll tell your legend.
That's it. He's going to be one of those people. Here's Derrick Rose.
We're going to be pissed off in 20 years because some
That's
badass
it,
kid sounds, Derrick Rose only played for good for 4 years. Really, this guy?
That's it. That's exactly what's going to happen.
Mm-hmm.
Derrick Rose is going to be the first time I'm a real old head about sports.
Yeah.
Because some kid who's 19, 20 years old is going to go, Derrick, he only averaged 17 and 5 in his career. It's going to be like, yeah, but you weren't there.
And we're going to be in the wrong too for getting mad.
And this is
we're
exactly,
be the old
I'm going to be
yes.
I said I wouldn't do this.
Yes. To the man that was mad, but I'm mad talking to me about Jerry West. I'm sorry. I get it.
We're talking 916-909-1320, 916-909-1320. That's the Elk Grove Kia talk line. We're talking exits today. Who exits town tonight? When the Giants and Cowboys play, loser leaves town. Who's going to exit? We've got the A's exiting Oakland, playing in the Coliseum for the final time. Derrick Rose exiting the NBA after, 14 seasons, 15 seasons? Heck of a career for Derrick Rose. Ramsey, you're on the Insiders with Jesse and Kyle. What's up, dude?
What's up, Ramsey?
I said my piece last night. I went to the Coliseum.
Oh.
And for me, it's not just I'm mixed emotions. For me, I was able to say my piece because, as I've informed people before, I used to work there.
Right.
So I actually got to see a majority of the people that were still there working last night that I know. And I got to hang out with them and be around people I know.
Mm-hmm.
I honestly didn't get to my seat till after the 7th inning stretch because it was more of, I'm taking this in, just watching Oakland be Oakland. I was at because I used to work at the box office. I was at box office by left field at D-Gate. I was out by the BART ramp and just seeing the droves of people come off each BART train and steady buy tickets until the windows closed at the middle of the 5th inning. Saw a bunch of people come up by section 117 to get tickets reprinted as a memento. So I'm at peace. I'm sad for Oakland for the fact that, yeah, they're leaving. That's 3 teams in 5 years. Didn't need to happen. But I'm from Sacramento, so therefore I'm looking to see what Sacramento can do.
Yep.
Hopefully everything falls through with the Vegas situation. And possession is 9/10 of the law. If they're here in Sacramento and they can't find anywhere to go, let's keep them here. Much better option than moving outside of the state.
Facts. Absolutely. Thanks for the call, Ramsey. Appreciate you, man. Elk Grove Kia talk line, 916-909-1320, 916-909-1320. Oh, we had Manny and then he left.
Oh, Manny, call back.
Manny, call back. I want to hear what Manny has to say about Derrick Rose.
Yeah. Shout out Chatty Pass After Party, too.
Yeah.
Had Young Zell on yesterday.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
That's a good get.
Yeah, that's facts.
It's a good booking.
Young Zell's got a new album coming out this Friday.
Oh, word?
Yes.
Excellent.
Things happening in Sacramento, Kyle.
Vibes are up. Manny, tell us why we're wrong about Derrick Rose.
I wish I could.
Oh man.
I love Rose, man. Like him being from hometown, watching him, getting to go watch him play for Simeon when he was in high school, his 1 year in college, and then seeing him come home. And I can't say enough on how hard it must be for a hometown person to come home and perform, because there's a lot more weight on that shoulders when you're playing at home, especially for an organization for a major city like that.
Mm-hmm.
And he came through in spades. And there was a little contention there for a minute when he did get injured and everyone wanted him to come back faster than he did. And I'll admit to being one of those, because it was a team that was built for a championship to take out LeBron. And I do think for that year or so, they were there and it was there for the taking.
Yep.
But I think the one thing that was missing for Rose that would have put him over that top of the Hall of Fame, because it is the basketball Hall of Fame, right?
Yep.
Not just the NBA Hall of Fame.
Right.
If you could have got a gold medal or a NCAA championship, something like that, I think that would have took him over, not as a first ballot, but just to get in. But I think he just misses the mark barely.
Yeah, no doubt. Thanks, Manny. Appreciate the call. Yeah, man.
Mario Chalmers is the reason why Derrick Rose is not getting in the Hall of Fame, right? Because he hit that shot for Kansas. Or was that a different game? I think that was national championship. He hits a shot for Kansas or whatever, sends it to overtime or something like that, or wins it.
Yeah, I think that's
Memphis,
right.
I think.
Yeah, I think that's right.
Yeah.
In my mind, I had Kansas State in my head, but that's because Michael Beasley was that same draft. Man. Michael Beasley and Derrick Rose, dude. Could have had 2 all-timers.
There it is right there. Soren says, Soren, Ramsey backing it up.
Oof.
Mario Chalmers, are you serious? That's the reason why Derrick Rose is not getting to the Hall of Fame.
And that's exactly why he should be in. Like, come on, man. We're not letting Mario Chalmers
come on.
block this. Well, and that's what Manny brought up, Derrick Rose playing for his hometown. I think that's where so much of this hits for me. Because I think that aspect of it like bled out nationally. Like that's part of the reason. If Derrick Rose had been cooking for I don't know, the Hawks. I don't know why I always say
the Hawks are boring, bro.
The Hawks, but see, I think I talk about the Hawks as like I don't know, the freaking Hawks. Like I bet that's how people in Atlanta talk about the Kings. And so I try to stop because it feels disrespectful.
It is.
And I don't want something I say about the Hawks to get cut and played in Atlanta and everybody talk about me the way we talk about people from outside of Sacramento.
No, forget that. We're not like Atlanta. Sacramento's not like Atlanta.
I'm not comparing the cities.
The Hawks. Like the Hawks fans don't even show up.
See, and I'm sure there are Hawks fans who would cut that and be like,
"Cut
look
it!
at this
true.
idiot!
It's
look
true.
At this idiot!
It's true. You guys don't show up. Kings fans show up.
Facts.
We're just starting a fake beef right now. I'm not even a Kings fan.
Hey, classic Kings. Yeah. Where do the Hawks rank in Kings rivals?
Yeah.
Lakers 1, Hawks 2 for me.
Meanwhile, we can watch the Celtics now, guys.
916-909-1320, 916-909-1320 is the Elk Grove Kia talk line. Jesse Tapia in for James Ham today. I'm Kyle Madsen. Jiffy Lube sponsors this program, but I think Derrick Rose playing for Chicago is part of the reason that his lore and his legacy is so like profound in the NBA. Yeah. Is not only do people look at him and go, man, what could have been? What could have been with Derrick Rose? Because the heights he reached in his first couple of years was like, oh my God, this guy's going to take over the NBA. And then he fell by the wayside and LeBron and company ascended, and then Steph and company ascended, and Russell Westbrook and all that, and James Harden and all these other great players started to just eclipse him and pass him as he couldn't get on the court and stay healthy. But if he had done all that for the Hawks, I don't think it would hit the same.
Yeah, I agree.
Even
like you said, we were talking about earlier, one of the biggest parts about Derrick Rose is just the legend itself.
Right. And that's where, can you imagine if De'Aaron Fox was from Sacramento? Like how much of a this is hard because he's already such a huge deal here, right? And that's why Kings fans are so dope, is you play 10 seconds for the Kings and you're just the homie forever unless you say something bad about the city. But can you imagine if there was a star on the level of De'Aaron Fox or Domantas Sabonis who was from Sacramento playing for the Kings? How much that person would mean to this city?
Yeah. Because like you said, they already go hard for like the 12th guy on the bench or whatever.
Right.
So just imagine De'Aaron Fox already now, and then plus he's from Sacramento.
Harry Giles, bro.
Still.
Harry Giles gets standing O's here. And this is not bagging. This is a compliment. That doesn't happen anywhere else. Anywhere else, it's like, oh, that guy? You mean the guy that couldn't stay? Like that's how every other 29 other fan bases would be.
Yeah.
But Sacramento's just different. So that's why the Derrick Rose being from Chicago thing, I think, hits so hard, and why I think it adds to his legacy so much, because that stuff matters, man, especially to a city like Chicago and a franchise like the Bulls. So I think that's, for me, why my knee-jerk reaction is, yes, he's in the Hall of Fame. Like, yes, Derrick Rose is a Hall of Famer. But then you go look and you go, man, like at some point, like there's just certain thresholds you got to clear.
Yeah, he doesn't match that.
He just doesn't quite get there, which sucks. Hall of Fame talent.
Like I said, we'll be yelling at some kids about him 20 years from now.
Oh, I can't wait.
Yeah,
I can't wait. I'm gonna go find a basketball fan at a Kings game who's like 8 and be like, hey kid, hit me in 20 years so we can argue about Derrick Rose.
There it is right there.
Hit me with your terrible Derrick Rose opinions.
Imagine just 20 years from now. Wait, why do I feel like I got to talk about Derrick Rose today?
Hey, give me a call, Braxton. Whatever people are naming their kids now.
whoever the 2031 first round pick, Kings pick might be for that year that the Spurs have. We'll talk to that guy. We'll talk to that guy.
That very important draft
Yeah,
pick.
very important. We'll talk to whoever that guy is about Derrick Rose.
Should the Kings fire Monty McNair for swapping that 2031 pick with the Spurs? They just swapped it.
Yeah. Honestly, I'm out on
They
that
didn't
pick.
even get rid of it.
If that guy isn't on Derrick Rose, I'm out on that pick. Maybe Monty made a good decision. Who knows?
Totally nuts.
That's the most insane
totally
thing
insane.
of all time, by the way.
The other, which one?
Just the whole, hey, they traded the pick. I don't know what's going to happen. Like, relax, bro.
Are we projecting out that the 2031 draft class is going to be awesome?
Exactly
Are we watching sixth graders right now? And
I
like,
saw
dang,
too. It was like, hey, they might be able to draft Victor Wembanyama's
Boys are
running
gonna-
mate or something at the time.
dudes are going to cook.
I guess so.
Is that sixth grade, right? Seventh grade?
6th grade, 7th grade, around there.
Yeah. Just cooking the AAU circuit right now.
Yeah.
I don't know. Maybe it's I don't know. The other exit that we have today. And why did somebody pause me for saying exits?
Yeah, you did. But I don't think that works.
Is
Play
that-
on. I think it's
does
play
that-
on.
Is it? What did I? Somebody wrote down exactly what I said. I think it was Dr. David in the chatty house. Talking exits, huh?
I don't know. Play on.
That's it.
Yeah, no. That's not gonna work.
If I no,
Don't let the fans get
no,
you, Kyle.
now I'm getting
You're
I
like,
got.
You're
Now I'm
arguing
mad.
with
Now
the guy
I'm mad.
on courtside now.
No,
You're
I'm
arguing with the guy
that's
courtside
fine.
now.
Luka, hey,
Yeah,
I'm
you're
just
Luka
taking
and he's
notes
Kyle
from Luka.
Madsen.
I'm taking. No, he's not because
Yeah.
I'm not gonna be that mean to Dr. David. Luka hurt my feelings, man. No, that exit is. I'm not. No.
See, now you're still stuck on it. Yes,
No,
we're playing
no, I
on.
am.
We're playing on. We're good.
I'm still arguing with the refs.
Lock in, Kyle. Lock in.
The Athletic reported today that ESPN is laying off Zach Lowe.
Yeah, that's a wild move, but it's par for the course with ESPN. at
It
this
is
point, I
a
guess.
full-blown commitment to not talking basketball.
We're on commitment to not talking sports if we want to be just as a whole with ESPN. That's just not their thing anymore, I guess. And I don't know if it's because people don't interact with that or what, but
what's interesting is they're doing that with the NFL. They've got Dan Orlovsky and Mina Kimes and Laura Rutledge, and they actually try to talk football
That's
in a smart, interesting way. That's what Zach Lowe does. To me, Zach Lowe at least presents as though he watches as much or more basketball than anybody in the mainstream media. Certainly at ESPN, where it's not, when he writes something, it's not like coming from this place of, I'm going to say this hot take for clicks. It's like,
he actually had something of substance.
I watched this. Here's what I'm seeing. Here's what the numbers say. It's like in-depth actual basketball talk. And you like learn something listening to and reading Zach Lowe, or some of his pieces interminably long. Like, yes, no doubt. But you learn something when you read them. And the fact that that no longer holds value to ESPN, it says a lot about what they think about talking basketball. And it's why when ESPN has somebody on ESPN has some bad opinion about the Kings or whatever, it's why, like, I know you want to see the national media talk highly of your favorite team, but they also don't know.
Yeah, honestly, at that point, you
I just don't
tune it
care.
out. Yeah.
If that was like the standard of, man, hey, this outlet, whatever it is, this show is like the standard of basketball analysis. God, I hope they say something good about my team, because that means the team is doing something right. The ESPN is just like, hey, man,
They might say something about Darren Fox, might get this player's name wrong. That's about it.
Yeah, and it's just right. It's not going to be in-depth, high-level analysis. It's going to be surface level. It's going to be reactionary. It's going to be, here's just this preconceived notion I have. So I'm going to build this entire take around this preconceived thing I have from the Kings being not very good for a decade and a half. And that's okay if that's what it is. If that's what gets ESPN ratings, like here's the split I have. I understand, as somebody who works in media, how they are going to structure this to make money. They're going to structure this in a way that is like, yep, we're going to say the most inflammatory thing that's going to get eyeballs, it's going to get clicks, people are going to cut the video, they're going to react to it, they're going to talk about it on the radio, and that's how we're going to draw people in. And I get that, but on the other hand, for me, and I think for a lot of people that probably listening or watching, salute, I think that there's like people want more than that.
Well, that's not the only way to do this either. That's not the only way you could be entertaining.
I agree.
Like, you can talk sports normally and like still be entertaining. You can still get a clip out of that and all that. You probably need to work a little bit harder as far as how you quote it or throw whatever out there or whatever. But like, it's not difficult. You can talk sports and be entertaining without having some insane take. But it's just it's lazy, I think. It's a lot easier to take something out of context, throw it out there, and all right, now everyone's going to click on it, and that's what it is. But it's also our fault, too, I think, in general, as a sports fan, because I think people eat that stuff up, too. It's our fault for watching First Take or Undisputed or whatever, interacting with all the larger stuff, too.
And Brett in the chatty house makes a great point, and I want to read this. He said, Kyle, don't you understand ESPN is only interested in yelling hot takes, speaking about major markets, and people are just surface fans. Yeah, I do. Like, I do get that. And they fully committed to this by laying off Zach Lowe.
Yeah.
Because that was not Zach Lowe's bag. When Zach Lowe went on TV, when Kendrick Perkins is going to say something wild, and then Austin Rivers is going to say something wild, and then Zach Lowe is not, like, all right, then you're out of here.
Well, that's why we only get to see Tim Legler 5 minutes a night on an SVP show.
Yeah, and that's the best 5 minutes of basketball talk on ESPN all day.
Exactly.
But to Brett's point, and this is kind of what I'm getting at, they're not aiming for me. They're not aiming for you. They're not aiming for the people in the chatty house that hate this as well, or the people listening that hate this as well. They're aiming for Joe Schmo, who's going to, like, ESPN is the only sports that he consumes in a day. That person, I shouldn't say he. They wake up, turn their TV on. It's ESPN. They're going to watch Get Up. They're going to watch First Take, whatever. Up, got to go to work. They're going to go to work. They're going to come home. They're going to throw on whatever game is on, and then there's going to be Sports Center. And that's like the amount that they're going to talk about it with their friends, but they're not diving into podcasts. They're not diving into the deep dives that people are writing. They're not listening to local. They're not listening to D'Lo and KC or the insiders.
Yeah.
Like ESPN is just kind of it for them. And I think there would be a shocking amount of people, if you saw the number of people, if you could survey that, there would be a shocking amount of people that is the extent of their sports content consumption.
No, I believe that too.
And that's what they want. Like, they want to,
because I feel like too, they know, like, we're still going to tune into ESPN and all that stuff or whatever, still follow on, because we're just sports fans. It's ESPN.
It's just going to be on. We have it. It's literally what's on right now.
Yep.
Oh no, I guess we have NFL Network on.
Shout out.
But it's just right. It's just on. It's just in the background. It's just,
we're always going to be there, so you got to figure out how to get the others, I guess.
Right. And so they're gonna appeal to the fan that's what they want. That's what they're there for. And they're gonna let the local markets take the Sacramento Kings coverage, and they're going to let smaller blogs and podcasts do the in-depth stuff. And they're going to take the larger chunk of the audience, even if it means reaching the lowest common denominator.
Zach Lowe, if you're out there listening to this, whenever you're ready, you can come work for ESPN 1320. Can't pay you much. Probably not even competitive, but you can work here.
Yeah, I would absolutely. I would take Zach Lowe as a guest.
Stand in the olive branch.
We need a board op for our show.
That's facts, yeah. Zach, maybe you can get with Joe and figure out which stage you can run the board and all that. Shout out Zach Lowe, though. ESPN, I don't know. They're making mistakes, but it's just what they do now.
Man. The whole let me rephrase. The entire discussion about people leaving places, since apparently you can't say anything on this show. The entire discussion about people leaving places, the A's leaving the Oakland Coliseum, Zach Lowe leaving ESPN, Derrick Rose leaving Chicago, the Giants or Cowboys leaving town, depending on who loses tonight. This all tracks with the vibe when I woke up today.
Oh, what was going on?
I woke up thinking it was Friday.
What's that like, thinking it's like just knowing it's Thursday after that?
I didn't want to get out of bed. Well, because I woke up and there was a big truck leaving my neighborhood about 4:00 in the morning, just loud. And it sounded vaguely like the garbage truck, which comes on Fridays. And I woke up and I went, oh, I forgot to take the garbage out. And so I like get up and now my heart's racing because I got to run out. And I look and I'm like, oh, wait. Oh, no, it's Thursday.
Oh, that's tough.
Thursday's the best day of the week unless you wake up thinking it's Friday.
Yeah, because Friday is the best day of the week.
That's a tough go for me.
Yeah.
That's a.
See, I woke up, I was like, yeah, tomorrow's going to be great because it's Friday night, blah, blah, blah. It's the opposite.
That's a bad beat for me. Speaking of bad beats, a doctor has weighed in on Christian McCaffrey.
I've got takes about Christian McCaffrey.
Oh, I can't wait to hear him here on ESPN 1320, Sacramento Sports Center.
Talk about it, Adam Mel. I mean, if you did realize it was Thursday, you'd be a lot happier, you'd think.
That's a good point. Maybe I got to rethink my take.
Maybe Thursday's a fraud.
Thursday is on fraud watch right now for me. You're right. Especially since people are the worst at driving on Thursdays.
Shout out to everyone who took Christian McCaffrey with the first pick in their fantasy football drafts. You guys should have known.
Exactly,
You guys
because
should
he's
have
gonna he's gonna dominate for you in the fantasy playoffs. That's a great pick for you. You just got to get there first.
Buddy, if you
Work the
drafted
waiver
him
wire.
first, you're not going to the playoffs, I'm assuming. It'll never happen, but I'm gonna fight for the 4-day work week in sports media. It's just not possible, but one of my buddies works 4 days a week. He works 4 10s or whatever.
Yeah, it's my guy Wade does.
Sounds like the greatest thing of all time. Shoeless, I can understand that a bit. That's decent value. I mean, at the time, because you're expecting at some point he's going to be back, so why not?
Hey, Cody, I would trade CMC in Dynasty if you can.
Sure. I don't play Dynasty Fantasy Football, but I heard it's nice.
Basically, you keep the same team every year. So, like, I have George Kittle right now, but I'm not going to get great value for George Kittle because he's 31. So,
No, I get that.
you don't want somebody would rather have Dalton Kincaid off my team, right?
Yeah.
Because you're going to have him for longer. I'm thinking about trading Brandon Ayuk's ass though.
I need to. Soren, I need this guy to step up. Like, my running backs are perfect. The way I played it out, I got Kamara and Derrick Henry. They're tearing it up. I just need Garrett Wilson to just be the wide receiver 1, put up points, and we're good. I just need him to step up finally.
Can I give you some optimism or some reasons for optimism?
What do we got?
Let me find the numbers here. So Garrett Wilson last week played the Patriots, right? That means he faced Christian Gonzalez.
Yeah.
Christian Gonzalez this year has faced Jamar Chase, DK Metcalf, and Garrett Wilson. He's given up 12 catches for 75 yards and a touchdown on 19 targets to those 3 players.
You think my fantasy football team cares, Kyle?
They should if you're talking about the future, yes.
We need results.
Yeah, you're going to start getting them.
We'll see.
I'm telling you, you didn't get him last week because Christian Gonzalez is locked down. God.
We're freaking out here. I'm sorry, dude. Ross told me we'd be fine, and I'm still we're still not fine.
Oh, buddy. So I don't know if I've told this story on the air. Oh, nice. Real quick. Because this I won't say on the air, but the story I have to tell about fantasy analysts, I will say on the air. Yeah, I go, so from here, from Roseville, I jump on 80 to 5 to Twin Cities, and I take Twin Cities up to the River Road, and then I take 160 all the way in through the Antioch Bridge. Just to answer Johnny's question. Salute
Sounds
to
like a
Leezy.
lot. Yeah, shout out Leezy.
Appreciate you. So Zabo, as if we're grilling for Oz tomorrow. So one time, on the other show I was at, or the other station I was at, should I tell the story on air? I'll tell the story on air.
Why not?
All right, Zabo, thanks for the content. Preach. It's like driving in, I honestly kind of like it. Because it's a beautiful drive along the river when the sun's coming up. And I just throw on whatever content I'm listening to that day. I try and do like newsy stuff in the morning. I try and be kind of a more well-rounded news consumer. The drive in is nice. The drive home sometimes is really tough.
Is there a lot of traffic?
No, I don't hit that much traffic. Depending on when I leave, there's a little bit of traffic getting out of Roseville and a little traffic getting on 5. And then when 5 merges down to 2 lanes just past Elk Grove, it gets a little dicey depending on when I leave. Oh, here we go. But other than that, it's not too bad. It's just long. It's just a lot. It's like 85 miles. It's a grind. There we go. Hour number 2. I'm Kyle Madsen. He's Jesse Tapia. We're taking you up until noon, then we'll hand it off to D'Lo and KC. And D'Lo and KC will take you to 4 o'clock. Jesse in for James. James officially questionable for Friday's program.
Day to day right now.
He's day to day. Trending the right direction. Tomorrow at 10:30, by the way, just want to remind you, we have Fantasy Friday. Faraz Siddiqui of Upper Hand Fantasy will join us for an entire segment answering your questions. James and I will throw some stuff at him as far as, injury questions and this and that. But then we're taking your start and sits. We're taking your trade ideas, or maybe you're trying to decide on whether you should say yes or no to a trade, whatever. We're answering your questions. This is for you.
Shout out to everyone in the Garrett Wilson Club, by the way. Stay strong. Stay strong.
Stick with Garrett Wilson. That's my advice. We can ask Faraz about it tomorrow. But that's at 10:30 Fantasy Friday. It's every single Friday with Faraz Siddiqui of Upper Hand Fantasy. Upperhandfantasy.com is the website. And you can subscribe to the podcast, Upper Hand Fantasy, wherever you get your pods. Hey, has that branding been there the whole show on the stream? Whoops. That's fine.
Might have been. Don't tell Damien.
No, I won't. That's fine. Here we go. We're back. That's why I've been off a little bit all day now. Last week, Faraz, I asked him point blank, hey, do I start Juwan Jennings or Calvin Ridley?
Oh, you should have asked me.
I should have.
Yep.
Jesse Tapia tomorrow for Fantasy Friday.
Yeah.
No, and I said, hey, Calvin Ridley or Juwan Jennings? And he went, oh, Calvin Ridley. Bet. Thanks for Ross.
That's more help than you were to me the other day, to be honest.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I text Kyle on Sunday. I was like, hey, what do you think? You think I should stick with Juwan Jennings, or should I maybe give Terry McLaurin another chance? Kyle texts me back. Oof, that's a tough one. Thanks a lot, Kyle.
So here's exactly what happened with that. I want to finish my story about Faraz, but here's exactly what happened. I was getting on Bart, and you texted me as I was walking up to the platform, or taking the thing up to the platform. And so I responded to you, and then my goal was to respond more, but then it was a cluster on the platform. And so I put my phone away, and I was kind of navigating to make sure I could get where I was going. And then I got on the train, and it was a whole thing, and I just forgot.
It's all good, bro.
That's my bad, dog.
We went in there all alone, but we still made it out.
Good.
Juwan Jennings helped us this week.
I'm glad.
I'm starting him again this week.
He didn't help me. I am going to start him this week, though.
What's going on for us?
So he tells me to start Calvin Ridley, who, if you didn't keep track, Calvin Ridley had 1.9 points, I believe, for the Titans. Juwan Jennings had 41 points for the 49ers. That is a 40-ish point difference between those two players. I lost by 30-something. So typically, my knee-jerk reaction as a person who does radio content is, great, I can't wait to grill Faraz about this. And Zabo in the chatty house said, hey, you're going to grill Faraz tomorrow. And I'm not. And here's why. I used to host a different show, and we had a fantasy analyst on every week. And I asked this fantasy analyst one day, hey, should I start player X or player Y? And player Y was a little obscure, but not super crazy. It was like a good matchup, I thought. And so I asked him, and the guy was like, oh, player X. Like, why would you ever think about starting player Y? Like, just ridiculous, right? All right, cool. Starting player X. Player Y demolishes player X. Everything I thought was going to happen happened. And so I jokingly reach out to this fantasy analyst who we have on every week. I still have a good relationship with him. Reach out to this fantasy analyst, and I said, hey, man, you told me not to start player Y. What the heck? Like, just joke, expecting to be like, oh, my bad. This dude lays into me, about how it's my team. I'm a grown man who can make my own decisions. Like, it's not up to him to decide what I do with my team, and da-da-da-da-da. It's like, oh, my God. Hey, I'm joking, dude. I know that you accept no response. Like, I get all that. I thought we were doing jokes today.
Just a little joke, bro.
He did not take it as a joke. He did not think it was funny. So I will not be doing that to Faraz.
It's a good little rule to learn, I guess.
Yeah. I think we have a good enough relationship with Faraz that I'm like, come on, guy. Hey, what are you doing? Whatever.
This fantasy stuff is serious, bro.
Yeah, and I'm sure that fantasy analyst gets hit all the time with like people who are actually mad.
Mm-hmm.
And so it's
probably just all his Twitter
knee-jerk response. Yeah, I'm sure his mentions are just ridiculous.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, so I will not be grilling Faraz. I'm going to ask him if I should start Jawan Jennings this week. I'm going to do the opposite of whatever he says for sure. I'm not like grilling him about it.
That works.
It's my team.
Yeah. It's our fault.
Yeah. So no. But Faraz will join us tomorrow, 10:30 a.m. for Fantasy Friday. Again, that's for you. We're asking questions about your fantasy teams. You can hit us up in the chatty house at youtube.com/ESPN1320 and twitch.tv/ESPN1320 if you would like to participate in the program. You can also participate in the program on the Elk Grove Kia Talk line. That's 916-909-1320, 916-909-1320.
Yeah, come talk to us.
Please.
Yeah.
We're just hanging out. I need to find the doctor who weighed in on Christian McCaffrey, by the way. If you missed it, Christian McCaffrey.
I think he's in Germany, Carl.
May or may not still be in Germany, receiving some kind of treatment on his Achilles tendonitis. Now, all Kyle Shanahan did on Monday was confirm that McCaffrey was in Germany. Did not say that he was getting treatment, did not say what doctor he was meeting with, didn't say just we know Christian McCaffrey is or was in Germany. We've seen the athletes do this where they go receive treatment in other countries that is not obtainable or is very difficult to obtain in the United States. So they go elsewhere to do so. Jeff Mueller, Twitter doctor, basically said, there we go. Said that the most optimistic timeline, according to Kenton Feibel, of course, the great Kenton Feibel, who specializes in orthobiologics.
Read a lot of his work.
Absolutely. Who doesn't?
Peer-reviewed and all that.
Basically said the most optimistic timeline for Christian McCaffrey returning is week 8, with a decent chance to return by week 12. And there's a chance that is expedited with the potential treatment that he's receiving in Germany. The question I have, because I don't want to dive into the medication or the medical aspect of all this, I don't know. Hopefully he's healthy and hopefully he has a long rest of his career. How long can the 49ers manage without Christian McCaffrey, though?
All year.
Really?
All year. I think they can win a Super Bowl without Christian McCaffrey.
No!
They can get to a Super Bowl without Christian McCaffrey. They can get to a Super Bowl without Christian McCaffrey.
Really?
Yes, if Brock Purdy is top 10, Debo's back, Brandon Ayuk is found its form and all that, like, you got to figure out the defense, but the NFC is not super tough. Like, you still have enough. We talked about it last week. You still have enough. Like we can talk through it with the chatty house or whatever. You're going to tell me that the 49ers can't get to the Super Bowl. They can't beat the Detroit Lions without Christian McCaffrey. They can't beat the Green Bay Packers without McCaffrey. Like, sure, they're not as good, but they can still beat those teams, I think. I don't think it's inconceivable they can get to the 49ers if he's just not fully healthy. If Brock is who you say he is, and you have the guys on offense still, like Jordan Mason's still running for 100 yards a game and all that, whatever. Like, Securing Bagley saying Jesse tripping. I mean, so then that's it. They can't beat the Lions. They can't beat anyone in the NFC then without him. That's what you're saying then?
So here's where I think you said a really important thing in there.
I'm not saying winning. I'm saying get to the Super Bowl.
I'm gonna be a jerk here, and I'm gonna parse what you said a little bit. I don't disagree that they can have a Super Bowl caliber offense without Christian McCaffrey. On the other hand, I think their defense, which you mentioned, they have to figure that out.
Yeah, there's other things
that to me is the way bigger hurdle for them right now than offense. I didn't watch Sunday's game in LA and think, wow, this offense stinks.
Yeah.
Against the Vikings, there were plays to be made. They didn't make them. The Vikings have been locked down defensively. You saw what they did to Houston, who was rolling offensively. I think that's just kind of what the Vikings are doing to teams. I just until I need to be, I'm not concerned about the Niners offense.
Okay, question. If CMC's back or whatever, and their defense is still it's this all year, do you think they can get to a Super Bowl?
No.
Okay.
Like at some point, because their defense, it's not Like, this isn't the Niners defense went from top 8 to top 16. Like, no, they are one of the very worst defenses in the league right now.
Yeah.
They are bad. They are not, bad compared to last year. No, they're bad compared to everything.
Yeah.
They stink on that side of the ball. And that is so much my greater concern. Would Christian McCaffrey help the offense? No doubt.
Yeah.
And could they win a playoff game or two where they score 38 and they give up 34? Sure. Absolutely. But on the other hand, I don't think they can go win a Super Bowl. Like, I don't know how they get stops against the Lions.
Yeah, if we're
for example,
because like for me, if we're just talking about CMC and all that, because I feel like he's been one of the biggest parts of the conversation for the 49ers since the season started. If he's not right, like, I don't think that's the reason why you're not getting to the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
Like the defense, yes, I can agree with you on the defense and stuff, but like, even if he is, like, I think you can still get by still.
But that conversation has all been predicated on all the emphasis on Christian McCaffrey, Deebo Samuel, George Kittle. All of that has been predicated on we didn't know what Brock Purdy would look like without them.
Mm-hmm.
And B, we're just penciling in that the 49ers defense is going to be championship caliber.
Yeah.
Even in 2020, when they lost a bunch of dudes, they were still like middle of the pack. This year, they're not. And so we have to completely recalibrate based on the first 3 weeks how we view this 49ers team.
Yeah.
And that's why I got on the air on Monday and was like, or I guess Tuesday after the Javon Hargrave injury got announced, was like, this is done, dude. Maybe they can win 10 games, 11 games. Maybe they make the playoffs, sure. And maybe Christian McCaffrey comes back and everything takes off. But as long as their defense can't stop Jordan Whittington and Tutu Atwell and who else? DeMarcus Robinson, whoever the heck the Rams are running out, as long as they can't get stops against them, and as long as they can't get stops against the Vikings, who didn't have Justin Jefferson, Jordan Addison, and TJ Hawkinson at the end of that game when the Niners needed to get a stop, it's not going to matter.
Yeah.
It's not going to matter. Like, that's why I think we kind of need to recalibrate. Okay, yeah, the Christian McCaffrey thing matters so much, but it's not like the Niners are 1-2 and they have the top defense and their offense is scoring 10 points a game.
Yeah.
So can they win game? Like, no doubt without Christian McCaffrey, and when he comes back, they'll be better. But I don't.
That's not your biggest problem, right?
Not at all, man. Again, I'm not trying to say Christian McCaffrey, like, he does, but the 49ers have so many bigger issues outside of that right now.
Yeah.
That's the much, much larger concern to me.
If you clean up the defense or whatever and it gets back to form and all that, like, I think you can get through the NFC if CMC is not the healthiest. And all
so
that.
let me say this, because you brought up figuring out the defense. If Christian McCaffrey comes back, and let's say he just comes back at full form, he just looks exactly how he did last year, and the Niners offense takes off. Now the level, and this is something we talked about earlier this week, the level that your defense needs to get to is lower. Whereas right now, I think their defense would have to start playing like a top 10 unit to win a Super Bowl.
Yeah.
With Christian McCaffrey, now I think can you get to top 16? Can you get to top 20? Can you just affect the quarterback and get off the field on 3rd and long?
I wonder how unrealistic that is too, to expect CMC can come back and he'll be ready to go after this whole Germany thing or whatever.
Yeah, that's
this is something dating back to last season, the end, like near the end of last season, but still, either way, you guys signed him out. 49ers signed him out all the training camp or whatever, expecting him to be ready for week 1. It's just, now might not even be ready till week 8 or whatever.
And that's what just to go to the Christian McCaffrey of all this. That's why the Germany thing concerns me a little bit, because they went from, okay, he played week 17 last year, and that's when the injury first kind of cropped up. Sat out week 18, got the next week off because of the bye, and then played a lot in the next 3 weeks. Then had all off season. He gets into camp, starts camp. Oh, injury flared up, calf strain they called it. And he's going to sit out the preseason, getting him ready for week 1. Practicing leading up to week 1. Oh, all of a sudden he's out. And Kyle Shanahan went from saying, like, no, we've never considered IR to, oh yeah, no, IR is a consideration now. Oh, and now he's on IR, and now it's 4 weeks. Oh, and now we're getting a report that it's 6 weeks.
Now he's out the country.
Now we're getting reports that he has gone to Germany to treat this injury that was just a calf strain a month ago.
Really needed a passport to treat his injury.
Yes. So this is where I it's either worse than they thought, or there was some kind of setback, or Like something bad has happened
Mhm.
that now puts what you just brought up in play. Now it's not, oh yeah, he needs to sit out a few weeks, but he'll get regular workouts in through rehab and he'll be fine to hit the ground running. Now it's like, is he going to be limited substantially in some way where he doesn't look quite right, or he does, but it's clear that he's out of shape and he needs to really ramp up. And now all of a sudden, okay, he's back by week 12, but he's not Christian McCaffrey until week 16.
Mhm.
And the problem is now forget Super Bowl. Has your defense been good enough and has your offense been good enough to even put you in a position where Christian McCaffrey coming back and looking good matters? That's the concern I have.
Yeah, that's like part of my thing too. It's like, I think the offense is fine. Like what do you think the Niners' top 3 issues are through the first 3 weeks of the season? If you had to point to them right now, obviously the defense is in there. Maybe it's something more specific, but the top 3
it's
issues for them right
definitely
now, top
it's
3
getting
problems
off
they
the
have.
field on third down. It's rushing the quarterback, and
Like the CMC fall in the top 4.
yeah, the injury stuff is probably 3.
Gotcha.
Yeah, it's impossible to win a Super Bowl when you're this banged up. That was part of the reason. That was part of the reason last year felt like they got to do it this year.
Yeah. Well, because everything's gone wrong this season.
Right.
You had everything go right last year. Now it's just kind of like, yeah, that's why you probably want to win it one of those years before.
Right. And that's not to say what they did last year was some kind of fluke. Like, no, it's not that at all.
Yeah.
It's just winning a Super Bowl requires some modicum of luck.
At this point, now you're just this season. Now you're like everyone else.
Yeah, right. And the gap between a Super Bowl team and an NFC championship is not wide.
Mm-hmm.
The gap between the Niners and Lions was, if there was a gap, was extremely small last year.
Yeah.
And you see that the ball bouncing off of Brandon Ayuk's face mask and then him diving to make that catch turns the game around. The Lions go for it on a couple of fourth downs and get a big drop in there. And then there was a big third down drop as well. Like, it's these little lucky things that happen throughout the season. And the 49ers, while they were excellent last year, they're so good. They had the luck of, man, they had really good injury luck. They had those couple of plays go right. And oh, look at that. They're in the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
It is so difficult. The gap between NFL teams, especially between playoff teams, is just it's not big.
Mm-hmm.
And so when you already have this much bad luck, and again, this is not excuses, this is the NFL. The guys get hurt. And the 49ers have had so many key guys get hurt already that it's so hard to just go, oh, well, they'll turn it around. They're fine. It's like the Bengals, for example. We talked about them a lot yesterday. They're not in the club. You kicked them out.
Yes, sir.
You ejected them from the club.
Yep, but my sloppy friend, the Raiders, can stay.
The Bengals got in a small argument with the homie, and you kicked them out.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, the Raiders are spilling drinks on themselves and vomiting everywhere, and they get to stay. It's crazy.
It's the way things work out sometimes.
But in all seriousness, with the Bengals, the reason I can say I feel like I can comfortably say, oh yeah, I think the Bengals could bounce back and make the playoffs, is because, hey man, T. Higgins back. They still have Jamar Chase. Joe Burrow is obviously really good. We know that Trey Hendrickson, their defensive end, can really play. Lou Anarumo, their defensive coordinator, we have a track record of him being good. There's all these pieces that are lining up. If it was, hey, T. Higgins been hurt, is still not back, and Jamar Chase has missed the last 2 weeks, and now you start to go, oh, maybe it's just not in the cards for them this year. And for the 49ers, they need where the importance of Christian McCaffrey lies is just trending the right way in any possible way right now.
No, I got you.
And maybe I feel maybe the vibe is different if Jake Moody makes that 55-yarder or if Ronnie Bell catches that ball and the Niners pull out a win in LA. Now all of a sudden we're going, wow, what a gutty win.
Yeah, because I think at this point now we're talking about, like, if the defense is able to figure it out a bit or whatever and just kind of get back to form and all that, like, I think the offense is good enough to manage if CMC is just dealing with this all year. Are
you confident that their defense can figure it out, though?
Right now, I'm still going to give them the benefit of the doubt. But if like week 6, week 7, like this is what it is, and that's what the 49ers are at that point. It's still early enough to where I can say, hold on a bit.
I was ready to give them the benefit of the doubt until Javon Hargrave was their best pass rusher against the Rams, and then he got hurt.
Because if you don't have like any faith in the defense getting better or whatever, I think we got bigger issues to talk about for this season.
and that's what. So I don't. we talked about them maybe needing to make a trade or changing things schematically. And Kyle Shanahan kind of hinted at that yesterday. The possibility to maybe need to change a little bit what they're doing. That might just be what they do in coverage. That might be the amount of zone or man they play. I don't know exactly. Maybe it's not as dramatic as switching to a 3-4 midseason, which is probably an insane thing to do.
Yeah.
But they may just need to try it because in the past they've had the horses. In the past they've had the guys where last year they're struggling defensively through weeks 6, 7, and 8. And they just look a little sluggish, especially in week 8 there against the Bengals. The Bengals, I think, racked up like 34 points. Just can't get a stop. They're looking sluggish, but you're going, man, they still have the guys. This year, no Dre Greenlaw. Javon Hargrave's out. Eric Armstead is gone. They have not made a trade for a player like Chase Young. And so you look and you look at their roster and you look at their defensive line and you're going, dude, I just don't.
Should Leonard Floyd and Nick Bosa be enough? Should it? Like, just looking around the NFL, should that be enough
to rush the passer?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Absolutely. And at some point, I expect Leonard Floyd to turn it up a little bit. I don't think he's just a bad player now. I think he's had a really bad couple of games, but I expect him to turn it up a little bit here. But that's just to rush the passer a little. You still have to stop the run.
Yeah.
You have to get some kind of push on the interior. There has to be something there, and I just don't know that they're going to get it. And that's why this is such a concern for me. It's not the coaching. It's not the scheme. I don't know that they have the players to do what they want to do. And that's where it does fall on the coaching staff if you got to switch something up, you got to start pushing the right buttons.
Yeah. I mean, maybe we're at a point where we're not ready to have a conversation yet, but some things about this 49ers team we'll probably be talking about at the end of the season.
What do you mean?
As far as just the defense, would you be shocked if week 15 we're the defense just never figured it out? And it's just kind of we're still talking about the same things a bit. Not where they're missing the playoffs or anything, but it's just still waiting on the 49ers to get going.
Yeah, that's what they fired Steve Wilkes last year or after the Super Bowl, right? And I know that a lot of that got presented as Shanahan scapegoating the DC. But that disconnect, if you'd been following the team really close, that disconnect started happening in week 7.
Yeah.
That was the beginning of the end. When they lost to the Vikings and some of the things that happened in that game, you could tell just for the rest of the this isn't quite right. And then you have effort problems in the NFC Championship game. Man, that feels like coaching to me. I don't think we're at the place right now where you go, hey, they need a new DC.
Yeah.
Especially since Nick Sorensen, this is his first time calling a defense. But to your point, if this lasts over the next 3, 4, 5 weeks, where part of being a great coach is adapting to your personnel, this is why I think Andy Reid is great. It's why I think Sean McVay is great. It's why I think Steve Spagnuolo is great. Vic Fangio has been very good at this, where if you're not adapting to your personnel and doing things based on what your players can do, then you're just not it.
Because ultimately that's what you have.
Yeah, if you're a defensive coordinator insofar as I know how to call this very specific defense with these very specific players, and you're not that good of a coach. So I'm not pulling the plug on Nick Sorensen yet. I think trying to hire a new defensive coordinator in week 4 would be nuts. But if they're 2-4 after 6 weeks and they're still bottom 5 in every major statistical category on defense, then yeah, I think that's something you absolutely have to look at if you're trying to turn your season around.
Yeah. It's going to be interesting, man.
Yeah. At least they're interesting.
What do you think their ceiling is right now? Which is, say they get guys back from injury. What do you think their ceiling is right now if they're just the 15th best defense in the league?
Oh, if they're the 15th, if they're
or what are they right now, the defense? If this is their defense all year and they get guys back, what do you think their ceiling is?
The playoffs.
Just that?
Yeah.
They're probably losing divisional round or something like that.
Yeah, I don't. There's too many good offenses in the NFC that right now I just would have no faith in their defense to go get stops.
Gotcha.
What are they? Let me check real quick. They are currently 21st in points allowed and 16th in yards allowed.
It's about below average to average.
But when you go look at their yards per play, let me grab that for you. That's the stat I always look at, that efficiency metric. Is how many yards per play are you allowing? They are 30th in yards per play. Rams 6.8, Commanders 6.6, 49ers and Raiders each 6.1. That's bad.
Yeah.
6 yards of play is not good. So until they bump that up and get that more towards the middle of the pack.
If the Winglands running up and down that defense or whatever, just kind of getting what they want, we're gonna have some things to talk about.
There's gonna be,
like you said, if you win, if you're the 49ers and you win, you look good, great. Who cares? You did what you're supposed to. But if things go the other way, like that's gonna be tough.
There's gonna be some conversations.
Yes.
There's gonna be some. If they lose this week, loser leaves town match.
No, I can't. I can't. No.
Why?
Huh? What do you mean? Why? You're ready to write the 49ers off if they lose?
If they go to 1-3 and they get
losing at home, by the way,
Patriots,
they're in Santa Clara.
at home,
You'd write
get
them off.
rolled up by the Patriots.
Do you want to call it a loser leaves town match?
I might.
Oh,
I'll tell you.
okay.
He's Jesse. I'm Kyle.
So Karen Bagley, do you say Drake May all year, or when do you want to see him? I know the offensive line isn't great. They don't really have great wide receivers.
As a Drake May,
I think there's something with Drake May, but it's delicate. He's got to be in the right situation when you throw him out there.
I've got to get an Elk Grove Honda. There it is. Flagstaff, Arizona. Hell yeah. Shout out to the Hornets, man.
Stingers up. College was a great time.
You said what?
College was a great time.
I agree. One of my biggest regrets in college is not going to more football games as like a student, because I was always broadcasting and not picking one game, because those broadcasts were like my life. Like I cared so much, but I regret a little bit not being like, hey, I'm taking this game off and I'm just gonna go 2, 3, 3.5. Oh, yeah. In fact, you got 4. What's up, chatty gang? Leezy, when were you at Sac State? Yeah, we'll get into some of this with James for sure once he's back. That'd be funny. But other than that, they're great. The funny thing is honestly, I think they've been pretty good coverage-wise. They've just had 2 major breakdowns. Well, 3, I guess, at the pass interference last week too. Not sure. Literally, actually, Russ, this morning I was talking with promotions about this. Chester, what's up, bro? Lazy, my guy, I love you so much. I was not at Sac State in 2015. Thank you, though, my dog. My first year at Sac State was the 08-09 school year. And then I was there for 5 years, so I graduated in 2013. The plan was to walk at graduation. But then I had some life stuff happen and wound up not walking. And I traveled with the baseball team to their conference tournament in Grand Prairie, Texas. And we stayed in Arlington at the Sheraton next to the ballpark in Arlington, the old one. The A's just happened to be in town that week. It was sick. I got to go watch the A's play there. But I submitted my final assignment from the lobby of the Sheraton in Arlington, Texas. And that's where I officially ended college. Yeah, it just missed me by a couple of years. Leezy thought we went to school at the same time together. That's so fire.
Yeah, I missed you guys by a couple of years too.
That's sick. Yeah, if you're going to college right now, go walk at graduation. I regret not doing that.
I'm the opposite.
I actually,
Well, mine was taken away because of COVID, but I wasn't really tripping.
I shouldn't say I don't. I'm really happy I went to Texas. That was a super fun trip. But it would have been cool to walk.
I was so ready to be done with school at the time. I was so ready to work.
My favorite A's player. Ooh. Who's my favorite A's player of all time? Damn. That's a tough one. I'm going to build a Mount Rushmore. Mark Ellis. Yoenis Cespedes. Barry Zito. And man, that fourth spot's going to be tough to fill.
They're saying Ricky in the chat. Should it be Ricky? Well, this is just your personal favorites, huh?
Yeah. Ricky's in the convo for sure. The problem is I wasn't around much for Ricky.
What about Eric Chavez? You're an Eric Chavez guy?
Yeah, he's all right. Well, it might be Miguel Tejada.
That was sad.
Miguel Tejada was a homie. All right, here we go.
Now, back to the Insiders, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
Jesse Tapia in for James Ham today. I am Kyle Madsen. The Handoff. One of D-Lower KC will be in here in about 10 minutes. If you want to join the show, hit the Elk Grove Kia talk line, 916-909-1320, 916-909-1320. You want to build the NBA club real quick?
Yeah, we can do that.
You want to do that?
Yeah.
Just preseason edition. Again, the club doesn't close until the season ends.
Yeah, of course.
Club's not, it stays open. And people can come and go as the bouncers here as we let them. So for me, here's how the club is the playoff club. Okay. If you might make the playoffs, you're in the club. If you're done for the year, if you're just not doing, then you're out. And then I want to do VIP. Who's in the VIP suite? And that's the title contenders. That's where Boston is.
I got you. Yeah, they got
Boston's in the VIP suite right now.
Yeah.
The Miami Heat. I'm going to start in the East.
Okay.
Miami Heat, they in the club?
Yes, they're in the club.
Miami Heat. I feel like they're just perpetually there.
Yeah, they're probably not hoping like Terry Rozier will be more healthy and all that. Tyler Hero will have those guys out there playing together. So I'm sure this year with those guys, if they're able to stay healthy throughout the year, they'll be in the playoffs. The
Miami Heat are irregular. And so when they do something dumb or they get in a fight, they spill a drink.
I don't think they do that though.
You let them hang around.
Yeah, they always got good people coming around them.
Yeah, because hey, you know what? Hey, stuff happens.
Mm-hmm.
It's fine.
Yeah.
It's fine. They can stick around. The Wizards are out.
Oh yeah,
they're way outside. Yeah, don't even let them in the block. Toronto?
No, they're out.
Get them out.
Yeah, they're out.
They were mainstays for a while.
They were.
Yeah.
And then you kind of just dampen the place up.
Yep. Got to get them out of here. Philly?
Oh yeah, Philly. Ooh. I'm pretty harsh on Philly, but are they VIPs?
They're in. Ooh.
Are they They're in for sure, but are they VIPs?
It might be VIP.
How can you be VIP if you've never gone past the second round of the playoffs?
They got good players, man.
They do, but they've had good players the last 5 years. Like I'm trying to have you sell me on Philly, but I don't. Maybe you can work your way into this VIP room.
You know what? Hey, no. Here's why Philly's not the VIP room. Because you have to walk up some steps to get to the VIP room, and Joel Embiid keeps falling down the stairs.
All right, there it is, right there. They're in the club, but they're not in the VIP room.
They're more than welcome to go up there.
Mm-hmm.
They walk up to the velvet rope. Bouncer pulls the velvet rope for them.
Yeah,
you just got to get up the stairs, dog.
Bro.
You got to do it.
Grab onto the railing.
Is Paul George the railing?
We'll see. We'll find out. We'll find out in the playoffs.
Philly in the club, not in VIP.
Not VIP.
Orlando,
you come hang out. You're finally old enough to turn 21.
Hey, they're in. And you know why I love Orlando? They're not VIP yet, but they're looking.
Yeah,
Everybody knows.
it's a couple years from now.
Okay. Very good.
Paolo's gonna be that dude.
Orlando is in. The New York Knicks.
VIP.
Let's go. Come on.
Come hang out.
I'm so happy
New
you did
York.
that.
Come hang out.
I'm so happy you did that.
Yeah.
I thought you were
gonna
going to be salty Celtics
No,
guy.
no. I can respect other teams.
Okay.
No, the Celtics are the best
Did
team in the league.
did the Knicks have enough to
Yes,
give the Celtics a run?
that is
I
a
think
team
so too.
that the Celtics have to watch for. Like, I wouldn't pick the Knicks in a series, but you can convince me to go 7 games.
Here's
or
the
whatever.
thing that had just exited my brain.
I think you need to trade Julius Randle though.
Yeah, I would agree. A thing that just exited my brain is that the Knicks have Mikal Bridges now.
Yeah.
That wasn't a thing, like, that wasn't a shock to me when I was listening to a podcast and somebody it wasn't a shock, like, wait, that happened? It was, oh yeah, that's right.
Mm-hmm.
I was so stuck on the OG Anunoby and whether he was coming back thing, and then he did, that I completely forgot about Mikal Bridges.
Yeah.
The Knicks are VIP.
The Knicks are here. They're legit, I think. I was honestly worried about them last year. Not being the Celtics, but more so. That's a tough team to face before you go to the finals. But ultimately, they lost to the Pacers and swept them. So
The Bucks?
you can let's talk about this one.
Okay.
Are they in VIP out of respect? Because the Bucks, I believe in Dame and Giannis, but after that, what is it?
I think the Bucks are there because of the level that Dame and Giannis can reach individually.
And initially, like, first thought, I think, yes, they're VIP.
Right. That was but they're definitely acting a little funny.
Mm-hmm. This is old. It's like, bro, it's 9:30.
We've definitely
want to go home.
We've definitely let the manager know, like, hey, keep an eye on them.
Yeah.
We're ready to toss them out of VIP ASAP.
See, I don't think we're ready to toss them out because they're acting up. I think it's just, hey, maybe go home. You should be outside at this time. Maybe it's just not for you anymore.
Did we send them out of VIP when they invited their friend Doc Rivers?
Yeah, maybe, yeah. It's like Chris Middleton needs a chair and stuff like that to hang out. Like, not trying to talk smack, but Chris Middleton's just not healthy anymore. Yeah. He's not the third guy anymore. You can't.
I said Joel Embiid keeps falling down the stairs.
Yeah, yeah. All right, so we're free for all here or whatever. Like Bobby Portis, I love Bobby Portis. He's a sixth man. Like, that's not your third guy.
Yeah.
They're VIP right now, but I could see at the end of the year, even halfway through the season, it's like, maybe it's just not for them anymore.
The Atlanta Hawks.
Yeah, no, you're not even in the club.
No, they're not. I think they're.
You could be playing maybe, but
yeah, no, playing doesn't get you in.
Yeah,
playing doesn't get you in. Indiana.
They're in the club.
They tried to make a break for VIP last year.
Exactly. And they got close. I was like, hey, you almost
do you have to respect it this year? And say, yeah, you're in there. Like, they were in the conference finals.
Well, that's the thing. I like them better than Milwaukee this year, but Milwaukee just has status.
Did Indiana replace Milwaukee in VIP?
Not yet. Like I said, Milwaukee still has status, so they get to stay here. But Indiana, they're ready to take that spot. Like, if we're talking just purely basketball, I like Indiana better than Milwaukee. But if I'm going to put this segment,
if I'm putting Indiana up there, it's going to be because Tyrese Halliburton is the player in the playoffs that he wasn't consistently. He was so good at times, and at other times in that Knicks series, he was actively like running from the basketball.
Mm-hmm.
And I get distributing is a big part of his game, but if you're going to be that dude, if you're going to be a 1A player, you need to go get a bucket when your team needs it.
Does it make sense to say that I like Indiana's a team more, but I can be talked into the Bucks like getting to the finals?
Yeah, because it's so star driven, right?
Uh-huh.
Like, Giannis could just take over a series by himself.
I'll put my money on Giannis and Dame.
Yeah. No, I don't hate that.
So
Indiana,
they're in the club, but they're close.
They want to come into VIP, but the bouncer just had to get on the radio and like, hey, are we allowing this guy in?
Yeah,
he's not on the list.
We'll check back with Indiana. I like them though.
Yeah. Cleveland,
you can hang on the club, I guess.
They're in the club. They're in the
club. They're here. Yeah, they're here. They're here. They're at the bar. They're buying drinks.
They can't figure out what they can't figure out what they want to order.
Exactly.
They're just out there.
People think I hate the Cavs. People think I hate Cleveland. I don't hate Cleveland. It's that they have they haven't taken any steps forward at all.
Right. What are they? They're a playoff team. They're in the club.
Yes, exactly. They're spending money here. They can hang out.
Do we want to do shots? Do we want to do shots, or do we want to order? Do you want gin and tonic? Okay, I thought you weren't drinking gin anymore. It's that conversation.
Yes. It's like, just make a choice.
Do we just want to do beers to start? God,
don't be that person. By the way,
Boston VIP.
Yes, they
sitting at the head table at VIP. They got bottle service.
Yes.
Jason Tatum tried to go to a different club. They wouldn't let him in.
What are you doing? What are you doing right now? Trying to have fun on the radio. What are you doing?
Steve Kerr would not let him in.
Yeah, well, Steve Kerr's club stinks.
A lot of titles in that club.
Whatever, bro.
New gold medal.
Yeah, because Steph hangs out there.
Club night. Brooklyn.
Oh no, you're done.
No,
yeah.
Brooklyn's
You can't hang
so
out here, yeah.
get them their way out of town. Chicago.
No.
No. Charlotte.
Out.
Detroit.
Out.
Detroit's pictures on the wall. Detroit's like, don't
Detroit,
let this
Detroit
guy.
has been stealing
Detroit's
bottles
a
from us.
problem.
Yes, Detroit and Charlotte have been stealing from us for too long. Detroit and Charlotte pictures on the wall.
And last year Detroit bought how much money Monty Williams makes? $75 million.
Yes.
They bought a $75 million suit
And didn't pay for it.
and walked in with 3 children on each other's shoulders.
Yes.
Tried to tell them.
Their pictures are on the wall, definitely.
Tried to say, hey, we're in the club. All right, so that gives us we have 8 teams in the club right now.
Sounds about right.
Absolutely. All right. If I told you these were the top 8, Miami in no order.
Mm-hmm.
Miami, Philly, Orlando, New York, Milwaukee, Indiana, Cleveland, Boston.
I'm good.
Me too. All right. In the West, it's going to be a little harder, I think.
Yeah.
Memphis. Here's where Memphis is at.
They should be in the club, I think.
They're inside, but we're verifying their IDs.
Okay. Yeah, that works.
The Gigi Jackson injury, that's tough. That ID is looking a little fake.
See, but Jaw's back.
Right. He's vouching
Marcus
for
Smart
Ja,
back.
Ja,
We're
we
gonna tell
know-
Marcus
we know-
Smart and John Morant they can't come into the
We
club.
know they can come in, but they're trying to vouch for their guys.
I got you.
And the ID's looking a little funny.
Stand off to the side real quick.
Yep. They're
I got you.
in the door, but over here off to the side, we got to
Yeah.
figure some things out. Denver.
Yeah, they're in VIP.
Are they?
This is the last year that they get to hang out, I think. They're kind of like
Them and the Bucks are
Milwaukee. Yeah.
Them and the Bucks are chatting about leaving.
Like I don't think this is the last year of them being title contenders, I think. Like you need to add
unless
you need to
that's
add
it.
back to your depth.
That's it.
Jamal Murray needs to show they can still stay healthy and all that. Jokic, no issues with him. Michael Porter is a little hot and cold, but they
I
need
think
to
he's
add
good in his
more.
role.
They need to retool.
Yeah, I'm
But
right there with
I'll
you.
say-
So much of what made them like title contenders was their depth and all those
Yeah.
different Bruce Browns and Contavious. And it's just like, dude, you finally get a stop that doesn't involve Jamal Murray, Michael Porter Jr., Nikola Jokic, and then all of a sudden, like, oh my God, KCP's open in the corner.
Yeah.
And now they just don't it feels like they don't have that kind of juice.
Do we have a parking spot for Drew Down brings it up? Do we have a parking spot for Jokic's horse?
Yeah, it's in the back.
All right, what works? Just making sure.
All right, very good.
Yeah, this is the last day of the main like true title contenders, I think.
Yeah, for sure.
Unless, like I said, they retool.
The Dallas Mavericks. Are they VIP? To me, you have to be.
Do they?
They're in the finals last year.
Yeah, but it's like maybe they were in town for the weekend, and it's like, hey, yeah, we get the spot you come hang out with and all that. Was it just a weekend shot? Or are they legit? Like, are we sure they're legit contenders? You'd buy that again?
I think they got to be up in VIP right now.
I guess.
If Milwaukee gets to hang out there, Dallas gets to hang out there for me.
All right, yeah. No, Dallas could stay. They had a good offseason too. They lost a couple guys, but they also added some guys. They could stay. All right.
Okay.
Just need to be
Very
talked to it a bit.
Minnesota.
Yeah, they're in VIP. You should be VIP, but for some reason you're not. I think they're in the club. They're in the club.
This is why Memphis, it's taking so long to verify their IDs.
Yeah.
Because we're trying to verify if Minnesota's allowed to VIP.
Yeah, that tracks.
They're inside the rope, but like they can't go up the stairs.
That
yet.
tracks. They should be in, but
Okay.
for some reason they're just not.
New Orleans.
They're in the club, but that's almost running its course at this point.
They're in the club. They're a little sketchy though.
Yeah. Zion, for me, they're the team with the glass ceiling. They'll just never break through.
Yeah.
They just
sure.
won't.
The Golden State Warriors.
I don't know. You want to take this one?
Nope.
Yeah, make a decision.
They're in the club.
Why?
But they're trying to figure out because
Are they playing in the club? Like we said, the Hawks are playing or whatever, and they're not in the club. Warriors were the 10th seed last year.
Let me get this joke off.
Go ahead.
They're in the club, but their loudest friend just choked somebody out.
Yeah.
And we're sorting that out.
Who let Draymond back in here?
No, I don't think if we're talking playoffs, like
Mhm.
top 8, I can't.
All right, they're out the club then.
Can't-
Kyle Madsen said it here first.
And
Warriors stink.
Warriors not allowed. Not
What's
allowed.
going
in the
on
club
in
right
here?
now.
We got a club.
We're building a
yeah.
preseason NBA club right
We
now.
got a club. There's VIP, which is title contenders. Then there's
Okay.
playoff contenders, which is
You're in the
everybody
club,
get
you're
in.
hanging out.
Yep.
And then there's the non-playoff contenders, which is we're just bouncing them out. You're not allowed in the club.
And Draymond just choked somebody out, so we had to kick the Warriors out.
Yeah.
Well, that's the shoot.
That's
That's
crazy.
how it works. That's
Uh,
how it works.
OKC's VIP, right?
Yeah.
Just looping
Yeah.
you in immediately to
Yeah.
the conversation.
Yeah.
Grizzlies are in the club right now in the West.
We're checking IDs with them right now, though.
Okay.
Yeah, they're in the door, but they're off to the side.
I got you.
We're
Yeah.
checking. Like Ja's back, Marcus Smart is there, and we're going, oh yeah, come in. Wait,
Yeah, I
dude,
got
this-
you.
the
Yeah,
rest of these
yeah.
IDs look a little
Yeah.
funny.
Not sure. Yeah.
Okay.
Hang out over here, guys.
Yeah,
Let's
Denver.
let these ladies in first.
Denver's in.
Yeah.
Are they VIP?
Yeah. Denver's. No, I don't think they're
Ooh,
VIP.
they're not.
Oh, you kicked them out.
VIP?
Title
I
contender.
I said
don't
this is the
think
last
so,
year they get
no.
to hang out.
Nah, I'm gonna go no. That's a no for me. Sorry.
Okay, I'm
All
gonna jump
booths
back
are
to the East
reserved.
real quick.
Okay.
Milwaukee.
Yeah, that's VIP. Yeah,
Milwaukee
that's
is, and Denver is not.
correct.
Why?
I trust Dame and Giannis more than I trust Joel, or more than I trust Jokic and Jamal.
Wow.
I don't have that love of Jamal that other people. This really just boils down to Jamal Murray and nobody
I don't
else.
necessarily get that either.
I do not
It's 'cause he's
feel
so good
the
in the
way
playoffs.
about Jamal. Okay, then when someone leaves, then you can have the booth, but right now you can't have it. I just I do not have the same
This
feelings
is-
about Jamal Murray that others do.
All right, very good. The Lakers.
No, they
Not in.
No, they are not even allowed on the street of the club.
Wow.
They're not even allowed across from Tiger. You guys have to. You guys have to go. You can head over to Front Street or something. Or yeah, no.
LeBron wants to come in by himself. That's fine.
No, LeBron.
Yeah,
is
you,
welcome.
Mr. LeBron. Yes, we have VIP for you,
yeah,
sir.
yes,
Yeah.
Mr. James and
Yeah.
Mr. James. Everybody else, you guys got to go.
Yeah.
The Clippers.
No,
They're out.
no.
They can't even
sorry.
hang out on the
Now
club.
they now they can they could you're not
They're in
removing
line?
them from the line.
No.
Yeah, I'm willing to keep the Clippers in line.
Me too.
I'm not willing to just hey, sorry guys. The Lakers, hey guys, sorry. We don't have room for you guys today. The Clippers, I'm well, of course the news we got earlier this week leaves me a little
That's a good point.
sketchy, but
Yeah.
they could
If
they could
Kawhi
stay in
Go
pulls
to
line.
up, you
Germany.
can come hang out.
Yeah, but Kawhi got to be here.
Yeah, he has to come.
Your,
And anytime-
your popular friend got to be here, otherwise you got to go.
And anytime he leaves,
You
you
guys
guys got to
gotta
go with
yeah,
him.
you have
Yeah,
to leave.
yeah.
Kyle asked this one earlier. What about Philly?
You know where I
Kyle said Joel Embiid can't get up the stairs to the VIP.
He keeps falling down the stairs.
That's not okay. First of all, that's not okay.
He does.
I'm gonna go. They're in the club, but they're on the waiting list. I told Jesse and Casey this yesterday. I need to see how it all comes together, because right now it's a lot of newness. It's a lot of figuring stuff out. It's a lot of first run type stuff, and to think that that's going to go completely smoothly, I think is a bit crazy. And I'm sure at some point you're going to get to New York, and that's exactly how I feel about New York. New York's got a few changes. They got Mitchell Robinson out. Like, I'll put those two in the club, the Sixers and the Knicks. They could be in the club, but yeah, those aren't. They don't get the booth.
Him is tougher than us. I got
Yeah,
the
he
Knicks
is.
in the VIP. I got the Nuggets in
You
VIP.
can tell who has done many events
Yeah.
at clubs in his life and who has not.
Yeah, like
Yeah,
everybody.
send him up. We're good.
Everybody doesn't get a booth. Like that's what it boils down to.
Okay,
like
so
everybody doesn't get a booth.
I want to pause the West momentarily. Here's who's in the club in the East:
Okay.
Miami, Philly, Orlando, the Knicks, the Bucks, the Pacers,
Okay.
the Cavs, and the Celtics.
The Celtics aren't in VIP?
That's just
They're in. Here's
No,
now,
the Celtics are in the VIP.
that's basically the 8 playoff teams that we have.
Yeah.
right now.
Okay,
And
I
then-
got you. The
and then
Celtics are,
VIP was Boston.
and they get the nicest booth.
Yes.
Yes,
They
they're
get the
in-
they
yeah,
get the
they got
they get the
bottle
booth
service,
with
they
the
got the
white.
works.
Yeah.
So Boston's in VIP at the head table. We had Milwaukee there, but they're looking a little sketchy. We might have to kick them out.
Mm.
The Knicks,
It was just
I'm
not
not
putting
putting,
I think that
I'm not
was
putting
it.
the Knicks up there.
I think that was it.
The Knicks can't have a booth right now.
Wow.
Not yet. Like, not yet.
Dang. Pacers?
No, the Pacers can't have a booth, but they got a good table.
Yeah.
I got the Pacers having a really, really nice table. I think their table's a little nicer than Cleveland's.
Yeah,
All right,
I think so too.
I think that
Cleveland is at the bar. They can't decide what to order.
okay, that's fine. That's a good call. That's a good
Make
call.
a choice, dude.
That's a good call. Yeah,
Come on,
no,
man.
That's a good call. One wants a Cosmo, the other wants an old fashioned. It's like, buddy.
Someone's down there. Donovan Mitchell's down there going, "We're just doing shots."
Yeah.
Come on, man. God. The Phoenix Suns jumping back to the West.
Club. Yeah, they're in there.
They're in the club. They're not VIP.
They're in the club. Yeah, no, definitely not. I
They're
don't think I have any more. I don't have any more VIP teams in either conference. I don't have any more VIP teams.
Dallas
period.
is not VIP.
Nope.
I said they were a weekend stay last year, and that's why they got to hang out.
So who's it? So in the real quick, Blazers not in the club. Kings in the club. San Antonio, Utah, Houston. Houston in?
No, not for me.
Houston's right outside though.
Yeah.
Yeah. They can stay in line. They could be by the Clippers.
Houston almost got in last year.
Yeah. Well,
It's like oh well.
okay.
No.
Well, all right.
They won 10 games at the end of last
yeah,
season.
let's be careful
You know
about
what,
what
you're
we
right.
mean when
Okay,
we
that's
say
fine, that's
they
fine, that's fine.
almost got in.
That's
like
fair. You know what? You're right.
it's a little.
They got Jordans on, but they might be fake.
Yeah.
I'm like, they almost got the Warriors.
Yeah.
They came from China. They
Yeah.
definitely came from China.
So in the West, who's in VIP for you then?
Oklahoma City.
OKC, Minnesota,
Nope.
Dallas.
Nope. That's it. OKC is the only team I'll put in the VIP booth.
Wow.
I don't like Minnesota. Now
Jesse
I
and I had like 9 teams.
now here's the thing. I could put Minnesota in there like pretty quickly. And I was like
Sure.
this with them last year. I needed to I get tired of everybody talking Minnesota. They hadn't shown it for like 3 years, but you guys kept talking about it. Forgive me if I'm not willing to buy this yet.
No doubt.
And it was pretty quickly. It was maybe 30 games. Maybe, at the most it was 40, but I think it was like 30 games. It was like, all right, y'all were right. They're here. They have arrived. My question now is, can they sustain that? Because now it's the Mike Brown thing of going from good to great. You could argue if they were good last year or if they were great. I don't really care. Is it sustainable? And I think that team has flaws. I think they have, man, I can't think of another term to use. I think they have flaws and I think they have egos. I think there are some things that could get in their, I think there's some internal things that could get in their way this year. You can prove me wrong very quickly. And Mr. Towns, Mr. Edwards, I'm sorry. Your booth is in fact ready for you. Follow me. But you got to show me something first. And I think that's the way I'm going to be. As long as this is the core, that's the way I'm going to be with them.
All right, fair enough.
Real quick, you see Anthony Edwards at the red carpet for that Netflix show in a hoodie and some sweatpants.
Incredible.
Yeah, it's just,
incredible.
That's my hero
choice.
right there.
Yeah,
Incredible choice.
Domas, dressed to perfection.
Yeah.
And there's Ant-Man.
Just
But that's Ant-Man. I'm with it.
just in his hoodie and sweatpants.
That'd be Jesse. That's
Facts.
Oh,
Jesse. We
dude,
got a
I know.
formal event. All right, I get my best hoodie.
Tie on under the hoodie.
Yep.
Are you the hoodie with the blazer over it?
No.
He's the hoodie.
I'm the hoodie.
Just
and
hoodie,
if I
no
can't
blazer.
wear the hoodie, then I'm not coming.
He's the hoodie with the Air Force Ones that only come out for the big days.
Yes. Exactly.
The crispy white ones?
Yes.
Yes.
The crispy white ones don't get worn every day. He's got the wear everyday Air
Yeah,
Force
I got
Ones,
those on today.
and then he's got the special Air Force Ones.
Excellent.
Yep.
I can't wait to revisit the NBA club throughout this.
No, this will be fun.
It's going to be a lot of fun. All right, D'Lo and KC coming up next. What do you guys got?
I forgot, to be honest with you.
Perfect.
It's a busy
These are
day.
my favorite shows.
But
Cowboys play the
well,
Giants, 49ers.
yep, we got Thursday night football tonight, so there's a lot
yeah.
to talk about with that. And
Matt George.
Matt George, thank you.
Nice. Producer.
Thank
over
you.
here.
He's very good at this.
D'Lo and KC coming up next. Jesse Tapia was in for James Hand today. We're the Insiders, back at 10 tomorrow on ESPN 1320, Sacramento Sports Leader. Until then, drink water, be nice people. Bye. Thanks, Shady House. Appreciate y'all. Good show.
Check out some minutes to the other room.
Yeah. We got them screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We got them screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, D-Lo. We a number one spot. We a number one spot for some sports, huh? Got the city going crazy when we work, huh? We top 2, but we ain't 2, we in first, huh? And when you need the real, we is who you search, huh? D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We your number one spot.
Hey, one time for Thursday. What's good?
This crowd doesn't get this, but I'll give it to them today. The start of the weekend, basically.
Yeah, you run that gimmick into the ground every Thursday, and all I ask you to do is just wait till the 5 o'clock traffic jam, and you refuse to do it. Now you're getting earlier. Now you're not doing it at 3. Now you're doing it at 12.
I still don't buy into this whole Friday's the weekend thing either.
What you mean Friday ain't the weekend?
No, I hear you, because we here, right?
You putting in hours on your timesheet still?
Yeah.
Exactly. So it's not the weekend.
Man got a point. Man been cooking all day.
Hey, man, look, like I always say, it's a little difficult with this job, but in typical like office job, Friday's the weekend.
Because you ain't doing
physically, I'm there.
Well,
mentally,
sometimes
I'm somewhere
physically
else.
you weren't even there, if we're being honest about it.
That's facts
12 to
too.
2 on Fridays. Kenny was always gone.
That's facts too. That's right. And look, I don't know what's crazier, the fact that I did that or the fact that nobody ever noticed.
I was gonna say it's gonna be pretty bad being a boss, but not even knowing your employees just gone. You could have been Batman for all they knew, bro.
Not only gone, the man was on the radio. Like, it's not like
you imagine listening. Oh, this guy's making a good point.
It's not like he just ducked out, took a long lunch. Nobody knew what he was doing. Like, the man was literally live on the radio.
And no, not question once. Not question. There was only one person I was really worried about, and that was like the biggest boss, because he actually, like, I would talk to him about sports all the time. And I do feel like if he would have found out, he wouldn't have tripped. He would have been like,
you know what the worst part is? Do you know what a kick in the ego that is, to know that, like, hey man, we're doing a really good job with this sports show. Meanwhile, not one single one of Kenny Caraway's workers his coworkers knew this man was gone doing a radio show.
Yeah. So what was your last day or your 2 weeks notice like? Was it like, oh yeah, hey boss, I'm gonna go full time my other job. Wait, you got another job?
No, it didn't even. No, it was a bad breakup. It was just, I'm out. It was bad because they kind of pissed me off with some other stuff.
Well, and if there's one thing we've learned,
don't piss me off.
I'm Damian Barling.
The ultimate needle mover in God mode himself.
That's just my favorite story. The man had a whole other job.
On the low. On the low.
Going to lunch, guys. All right, Kenny. We'll see you. Sometimes 2 o'clock would come and he'd go back. Sometimes he wouldn't.
That was one of the good things about that job, though. Even before the show, like I had kind of mastered being able to duck off a little bit. I wouldn't do nothing crazy, but I'd be, lunch is supposed to be 30 minutes. I don't know, maybe it's 50 today.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? Break's supposed to be at 10. Maybe it's at 9:30 today. I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? Like you could duck off over there. That was good stuff.
He's Kenny Caraway.
Yes, sir.
Acknowledge me.
And we are live.
From the worst slums of Sacramento.
We are in here, man. The worst slums of Sacramento. Thank you so much for being with us. Phone lines are open for you all day long. The Elk Grove Kia Talk line at 916-909-1320. Of course, you could jump in to the Chatty House, brought to you by Matthews Mattress as well. Week 4 of the NFL season gets underway today. A huge game for the Dallas Cowboys as they are in New York against the Jets. This is a great point Jesse brought up earlier. This game for the Cowboys sure feels a whole lot like the game for the San Francisco 49ers. It's the Giants. It's the Patriots. Mm-hmm. It's two teams that we don't think are very good against two teams we went into the season thinking were pretty good. Now their issues are a little bit different. And the issue with the Dallas Cowboys may be that they're just, in fact, not very good. Mm-hmm. The issue with the San Francisco 49ers may be maybe their defense isn't clicking the way that it's supposed to. Maybe these injuries are starting to be a little one too many. But a win for the Dallas Cowboys tonight doesn't do a lot. It's kind of like, all right, we won. A loss? Ooh, a loss is bad.
Yeah.
I feel like it's kind of the same with the San Francisco 49ers. A win against the New England Patriots? All right. If I take a breath. A loss to the New England Patriots? Oh, man.
Yes and no. On the premise, yeah, it's the same thing. The Cowboys, like the 49ers, in my opinion, look, it's a game you got to win on Sunday. Let's not get it twisted. You got to win that game. But there's still something to fall back on in that situation. We're dealing with some injuries. Debo will be back.
No, man.
Maybe McCaffrey will be back. We'll work some things into shape. We're still very, very talented. Where if we go 1-3, we can recover. Cowboys are not that talented.
Man,
the Cowboys are not that talented.
I hear you.
If you're an elite team like the 49ers are, don't you just kind of have to win games like this, like with right in front of you, the Patriots?
I mean,
you're losing, like you're missing Debo and CMC and all that, but you still got a top 10 guy, Brock Purdy, Jordan Mason, still around 100 yards per game. He's supposed to be number one receiver like Juwan. Like you have enough, and you're like this elite team. Like you got to kind of take care of your business here, no? And if you don't, maybe it's
absolutely you got to take care of your business. But I've seen the Niners be 3-5 and make it to the NFC Championship game in recent memory with Jimmy Garoppolo as the quarterback. When you have that type of talent, you can reel off. Like, I'm not saying it's likely or whatever the case may be, but when you have the roster that they have and the talent they have, saying everybody's healthy, you can reel off 6 or 7 wins. Like they've done that the last few years. Well, the year they made it to the NFC Championship game and lost to the Rams, they were 3-5 that year at one point.
Okay.
Jimmy Garoppolo at the quarterback. The following year, they had lost Trey Lance. They lost in Denver. They were 1-2. And then were they 1-3 at one point? I feel like there's a card. Nah, I don't know. It doesn't matter. They were 1-2 at one point. And then what did they finish the season doing? Winning. Brock Purdy comes in. Like Jimmy had won some games. Brock Purdy won games. They won like 13 or 14 in the season. That's when you have that type of talent, you can do that. I wouldn't advise trying to. I wouldn't advise being there, but you have the capability of doing that.
What
the Cowboys do not. Like the Cowboys do not have the roster to go 1-3 and then just bounce back and win a bunch of games. That's the only difference. The premise of what you're saying is 100% correct, but that's the only difference between the two teams. There is, because of the talent you have in San Francisco, the capability that you can rebound from this. The Cowboys cannot rebound. I don't think they can rebound from where they're at now.
You think the 49ers, how do they fix up the defense? How much of that do you think matters right now?
I mean, I don't know how much it can be fixed. I think a little bit more discipline on the defensive end, maybe some scheme stuff or whatever the case may be. But the defense so far, and that defensive line, Kyle Madsen talked about it before the season. It's the defensive line is as weak as it's been in recent memory. So there's that. You're missing Dre Greenlaw in a major way, way. That one, that's the one that always sticks out for me, not having him. You're able to cover. So when you're able to cover the way you are, at least that's what the numbers say, and you kind of look at the games. Maybe it's a scheme thing. Maybe I don't know how they do it. More man, more blitzing, and leaving your their DBs out there to do work or something like that. Maybe it's more something like that. But I think you can get from wherever they're at. Let's say I don't know for sure, but say they're 23rd. You can get to 15. It's almost like the Kings, right? Like you can make some changes to get to middle of the pack, and then your offense comes around as well. I just don't think there's much hope for the Cowboys. I don't think they have the roster. They got the stars, the 3 stars, but everything around them, they don't have a Juwan Jennings. They don't have a De'Amon Lenore. They don't have a Fred Warner, or even looking at somebody like a Jordan Mason. They don't have that to lean back on.
I think a bigger concern, or as big of a concern, you talk about the talent discrepancy, a big difference, I should say, between the Cowboys and the 49ers is while I think the 49ers losing will be bad, I don't think that there's any there's not a lot of finger pointing and friction going on right now. There's a lot of, we've got to figure some things out. Now, some people may be pointing the finger at Brandon Ayuk by what he's saying publicly. Kyle Shanahan certainly isn't hinting at that. And Kyle seemingly has had no problem throwing people under the bus. I don't know that he necessarily threw Jacob Cowling under the bus, but he pretty much said he hasn't figured it out yet, and that's why he's not out there. The Cowboys are finger pointing already. And they're doing it subtly, and I should say they're not doing it. They're doing it not so subtly. They're doing it at the locker room right after the game. They're calling out Superman plays. They're calling out people's desire to play together as a unit. And you've got a situation. It doesn't feel like, at least publicly, that there's a lot of accountability for where the Dallas Cowboys are. Mm. You go out there and you lose to the Giants, a team that I found the stat that Dak Prescott has beat them 12 straight times. Mm. You go out there now and that streak ends after what happened last week. I don't see it getting better for them.
I used a lot of words and talked a whole lot, but I don't think the Niners are at the point that the Cowboys are. That doesn't mean the Niners are in a good spot, but I don't think they're close to the edge as the Cowboys are.
Agree.
And
100%.
And I think a loss tonight for the Cowboys would probably send them over the edge.
I agree. Yeah, I agree wholeheartedly. I don't think they'd be able to recover from 3 straight losses.
But your original point, though, is like they're both playing games that they have to play, they have to win, that you don't get credit for if you do win.
That's it.
You know what I mean? You got to win them.
Like, you just calm the waters.
That's it. So in that respect, I agree 100% with what you originally said.
We'll come back. We'll talk more about the 49ers. Jesse just mentioned something about Brock Purdy that I want to ask you. We'll talk about that. We'll talk about the W here this hour. We'll dive into the NBA. Matt George, kind enough to join us. Normally, he joins us very late in the show. Today, he's going to join us very early. He'll be with us coming up around 1:15. There's a lot to get to. We got a busy day ahead. We're thrilled that you're with us. It's D'Lo and KC. Brought to you by Sky River Casino and Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
And my wife does not need to come in here and laugh at my takes. It's uncalled for. It's uncalled for.
Every once in a while, you got to get your jokes off. 1 second, guys. There's absolutely no way. Don't watch it without me, ma'am. Today's episode of D'Lo and KC is brought to you by trainwithmap.fit/ESPN 1320.
Go.
Take advantage of the free nutritionist consultation that they got offering for you. Take advantage of the free macro calculator. Take advantage of all of the wonderful things that they got over there for you at trainwithmap.fit/ESPN 1320. There's a link directly to Map Nutrition. Our man Delivery Joe has taken advantage. Our man Norm went in there and grab some supplements, grab some things to help him sleep, grab that protein powder, find out what you need to improve your health and or your fitness. Trainwithmap.fit/ESPN 1320, a website that they created just for you. Again, trainwithmap.fit/ESPN 1320.
Real quick,
Mhm.
you know something that I saw yesterday, that this is me, the player, me, the leader, me, the coach. I think about this kind of stuff, and I was glad to hear about this. I was talking to Ronnie Bell yesterday, and Ronnie Bell, because they had practice or whatever, and he was just like, "Yeah, it was really, it wasn't missed on me, and it was really important. Like Brock was really encouraging to me. Brock really lifted me up, got my mind right, talked to me, and he really helped me out because I was pretty down on Sunday, but Brock really helped me out. And I know that fans and media can do whatever they want. They're not in the locker room, they're not the leader, but that's what you're supposed to do. The answer isn't cut Ronnie Bell or not play him, or that's not even Brock's decision. Brock, as a leader, his job is to put his arm around Ronnie Bell and be like, "Bro, it's okay. I got you. I'm gonna come back to you. Be ready." Like that's what you're supposed to do. And sometimes I get caught up in between the two because I'm not gonna go crazy on Ronnie Bell because I was watching the game and I threw my hat down when it happened. I was just as mad as everybody else and had the natural reaction. And then after the game they lost, Ronnie Bell, But then I was like, all right, well, he's on your team. Like he's there. You got injuries. You kind of need him. How can you build him back up? Not just get rid of him. You don't need to get him out of here. It's not the answer. Now I was glad to hear that's the interaction Ronnie Bell had with Brock Purdy and probably some other teammates during the week. That's how it's supposed to be. That's how it's supposed to be. Something like that happens, your leaders are supposed to go to him and put their arm around him and be like, "It's okay. You're with us. Get ready for the next one." That's how it should be.
You fired him on Sunday night on TV.
I didn't fire him. I said I didn't know what was going to happen.
Are you sure?
I said I didn't know.
I have Jake check the tape.
No. I said I didn't know what was going to happen. I said he might need the red fin. Might need the red fin. Okay. I can't look. As much as I feel the way I feel, like, hey, put your arm around him, I can't stop anybody from doing what they do.
I'm just saying, in the moment, this was Sunday. Not to break kayfabe, it was Sunday at like 7:00. You fired the man,
the dirtiest player in the game,
bro.
No,
you fired him on television.
I didn't fire him because I talked about both of my Michigan guys, and I said you guys had a rough day.
Yeah.
So I didn't fire Jake Moody. So I know I didn't fire.
I mean, I got my Michigan jokes off. Jake Moody's missed one kick all year.
It's tough.
Was the Redfin password?
I didn't have any confidence in that one.
Was the Redfin password offered to Ronnie Bell though?
I told him to get ready for it. I mean, you got to be prepared for it. It's not me.
Told that man to go look for another house.
You can't miss that one. But Ronnie Bell, get yourself together, man. Get yourself together, because you never know when that opportunity is going to be coming. You can't be sulking. You can't be worried about it no more. You may be thrown in there on another third down again this week, and you have to perform if you want to keep your job. And that's not even me being tough. Like that's just the nature of professional sports. That's the nature of sports. You got to be ready for the next one.
You do. Yep. I mean, he had dropped passes earlier in the game, and Brock still went to him. You got to reward your quarterback's confidence at the same time too.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
You can have a bad game. You can't have bad weeks. Unfortunately, because of where you are, you can't have bad weeks. It's not fair, but it's
that's
the
what
game.
it is. That
Yeah,
is
it's the game.
sports. That is professional sports.
Yeah, it's
As
the
much
game.
as I like you, or much, it don't matter how much I like you or believe in your talent or whatever. Like you got to produce. You can you think of the most famous? Eventually, you have to reward your quarterback's trust in you. Game. The first one that comes to your mind.
You have to
Like a bunch of
you have to
drops, and then you
reward
gotta
your
come
quarterback.
through.
I know it's probably something obvious that I just can't think of on the spot.
T.O. Owens. I think he had 5 drops in that game.
I don't even think I
Dropped a
remember that.
touchdown.
I remember the touchdown.
Yeah, he dropped a touchdown, and I'm not gonna say he claimed. It's real. He's like, I can't see. It was sun was in my eyes. I couldn't see. He had like 5 drops that game. And Steve Young, biggest player of the game.
So who knew that you can't see me was I can't see the ball? Who knew?
That's where Tony Yayo got it from. That's where John Cena got it from.
Man.
He said, I couldn't see it. The sun was in my eyes. And I was like, oh.
You know, John Cena gives Tony Yayo credit for that.
Oh, yeah.
He does.
Yeah.
I mean, he's a hip-hop head.
Yeah, he know hip-hop.
He was like, that wasn't mine.
Yeah.
Like, I guess I just introduced it to a bunch of kids who had never seen it before. That was not mine. Do you think... Scratch that. How many quarterbacks do you think can mask their team's deficiencies? Do you think it's a lot? Like if you're weak on the offensive end, maybe your running game is a little weak. Maybe you don't have the Tyreek Hill, Deebo Samuel, Jamar Chase, Justin Jefferson type receivers. How many quarterbacks in the league do you think can mask their team's poor? I won't say poor offense, maybe average offense, less than average offense.
It feels like no more than a handful.
That's what I thought. Like obviously Mahomes is going to come to mind. I do think it's fair to put Josh Allen in this category right now.
Throw Lamar in there too.
So we can dance around all like who's in it. The question though is one that Jesse posed that I thought was a good one. Is Brock?
It's too early to tell.
Is Brock a quarterback who can mask the San Francisco 49ers shortcomings? Debo was out.
Mm-hmm.
Kittle was out. Christian McCaffrey was out. I asked during the Brandon Ayuk contract nonsense if Juwan Jennings could be a 1. Mm-hmm. And I think the consensus from my 2 experts, you and Kyle, were no.
Mm-hmm.
He lacked there's a lot of things that separate Brandon Ayuk from Juwan Jennings. Mm-hmm. But Rams week was Juwan's week.
Yeah.
And a lot of that is because of Brock Purdy. We've seen what Jordan Mason has been able to do for the first 3 weeks of the season. Obviously, Trent Williams and that offensive line play a big part in that as well, but so does Brock Purdy.
Yeah.
It's starting to feel like Brock might be one of those guys who can mask a few deficiencies that the 49ers may have, whether long-term or short-term on the offensive side of the ball.
He might be. He might be. I would say right now, if you ask me, I'm not going to give him that distinction just yet. I need to see more situations like this. And when I say more situations, like we may not find out for a couple years. You know what I'm saying? Like if he's that type of guy.
Mm-hmm.
Because right now it's injuries, but you hope that's not going to be the case all year. He's going to get guys back. He'll have the rest of the year with his playmakers, all this other stuff. Next year, they got the same bad. 2 years from now, he may be looking at what like Josh Allen's looking at right now. And then you'll see, can he really do it? It was impressive on Sunday, the way I'm a believer in Brock. Like if I'm not trying to sit on the fence. So if you ask me, I would say, yeah, he's that guy because I believe in his talent. But as far as actually doing it, that was a good step in the direction. We still got to find out over the course of time. But the way he played on Sunday, it didn't look like he was like worried about, oh, this guy's not here or whatever the case may be. He's like, oh, I'm manipulate this. Juwan Jennings will be open. Boom, I'm gonna hit him. Simple as that. And Juwan Jennings, I still don't think he could be a number 1, but I was thinking in the middle of that game, I'm gonna come on this show on well, it wasn't Monday, but on Tuesday, and say, oh, did we underrate Juwan Jennings? You can't really do it. Oh, you can, but it doesn't hit the same because they lost. But I mean, he might, and I'm a big Juwan Jennings fan, have been. Like that's my guy. Maybe even I underrated him. He is a reliable, good wide receiver. And we think a lot of the times about all the things that he can't do and focus on that, as opposed to the things that he does, the knack that he has for that position, just naturally. And I think he's one of those guys. He's not a burner. He's not super fast, but he knows how to position himself between the quarterback and the DB. So you have a good target, big guy. So that helps with the target as well. He's fearless. He's tough. He can take a hit. So I think a lot of that was on display on Sunday when he was given the opportunity to be, if not the number one receiver, one of the top receivers.
Yeah, in a lot of that is because he's getting those opportunities because Ayuk doesn't seem to be there right now, though he got the targets, which I think is actually kind of lost in this discussion about Brandon Ayuk, because he was targeted double-digit times. Like Brock was trying to find him. Of course, he has some drops.
Yeah, and the play was tough. Like that, with Brandon Ayuk did his job there. Brock didn't do his job on that one. And for whatever reason, what I'm talking about is late in that game, Brandon Ayuk, whether it was busted coverage or whatever, is wide open for a walk-in touchdown. And it felt like Brock saw him, but he saw him a little late for where he was comfortable with and just kind of hitched and and then brought it back.
So looking at so that's the one Baldy did the breakdown on, right?
I think so. I haven't seen his breakdown, but
so there's Baldy did a breakdown, and I think Brian Baldinger is terrific at this. This is like absolutely his bag. I think if you watch the film without the audio, though, you could watch it a little bit differently. And then reading, and of course, this is complete hindsight at this point. You got the all 22s. You also got Kyle Shanahan talking about that specific play in great detail. And he talked about the hitch and the busted coverage. And what it looked like is, and I think the way Kyle described it is, Brandon did what he's supposed to do. He broke off the route because Purdy wasn't exactly sure where he was going. He had that split second to make the decision, and he didn't. And the second he didn't, that wide open space into the end zone was gone. Because there was a receiver and a defender behind him,
right?
And it's tough because this is what separates good quarterbacks from great quarterbacks. It's the split decision or the split second decision making. He saw it, didn't go with it, and then wound up going the other direction. And this is also where, it's not fair, because you look at that and you go, Brock, that's literally your job right there. You're paid to make, well, not a lot, but you're still paid to make that decision. Not having camp, not having time together, knowing, hey, when I break off a route, this is where I'm going.
Right.
That's tough for everyone involved. It's tough for Brandon Ayuk because Brandon Ayuk certainly feels like, hey, I'm wide open. Brock certainly feels like he was wide open and I missed it, but I wasn't exactly sure what was going on right there. It's why no one wins.
Yeah.
It's why when this type of stuff happens, nobody wins, because Brandon didn't do anything wrong. Brock really didn't do anything wrong. I mean, split second decision, he missed it. You got to dock him for that.
Right.
But in the end, the fact that those two weren't together probably was a big reason why that play transpired the way that it did.
Yeah. And it's I would need somebody who understands scouting and maybe even the game of football in general more than me to understand what's a priority. But I feel like I'd much rather have a guy who protects the ball. And that's kind of what Brock did. Like he saw it, wasn't sure, I'm gonna protect it and not force it, as opposed to an old gunslinger who's just gonna throw it out there.
He's playing with joy.
Just go throw it out there and like, sometimes it'll work and he'll be there. And then sometimes I'll throw in the triple coverage and get a pick because I didn't anticipate, I'd much rather a guy a little bit more conservative. So I would always say, Brock, if you weren't sure, you made the right decision, hold it in. Let's live to play another down. But it's the same thing. Like I think about, I think it's always so I don't know if unfair is the right word, but when people talk about Jimmy Garoppolo in the Super Bowl and after they lost the lead and he overthrows Emmanuel Sanders, and people are like, oh man, Jimmy just missed him. overthrew a wide open Emmanuel Sanders. I've always believed I can stomach somebody overthrowing somebody as opposed to underthrowing somebody. Like if he's think if it happened the other way. Emmanuel Sanders breaks through and he's gone, and Jimmy throws a 5 yard short, and it's like just throw the ball as far as you can and get it out there. I can stomach that, but that's kind of like how I feel with this whole Brock thing. Like I can stomach you being cautious and not turning the ball over in that situation if you aren't 100% sure, or even 80% sure, as opposed to just like I said, oh, the old gunslinger, let's throw it.
Plays
Like,
with joy.
No. But that all came about saying, I agree they're a little bit off, but there has been plays like that, and there were plays in the Minnesota game where Ayuk is getting open more than it kind of feels like, and and it goes back to your point, what you just talked about, though, the chemistry isn't there between those two. So even if Brandon is doing his job, getting open more than we realize, him and Brock aren't necessarily on the same page the way they might be if they had been playing football for the last 6 weeks leading into the season.
Yeah. Timing and chemistry takes time. Even when you have a season of establishing it, sometimes you've just got to get refamiliar. It's not having to learn everything. It's just getting refamiliar. And these guys are it's only been a handful of weeks here at this point, and it's been openly acknowledged by everybody involved. You need more than that. And no one likes to talk about that part like Trent Williams did, because whose fault is that?
Yeah.
Well, some people will say it's Trent's fault. Some people will say it's the 49ers' fault. Back to the original statement, nobody wins when this stuff happens.
Yeah.
You can go ask Cincinnati how they feel about what's going on right now. Like, no one wins.
It's as simple as that. No one wins when the family feud is Hov once said. But like I'm fully convinced between like this year, and I was really convinced during the COVID year that you brought up yesterday. NFL didn't have.
They were good.
No, everything's good. What COVID is what they were saying.
Jam-packed to the rafters.
Between seeing how the people performed and their health with no preseason games, and now seeing some of these guys without training camp, I'm fully convinced. Yeah, like you need all of that. You before people were like, why do you need the preseason games?
Yeah.
It's a money grab by the owners. It probably is, but you need it.
Well, both things can be true. Let's keep it real.
The teams need it. The teams need a 6-week training camp, to operate. If we're talking about like week 1 operating at full strength, and we have all these stats about 0-2 teams and 0-3 teams and 1-3 teams, if you are expected to start the season as close to full speed as possible, yeah, you need all the training camp, and you need like 2 or 3 games. Absolutely. I'm fully convinced at this point. So I'm not in the camp of do away with the preseason anymore.
Brandon Ayuk gave a pretty honest media scrum yesterday where he acknowledged playing with the weight of his new contract is different. It's the first time he's like, yeah, I guess it's different. Like it feels different. There's a lot more pressure on me to perform, and I don't think I'm handling it very well. And I thought that was, I think some of these guys have had some pretty honest moments over the course of the last couple of weeks, but it's like, all right, that's good. It's good you acknowledge that. You said it publicly. Hopefully it helps you feel better. But at some point, brother, you're going to have to be WR1. Like you've got to be that guy.
You got to kick that.
And if again, nobody wins. If you and Brock, y'all got to be together for 3 hours after practice, and y'all got to be together for 3 hours. Y'all got to go over all of these. If you got to go over film for an additional hour, like that's stuff that you have to do because you're going to be important. You are important to what the 49ers are doing. And if we're watching Kittle's hamstring for the next 16 weeks, 15 weeks or whatever, we're watching Debo, when he returns, watching that calf, like, bro, you're going to be a major, major part. We don't even know. I think there's a real conversation whether Christian McCaffrey's going to play football this year.
Yeah. Maybe I'm just preparing myself for it's not compartmentalizing, but I'm just preparing myself. Like
It's a pessimistic view.
Yeah,
You're believing the
I'm-
worst is coming.
I don't know if I'm going to see Christian McCaffrey this year.
No, I think
When I heard he got on that plane and went to Germany, and you did a good job breaking down yesterday the difference between searching for answers going to Germany and getting a procedure
it
done.
does not sound like he is searching for something.
Right.
He went there for a very specific reason.
Right. That gave me a little hope
Mhm.
because there is a difference. There's a major difference. But I'm kind of
And he's going there for that procedure because someone told him,
Mhm.
hey, this probably is what we're looking for. They don't do it here.
Mhm.
Hopefully that was followed up with, here's why they don't do it here.
Right.
And here's why they're comfortable doing it.
Yeah.
And Christian McCaffrey being comfortable with all of that says, all right,
Mhm.
I'm out of here.
But I'm to your original point. I'm preparing to not see Christian McCaffrey this year, mentally and emotionally. And yeah, to the whole original question, Brock Purdy looks like he may be on track to being one of those guys, though. To be able to make things happen with not just anybody, but if you don't have these superstars around him, like he can elevate. I really believe, because I believe in the way he processes the game and information. I believe in Kyle Shanahan and all this other stuff. As long as Brock has a pretty good offensive line, I think he'll be okay as a quarterback.
Do the 49ers need CMC to get to the Super Bowl? Not win, but to get through the NFC?
The only reason I hesitate is because I don't believe the NFC is like, if they were I've said this since the summer. If the Niners were in the AFC, I'd feel different about their chances to get to the Super Bowl. The NFC, I think you can. I'll answer the question. I think you can get to the Super Bowl in the NFC without CMC.
Here's my only pause to that. To your answer to Jesse's question is the best the 49ers have been in the last year and a half is with Christian McCaffrey.
Fair.
No?
It's the best,
fair.
yeah, but I
They
think
made
you can still
that
be
run
really
without
good
him,
and
though.
get through the NFC.
The year
What
before we
run?
got there, they got to the NFC Championship game and lost to the Rams.
Okay. No. So do you think they were better the next year?
Yeah, because they're at their best with CMC for sure. But
Asking them to get back there without Christian McCaffrey, I think is tough. If Jordan Mason
it's tough. I agree.
If Jordan Mason is 80 to 100 every game, I'll feel different. I want them to get Jordan involved in other ways. I thought we started, of course, it's week 3. I thought we started to see some signs of that really, really early in the Rams game. I think he had like 2 catches for 11 yards, something like that. I think they were in the first 2 drives. I don't know that happened again.
Right.
And I started to think in that moment, they got something. All right, this is. I was looking for the Le'Veon Bell aspect, less the Christian McCaffrey, right? Because saying Jordan Mason could come and beat Christian McCaffrey is such a slap in the face of what Christian McCaffrey has been doing since he arrived at Stanford. But if he could catch passes out of the backfield the way that Le'Veon Bell did and turn them into big games, man, that or decent games, man, that could be Le'Veon Bell was one of the best receivers out of the backfield, running backs out of the back that I think there was.
Yeah.
And
that's something I just haven't seen from Jordan Mason. Like,
I don't even know if
think
it's anything they've tried yet.
I don't know if he's capable of that.
And then that's the other thing.
Right.
Where
Like
if he's not, then I'll have a lot more reservations about pushing the 49ers through to the Super Bowl.
Well, but like I said, my only reservation is, and I don't say this in like a cocky way, but who's going to stop them?
The 49ers?
Yeah, in the NFC. Like who right now are we looking at in the NFC and be like, Niners can't beat them without CMC?
Yeah, but the thing is, it's not to get a joke off, it's not a 7-game series. You're asking me who can beat them one time in one game.
Yeah.
And there's you could get Detroit on the right day.
I think Detroit can beat them with CMC. So that argument,
there's your answer. Yeah. And I mean, there's probably, Baker could light him up for.
I'll play Baker at some point, but to be honest with you, it feels like that might be it.
Yeah, I mean, the Lions. sure. I mean, we don't know how this Minnesota thing is going to shake out moving forward. We certainly don't know how Seattle's going to shake out moving forward. I think Detroit was there last year, so people are comfortable saying Detroit. I think there's still a story to be told with Arizona that I'd like to see develop. I still think there's a story to be told with Philadelphia. See what that looks like.
Just glad they won last week. Sirianni will stay around.
And well, that's the other thing. Sirianni will always be there. You know, Washington's another team to watch. There's a lot of prove it games. I don't know if anyone's looked at the schedule. We'll do that together.
Stuff,
there's some big time. There's some big time games this weekend.
Well, and I also say I compare that to if the Niners were in the AFC. I would say the Chiefs, the Texans, the Bills.
Yeah.
Without
even thinking about it. I got
you know what I mean? Like we got 4 or 5 teams that I think could push them with or without CMC.
Yeah.
So I don't think the NFC is that deep right now.
We'll come back. Okay. I'm going to ask you to expand upon that. Plus, we'll talk the WNBA. And Derrick Rose retires.
Yeah.
Interesting conversation around Derrick Rose.
I heard something on the insiders. Yeah, I want to talk about, and I got a take, I guess. I got a take, and I want to see what you think about it.
Okay. Steeler with KC, brought to you by Sky River Casino here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
That was one of the sickest things of all time.
I missed it.
They just had the still shot of when he dunked on Dragic.
Oh.
2 hands. That was unbelievable.
I got through the first episode of this yesterday too, and then watched a little bit of the second one.
That's exactly where I'm at. I wrote that into the show for later.
Vince looks kind of weird in that doc too, because he dyed half, like he dyed his eyebrows, but didn't like fully dye his hair.
He looks
He looks awful. And then I got to, like, Linda does not look good either. Like, I don't know why they do this. Like, just age, man. It's cool.
Yeah.
Like, you're 80. It's fine. Like, be 80. Yeah, I look ridiculous. That reminds me. God damn. This thing is fucking ass.
What?
This documentary. Now I just realized it. Did I write this in? There's so I got takes. I wish you could be here. I got takes. I needed to fill space, buddy. So I wrote it in for a specific part of the show. But yeah, there is so much that they've missed on right now. It's ridiculous.
No, I mean, it's your boy Bill Simmons. That's your guy. That's your guy. You and Jesse, you guys love that guy.
Best I could do was cousin Sal.
Yeah, we got a lot to talk about today.
Yes, indeed.
Casey's actually going to be leaving us just before the final hour of the show because he's been invited to an important event.
What?
Old D-Lo will just be here to
See, don't.
just-
That's
it's like
see,
a
see how the
it's-
media
it's-
does
it's
stuff,
a
man.
married couple. I gotta stay at the house and clean up and take care of the kids while Casey goes and does all the fun stuff. Matt George gets to do some of that fun stuff too. So instead of joining us in the 3 o'clock hour, he's going to join us coming up in about 30 minutes or so. We'll move along to the W here in just a heartbeat. You said something though that got my attention. We were talking about the NFC. We're talking about Brock Purdy, obviously the San Francisco 49ers. It all started the Dallas Cowboys, of course, and the New York Giants tonight, kicking off week 4 of Thursday night football, and how the Cowboys desperately need to get a win, but getting a win doesn't really do much but calm the waters. Like no one goes, all right, they're off and running. It's like, all right, bro, you beat the Giants. Cool. You're going to have to beat somebody better, and you're going to have to win games in succession here because winning twice every 4 weeks is going to get you guys absolutely nowhere. But the conversation kind of evolved into, Brock Purdy, the 49ers, of course, Christian McCaffrey. The 49ers play without Christian McCaffrey. Jesse asking the San Francisco 49ers to get to the Super Bowl without Christian McCaffrey. And the crux of your argument was that the NFC isn't necessarily that strong. So losing Christian McCaffrey, while it's a big blow, the 49ers have enough talent to kind of counter that, at least in comparison to the other talent in the NFC. Mm-hmm. Who are the top teams in the NFC right now?
So,
like true threats.
We're talking about Super Bowl contenders.
Well, this is the thing. See, I don't know if you got it. Well, Damien might know. I don't think it's like spades, right? I think with the NFC, you got like one book and like 4 maybes. That's what it is. As opposed to the NFC, the AFC. They're like, oh yeah, we got 5. We got 5 with 2 maybes. We cooking.
It pisses me off when you do this.
He's right. I haven't played spades.
No, that's fine. You're allowed to say that. It's fine that you say that. And I don't. That's why you do this.
You play dominoes though.
Yeah, I play dominoes.
I don't play dominoes.
I play dominoes.
I'll be getting my ass beaten dominoes.
Well, that's why no one wants to play. This is a good thing you don't play. You just learned how to play spades in the history of this show, didn't you?
I learned
it's within the last 4 years.
So no, I learned about I'd say about 10 years ago, and then I played it that night, learned it, all make perfect sense, and then I forgot, and then I relearned it during the course of the show. I was like, oh yeah, that is how you play, and now I'm on. But yeah, so for those that don't know spades, like when you have a book, that's something like, yeah, I know I'm winning in this. I know I'm winning the book with this one. So you got that, you count that as 1. You tell your partner, yeah, I got 1. But then you got somewhere like, I might win the book with this one. I don't know. It depends on what they got over here. So you say, I got 1 with 3 maybes, right? And that's crazy. Like, that's crazy to say. Like, you usually be like, I got 3 with 2 maybes. And I think the NFC is crazy. Like, you got 1. I think the Niners are 1. And I think you got like 5 maybes.
I think you got to throw the Lions in there now.
So, okay. So who's the 1?
I said the Niners are the 1.
Oh, the Niners are the 1. So who are the maybes?
And I'm not. The maybes are. I put the Lions in the maybe. I put the Packers in the maybe.
Okay. All right.
I put the Saints in the maybe.
So you're not buying the Vikings at all.
I put the Vikings in the maybe. Maybe you got 6 maybes. But once again, people who disagree, I compare that to the AFC. The AFC has like 4 books, like Baltimore, Kansas City, the Texans, the Bills.
Buffalo, yeah.
Like that's, and then we got some maybes, and the Steelers are a maybe. The Dolphins, when they were healthy, are a maybe.
I appreciate that.
Well, when they were healthy.
Don't even fix it, bro. You said Miami.
But yeah, like though Am I off? Like they don't have that in the NFC.
No. Yeah, you're not off at all. I think that's a perfect assessment. I think what's happening right now, and again, it's 3 weeks into this thing. We're starting week 4 tonight. This is all just talk. That's all we're doing is talking because we don't know where this Seahawks run is going to take us. We don't know what version of the New Orleans Saints and Tampa Bay Buccaneers is real. Shoot, after 3 weeks, the 1-2 team in Atlanta is the one who I look at and go, I don't think they're that bad. The other two, I'm like, well, what the hell was that? I still trust the Saints-ish. I don't trust them with my money or, my loved ones. But, okay, trust was the wrong word. I'll keep an eye on the Saints.
You tolerate them.
Yeah. Like I think I buy them maybe a smidge bit more than Baker, my boy Baker and the Bucks down there. But we'll let that develop. There's a lot of that in the conference, and that's what it boils down to. The Lions is simple. Hey, do it again. And that's tough. Like running it back is brutal. Got to see it. Go talk to Mike Brown and Monty McNair about running it back.
Yeah.
Just running it back the next year and tell me how it goes. So I think that descriptor of the NFL is on point.
And the other thing about it, not to go all Bill Walton, RIP to the legend, but it's also too early to tell.
Of course, absolutely.
You asked me in 3 weeks,
Mm-hmm.
I might have some more definitive books for you.
Absolutely.
You know what I mean? So
absolutely.
But yeah, I think your original question of who are the teams in the NFC, I think you got the 49ers. It sounds crazy. It sounds weird, but maybe even disrespectful. I believe in the Vikings more than I believe in the Seahawks.
I don't think that's disrespectful.
I think that's
Seahawks
right.
are 3-0.
That's fine. Well, no, but you didn't say the Seahawks are ass. You said you believe in the Vikings more than the Seahawks. Nothing wrong with that.
But if we were,
but you think the Seahawks are ass? Is that what you're?
No, but like if you talk about contenders, I don't feel the same way about the Seahawks as I do the Vikings.
I got you. It looks different. The eye test is different.
Yeah. Green Bay got to get a tip of the hat for what they've been able to do with Jordan Love out.
Packers Vikings this weekend.
Mm-hmm. So I believe I think they're a contender. I think right now I got all three of those teams in the South being contenders: the Bucks, Falcons, and Saints.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm just going with Philly right now. Washington, I got my eye
Not there
on
yet,
but I'm just going with Philly right now in the East. So what I list off about 6-7 teams right there as contenders.
Yeah. Okay. We'll get back to the NFL again. Matt George going to join us coming up in about 20 minutes or so. We saw the Lynx and the Sun advance last night as expected in the WNBA playoffs. You could see Diana hated every second of those final minutes of that game. She was not interested in an ovation. She was not interested in any player coming over to her to shake her hand. She fouled out of the game. And the one thing about Diana is when she gets, you could tell she was frustrated. She was frustrated for a large part of that game. And her fouls are telegraphed. You could see them coming a mile away. I'm not saying she fouled out on purpose. I'm saying when Diana gets really pissed off, like she does stuff like that. And I think she saw that game was going the way that it was going and was just getting increasingly frustrated with the fact that Phoenix couldn't make any headway in that. So when she finally fouls out, the crowd responds. People she's like, you could, and shout out to all of those women out there who recognize she had to sing the time. Diana does not want to shake your hand right now. She does not want to be a part of this. Try to catch her after the game. And she hugged a handful of Lynx and got off the floor. No wave, no, like she hasn't announced her retirement.
Right.
She has not announced that she's retiring yet. She's also been very clear. I'm not going to make like any rushed emotional decision. When it's time, I'll tell you. I don't think Diana wants a goodbye tour. She's not, no matter how close she is to Birdie, those are two very, very different personalities. I think Diana would be perfectly fine just going, yeah, that was it. See you guys.
Watching her last night and watching the tweets and, the standing ovation that the Minnesota crowd gave her, I just kept thinking about it, and I know everybody's doing it with good intentions. They're showing respect. You know what I mean? Like that's really what it is. They're showing love and respect. I was like, well, what if she feels like people are just trying to retire her? Like, because like you said, she hasn't said she's gonna retire, and everybody like, oh, thank you for everything. I don't want to retire. Like, if that's in her mind, like I don't want to retire, or I'm not sure what I want to do.
Well, I think she recognizes it for what it is.
Mhm.
And I thought Phoenix's marketing of her final game was as brilliant as you could do in a situation like this. The tagline for that final game was, if this is it. That's all it said. If this is it, ... Meaning if this is Diana's last game, you want to be here for it. We're not saying that it is.
Right.
We're not saying that it isn't. But in case it is, you want to be here for it. And Diana's 42. I think it's a simple, you're doing, if you're in Minnesota, or if you're an announcer or whoever, it's a simple math equation at this point. At some point, we're going to salute her and honor her, and she's going to retire. We don't want to be the crowd that doesn't honor her and she actually retires. If she comes back and we do it again next year, great.
Right.
Because we're going to do it again the year after that if she's playing, and the year after that. And if she plays till she's 50, we're going to do it for the next 7 years. We're not going to be the ones who don't do it. And I think that's all that was.
Yeah.
There's probably there's far less opportunities to salute one of the game's greats than there are left available.
Yeah, no, absolutely. It's all done, like I said, out of love and respect. But I just kept thinking about that. Like,
it's tough.
If she genuinely isn't sure,
Mhm.
and she may want to play, like, man, these people trying to retire me. Like,
Mhm.
I ain't like, stop. But I, to your point, I think she does understand the heart of what's going on. You know what I mean? Like, it's not no malice. Nobody's trying to say get out of here or nothing like that. They just trying to show respect.
She went through this with Sue, and she stood next to Sue in what wound up being her second to last year, where Birdie had tears rolling down her eyes, and in the Key Arena in Seattle, right? That one more year, and Diana's right next to her doing the hype man thing, and Bird's like, stop. And she gets everybody hyped up, and so she knows what it is.
Yeah.
Like, she knows what it is. No crowd, no cheer, no announcer is going to sway her from her decision. She's either going to play or she's not.
Yeah.
And that's going to be her decision. The Connecticut Sun advanced in a, well,
there's a lot going on.
In a testy Indiana Fever game. They
go ahead.
This is just so. I was with my mom last night, and she asked about Caitlin, and my mom was around the league in 05, 6, 7, 8, all the way until the Monarchs folded. Like, my mom was around the league, and she was just like, I can't believe how different this all is. It's just so different than it was, 10, 20 years ago. And I have never seen anything like Caitlin Clark's rookie year. From a positive perspective and a negative perspective. I have never seen a player have this type of impact on the league in both directions. And I saw the tweet from the Sun that had it was essentially a graphic that said, anyways, ... That was the picture. And then the actual tweet said, on to the next, with the painting the nails emoji. It's like, okay. And then I saw the engagement it got. Don't do it. Ah, I gotta look. Man, I couldn't. It's like, who are you people? It was, well, no one's watching anymore because Caitlin's gone. Man, who is this? Like, who are these people? And there were thousands of those. Of course, I didn't read all of them. There were thousands of those. Some of them were fans of the Fever. Some of them, I don't even think were fans of women's basketball. They just jumped in on the Caitlin Clark thing. I don't think I've ever seen a player in any sport elicit this type of negative and positive reaction for the sport they are in, like Caitlin Clark did her rookie year. Absolutely incredible in every sense of the word.
Man, there's a lot here. So first, I'll start with the game itself. Great game. One thing that I really loved about all these playoffs, I guess Phoenix didn't really do it, but the team that was up against it, trying to save their season, and they fought.
Yeah, they did.
They fought, and Indiana was no different last night.
They did.
They took the Sun to the brink in that game too, and just wasn't able to get it done. But great game. But one of the things that stuck out to me, I don't know if you caught it. I don't think this happened in the other series. I saw the end of the Aces Storm series, but like every other series that ever happens in basketball, the series is over and the teams, hey man, that was some good stuff, man. Hey, all love. Like they don't do that after every game in the series, but when the series is over, it's dap up. That buzzer sounded.
Yep.
It was all Sun players.
Yep.
It was all Fever players.
Yeah.
And when they were done, they just crossed paths and went to their locker rooms, aside from the couple, Dejanay and her girlfriend. But it was like, oh, there's real heat. Like they don't, for whatever reason, I don't know why it is, they're not feeling each other at all. So that stuck out to me. But I'll go to the positive here. And when you talk about Caitlin's rookie year, unbelievable season from her. Unbelievable rookie season from her. And just in the way she and I will give her the credit because I think she's the straw that stirs the drink in Indiana. Kelsey Mitchell is phenomenal. Leah Boston is phenomenal, but Caitlin Clark is the straw that stirs the drink, and she helped spearhead their second half renaissance and push to be a playoff team. And it was just a phenomenal rookie season from Caitlin Clark. Now, the negative. So last night I saw the video with Dejanay and Alyssa Thomas, I think it was.
And
And
I think Alyssa was the one doing the talking. if I'm not
yeah,
mistaken.
that's right. That's right. It was. And they just kind of talked about how like this, it's really sickening and getting out of hand with the racism that they have to endure in the stands and on the internet. And they're like, I've been in the league for a long time. I've been around. It's never been like this. This is getting ridiculous. And this is probably the fourth or fifth type of video I've seen like this of WNBA players this year, Black women this year talking about this. I know Angels talked about it. I know I forgot the young lady's names, but the two other players on the Sky had a press conference the other day where they were breaking down about some of the things they had to endure this year. Dejanay has talked about it individually, about the racism and everything that she's gone through with comments being made towards her. And then last night again with Alyssa. And it got to the point last night where I tweeted out, I said, yo, at this point, I need Caitlin to come out and say something about this and say something as simple as, look, y'all need to stop. If you support me, if you're a fan of me, cool. But the things that are going on that I hear, I want to say, don't do that. And if you do, you're not a fan of me because I don't support that. She had a video where she was asked about that, I guess, earlier in the day. that I hadn't seen. I didn't see till after I made that tweet.
Still haven't seen it.
And she made a statement. She was like, somebody asked her, like, what do you think about all these things? And she was definitive, like, no, that's uncalled for. There's so many great women in this league and that deserve to be respected as such. She said everything that you would want to say, right?
Mhm.
Like Kate, and that's on par with who Caitlin's always been. You know what I mean? Like when I say she needs to say something, it's not because I believe she.
So to be, I'm sorry, I just want to be very clear. She did say something.
She did say something on camera. She was asked. She was definitive. She was clear.
Okay.
About she's not cool with any of this, and that needs to stop.
Was that sent to you on Twitter?
No, I actually saw it on my own, and then people sent it to me after I made that tweet. But
that's what I mean.
I made the tweet.
Yeah.
I didn't even know that video existed.
Okay.
So then I ended up seeing it on my timeline, and then people sent it to me as well. But this is unfair, maybe for Kayla. I feel like one time ain't enough. One time, like,
well, no, that isn't fair because you said your statement was that she needs to say something, and she did. And I could be wrong. I don't think it's the first. Now, maybe
I would assume it's not. Kaylin is never.
She said something earlier this year on camera. The reason I remember it is because it was so awkward because it was on a camera phone and it was like Caitlin was like right here. It's like, hey, look, hey, I know the sports game is on a bit of a budget. Can we zoom out? Like, what are you doing? Like, did you just have the camera like right there? Like, hey, Caitlin, like that's why I remember the video so much. And I can't remember specifically if she was asked about this type of behavior. And I think there's also a fine line to walk. I would never, if I'm Caitlin Clark in a million years, address the internet. When you talk about the stands, though, that's different. The WNBA addressed that last night. When you talk about what is happening in your arena, yeah, I'm perfectly good with you saying something 1,000 times or 100 times. I would never in a million years address the internet. You don't, this online bullying, I would never touch it. You have no idea who's doing that. You don't know if it's a bot, a Fever fan, or just some person who was watching Fox News. You have no clue. I wouldn't touch it. That pool is too wide. But that's not the only place it's happening.
Right.
When these women are dealing with that in the stands, that's the issue.
It was
that's
there
the
last
issue.
night.
That's the issue that the W has to be better at. That's the issue everybody has to be better at.
It was there last night, and I agree. The W.
Caitlin had somebody thrown out last night.
Yeah, and she doesn't need anything back towards her. Like
I've been in that arena before.
They was. Did you see the one with the girl who was mocking Dejanay's nails in the stands last night?
I didn't.
With the and this is the and I know
that was on camera.
It was somebody took a picture of it.
Oh.
If you go to like Jamel Hill, somebody else had put a tweet out about it, and Jamel talked about it. That's
one-time friend of D-Lo and Casey. Jamel Hill, we'll find it.
That's the first person I know who you'd be able to see it from. But like I know it's unfair to Caitlin, but and maybe my perspective is one that's different of others. But these women, these black women in this league, they need to be protected in this respect. And I'm sorry. Maybe it's not fair, but if you got to say it 20 times, stop with the racism. Stop with the racist stuff. It's uncalled for. I don't think that's too much of an ask.
I disagree. If you're saying it 20 times, it's not resonating. At some point, someone else has to take care of this.
And I think the WNBA, like the picture that I'm talking about, WNBA security got to get her out of here. She's got to
I'm looking for
she's
it
got to go. Like ladies like that and people who do stuff like that, you've got to get out of the arena. You're getting escorted out. When we see you or if somebody alerts us to something like that, you got to go.
Her shirt says "ban nails." Boy, that looks like a Connecticut Sun crowd if I've ever seen one. Lord.
So, but the whole point is,
Lord,
they got to get control of this. Because it's you've been around the league a lot, and you are more familiar with it than me. It seemed excessive the women in the league who had to address this year. Instead, they went through
Oh, it was
all this.
Absolutely.
They had to address the
100%.
racism and all this other stuff. And they've said themselves, I've never gone through anything like this.
But there's also a certain point where I'm not trying. It's not Caitlin's fault.
It's not her fault. It's 100%. It's 100% not her fault.
It's the climate we live in. I mean, the fact that we have an election 2 months away, that's a part of what we're talking about. Like, our country right now lives on division. And anybody out there screaming about, oh, unity, oh, it's this. No, like, bro segregated us in a way that I never thought I would live through. I thought I had just read about that in the books. Of course, they're books I sought out on my own, none that I got in school. But that's a product of what this is. And it's Caitlin is the face of it, whether she likes it or not. And I don't know that addressing it 20 times is going to do anything for her.
You said something, whether she likes it or not. Like, that's what it is. And it's not her fault. She didn't ask for this. She's not condoning it. Like I said, she's on wax a number of different times saying, this is not okay. I to a certain degree, she's done all she can do, but it's not stopping, bro. That's my thing. It's not stopping.
But
women,
that's what I mean. Like, she can't stop it. If she's addressed it and it hasn't stopped, I don't know what she's supposed to do.
I don't. So I don't
Hi
know.
guys, great. Yeah, hey, we got the storm tonight. Hey, stop being racist asses. I'll see you guys after the game.
Maybe, but I do know that these black women needs to stop. Like, that needs to stop. They're going out and they're playing and being disrespected in that way. And I know you agree. I'm not saying you don't agree, but that needs
all
to
I'm
stop.
disagreeing with is I don't even think I'm disagreeing with you. I don't know how Caitlin stops it. I don't know how Caitlin stops it. Like, I'll even give you 4 minutes. Name the person who stopped racism. Find out the answer next on ESPN 1320. I feel like this is what Cheryl was talking about. I know I keep harping on it. This league doesn't know how to handle this. How the fuck do you not know how to deal with this? You put out a Twitter statement? That's the move?
So let me ask you and everybody else a question. If you were Caitlin Clark, let's just say Damian Barley, and a certain crowd gravitated towards you and supported you, and you said one time, like, man, I don't condone it. This is whack. This is not okay. This is cool. Or it's not cool. And you said that, and they kept going, you would just say it's out of my hands now?
I don't know that I'd say it's out of my hands.
You wouldn't say nothing else no more? Like, I've already spoke about it. I'm not speaking about it no more.
No, I wouldn't say that. If someone asked me again, yeah, I told you guys before that those are not Caitlin Clark fans. Those are not my people. Those are not who I rock with. And if someone wanted to ask every game, look, if that's what you need to hear every game, I'll tell you, I do not rock with those.
And
people.
that's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. Like,
but sometimes, but I feel like what it sounds like you're saying is every day she needs to start everything with, I do not condone this. Be better. And okay, what are your questions?
No, not necessarily. Like, it doesn't have to be an opening statement like that. But if asked about it, and sometimes maybe not even asked about it, like, I read a story last night about some stuff. Like, I want to reiterate that
she cannot address all of that stuff. Now, if there's issues like, hey, I heard what happened to probably don't want to use Dejanay as the example, but we'll use it.
Mhm.
Hey, I heard what happened to Dejanay at the Conseco Fieldhouse or whatever the place is called now.
Mhm.
Yeah, those we cannot allow our fan base or members of our fan base to conduct themselves like that. That's fine.
Yeah.
But it can't be. Oh, I read a story on
not internet or nothing like that, but just like something like you just talked about, like actual people. And it's tough. I'm not saying it's easier, right? But like I said, I put in if people that supported you in this show were not of anything that you support, I don't think, and I'm not saying you're saying this, I don't think you would just make the statement and I said before, you guys know where I stand on it. You'd be like, nah, like I'm not cool with these people. It's not okay. And it'd be and maybe something, maybe she has said it too, but something is definitive. Anybody that this is maybe what I'm looking for. Anybody that participates in that type of rhetoric, don't get it confused whether they're wearing a jersey of mine or not. They're not a fan of mine because I don't stand with that stuff. If they engage in that, I don't care if they're got an Iowa jersey and Indiana fit, they're not a fan of mine. I want to be perfectly clear with that. And I'm not saying she thinks that they are. Caitlin's in a tough spot. She's in a really, really tough spot.
I just don't know how you continuously address the same thing over and over again. I don't know. I got bad news, man. We did not solve racism during that commercial break. I honestly thought we had it. I thought we were right there, and we in fact weren't. Like we weren't able to solve racism. I don't know how many. I mean, Dr. King talked 1,000 times, and racism didn't go anywhere. I just don't know if Caitlin talks more that racism goes anywhere. I want to be clear. I understand everything you're saying. I just don't think it's fair to put that much of a burden of this society onto her.
Completely understand that.
If she had been radio silent for an entire year, I feel like it's fair to ask a million questions.
And to be fair to her, she
did not.
Yeah, she has
absolutely.
When asked the question,
real quick, did we email Matt? I just realized Matt's not here. We did. Okay.
She answered the question just the way I would personally would like for her to. My concern, and maybe there, like you said, there is no answer to it. My concern is these black women in this league having to continue to endure this. And
I understand.
That's also not fair. We talk about what's fair, not fair to Caitlin. It's not fair that these black women in this league have to endure that. And I'm not saying that you or anybody else is saying it is. I'm just saying that's probably where my focus is more than what's fair to Caitlin. Just being honest.
I got you. I don't. Yeah. All right. Let's just bring in Matt, because if anyone can solve racism, it's Matt George. Matt, boy, the
what
on you today, buddy, is high. Did you get a new camera? It seems extremely close to your face.
It is zoomed, and I don't know why.
Mm-hmm.
So allow me to figure that out while
we can
radio.
see every detail of. It looked like the Caitlin video I was talking about earlier, where the camera was just uncomfortably close to her face. So Matt's gonna solve racism for us in 4K. He is a true talking head here at this moment.
I don't know what any
He's
of this
on
means.
that wind horse.
He's on that Brian. Oh, there he is. There he is. There he is. It looks like you've got your Sell the Team shirt on.
No, just my Oakland jersey.
Oh, there you go. Okay, with a blazer.
With a blazer over it, because I'm professional.
Class it up. Yep. Class it up. I like it.
Gotta be a little bit professional.
I like it. Looking good. Appreciate you joining us a couple of hours early. Obviously, the two of you have business to attend to later on today. Do want to make quick mention. Deebo Samuel was on the field at practice today.
That's good. That's good.
I don't know what that means. Yeah. I'm just the portion that media was available for. Deebo was out there. So
okay.
Do with that what you will. As we welcome in our good friend Matt George here, host of the Locked On Kings podcast, and of course, fantastic reporter over at ABC 10. We are just days away from the start of training camp, Matt. Of course, media day is on Monday. The first practice is on Tuesday. When you arrive Tuesday, what do you think your first question is going to be for Mike Brown?
I have so many questions. The one that's on the top of my mind is who's your starting shooting guard. That's just,
I'm sure that's going to go great. Please ask him that.
I'm sure Mike is going to be happy to answer that question. I mean, the actions are going to speak louder than words with that one. Like, who starts the first preseason game? If we get any opportunity to see scrimmages and things like that, because typically in training camp, you'll see 4 different teams. You'll see typically the starting 5, where usually last year it was black, so they wore the black jerseys, the starting 5. Then the bench 5 wore gray, and then you had the kind of third string wear blue, and then red was the guys that are probably two-way guys / most likely we're going to be spending time in the G League. So that'll give us a kind of a good indication of at least who he's looking at initially and who's in that starting 5. Gut feeling says it's going to be Keon Ellis. So that's just that's what I'm most curious about too. I've also I want to know what implementing DeMar DeRozan looks like, because I'm of the belief that you're not changing what you do for DeMar. The expectation is for DeMar to come in and fit with what you do. So the Kings will definitely have to incorporate him. And I know Domantas Sabonis made comments about at his basketball camp earlier this offseason, made comments about like, we have to learn how to play around DeMar. And I agree with that to some extent, especially coming from a guy like Domas, whose number one goal is to get everybody involved and try and get them the ball where they like the ball. That being said, with the DHO heavy focused offense that the Sacramento Kings have, DeMar should effortlessly slot into that. And I don't expect anybody, the wheel to be reinvented on the offensive end and for things to change for DeMar to feel comfortable, right? Again, it's on DeMar to come to this team and fit with what this Kings team does offensively, because we know offensively this team is already very, very good. So I guess kind of just seeing what's different about how the Kings run their offense featuring DeMar and what's the same.
I talked about this. We talked about this yesterday about like what that offense numbers wise, what that might look like, right? Like, I think somebody asked, it was Jesse or Damien, what do I think DeMar is going to average? And I think he'll be around 18, 19, 20 points per game. De'Aaron's average, I don't think will dip that much. I think it'll still be around 25 or so. And I get to Sabonis, and I wonder, my initial thought is his numbers might dip a little bit, but it feels like Domantas Sabonis gets the numbers that he gets basically like off of the scraps or just the flow of the offense. Like he's not a ISO player. It's not, get him his look at the elbow so he can go to work, and then that's how he gets 8 points a game. He gets them off, giving goals, off pick and rolls, offensive rebounds, things of that nature. Is it realistic, in your opinion, to think that DeMar DeRozan can come into this offense and everyone stays around the same average-wise points per game?
If the Sacramento Kings are averaging 130 plus points per game, then yeah, and maybe they could, maybe they could go back up to that ridiculously high scoring totals every game to where everybody gets theirs. I think naturally, there's only one ball and you have a bunch of guys that can do a lot with it, which is never a bad problem to have, right? It's a good problem for Coach Brown to deal with. And it just makes the Kings multifaceted, and they're a 4 or 5 headed monster. And even some guys coming off the bench, 6 headed monster at times offensively, to where you have to kind of pick your poison, which I think is going to be a primary strength of this Kings offense this season. That being said, right, you have to share the rock a little bit, and I do expect some numbers to dip. I don't expect DeMar DeRozan to be a 24-point per game scorer. I don't. I think there's a good chance that De'Aaron Fox's scoring totals might go up, and I say that because of his motivations. I know Fox wants to win. And I think the more Fox scores, the more likely the Kings are to win, number one. And number two is, like we've discussed before, I think De'Aaron Fox scores more points. That puts him in the better running to make All-NBA, which makes him eligible for the Supermax contract, which we know Fox and his agent, Rich Paul, and all that's what they're interested in. So I think there's a good chance that Fox's numbers scoring-wise do go up. I think Domantas Sabonis' scoring numbers might go down, because I don't expect the Kings, they never really draw up anything specifically for Sabonis anyway, even though he touches the ball and is involved in pretty much all of their sets. They don't draw anything up for him. And Mike Brown anyway has a very read and react style offense, right? His 0.5 rule, or 0.5 is a pillar of his offense, which is in half a second, 0.5 seconds. You make a decision whether to shoot, drive, or pass the ball. Like that is Mike's belief. And he lets this team run a very free flowing DHO, make decisions on the fly style of offense. So I expect that to feed some guys on some nights and go away from other guys on some nights. I expect the numbers to drop, but not in a way that's concerning, in a way that suggests this is just a all around really, really good basketball team.
Technically as well, like when we talk about numbers, it's not as seamless as this, but nobody's numbers have to dip. Because what DeMar might do is just take on the 22 points per game that Harrison and Herter combined for. And that I mean, maybe it's not 22. And I don't think
Herter's still on.
I don't think Herter will go to 0. But
we have some games on our list that
I don't think he'll go to 0. But maybe he averaged 10 last year. Maybe he's a 6-point per game scorer this year off the bench or something like that.
Man, I don't like that at all.
Well, I don't think he's gonna average 10.
Herter?
Yeah, I don't think he'll average 10.
Okay.
I think
what is he doing if he's not averaging 10 points, though? That's the problem. Like, what is Herter giving you if he's not scoring?
Do you see him like at 15 minutes a game or something? Or
no,
less?
but think about it like this. I'm looking at the averages right now. Trey Lyles averaged 7 points per game last year. And we think Trey Lyles was really good off the bench. Like, he did his job. Sometimes he'd have these games where he had 18 and others he had 3. You know what I mean? Because he's a bench player and that's what happens. If that's the nature of Kevin Herter's season, based off the minutes he might get, I don't. If Kevin Herter averaged 8 points per game, I don't think that necessarily means he had a bad season. If he's a bench player, like he's supposed to be a bench player for you. That's the way I'm looking at him.
I got you, Matt. Thoughts?
I guess shooting percentage is also extremely important too, because if he's averaging 8 or 9 points per game, but shooting 38+% from 3, meaning when he's getting his looks, he's cashing in on them, then I guess that's acceptable, because that just means his volume is going down because of the players that he's playing with and the minutes that he's getting. But if Kevin Herter is a 35% 3-point shooter and averaging 8 points per game, that's when you're questioning, like, what is the purpose of having this guy on the floor? And I don't mean that in a like hostile or aggressive way, but like if Kevin Herter's not scoring and shooting threes, what is he giving you? Maybe a little bit of passing. I think he's a slightly underrated passer. Doesn't really rebound the basketball. We know he struggles on the defensive end. So Kevin Herter's purpose on this Kings team, at least from what I understand, and this could be selling him short, but this is just what I've seen over the last couple seasons. Kevin Herter's purpose on this Kings team is to space the floor and knock down threes. If he's not doing that, I think Mike Brown will have a quick hook for him. And maybe that's to your point, Casey. Maybe if there are games where Herter, whether he's starting or coming off the bench, he starts the game 0 of 3 from 3-point range. Maybe Mike only plays him 10 minutes that night because somebody else is rolling. Keon's playing well. You got to get more minutes to Malik Monk, who only averaged 26 minutes a game last season, which I have to remind myself of that and go, how in the world is Malik Monk not only playing 26 minutes per game? He needs to be playing more regardless of if he's starting or not. So Herter might have the quick hook if he's not playing well, and that might lead to his ultimate averages dropping.
He's a different player than this guy, and he's probably a better player than this guy. But I just randomly went to Minnesota. I look at Nickeil Alexander-Walker. Everybody's like, he's a good little bench player. Average 8 points a game. Like he's good. That's
how many minutes per game did he play?
He played 23 minutes a night.
Well, strangely enough, Kevin averaged 24 last year.
That might go
which is a career low. By the way, he averaged 29 the year prior, the only year where he started every game in a season that he played. And 29, 30, 31, 27, none of those games. He's always consistently been a starter. But there are, like looking at his last year in Atlanta, he played 64 games. He started 60 of them. So that means he came off the bench for 14 of them. He's still primarily been a starter. I'm very anxious to see if Mike makes the move to make him essentially an 82 game bench player and role player.
Another guy I'm looking at, like Andrew Nembhard for the Pacers. Good ball player. He averaged 9 points a game. off the bench 25 minutes a night. Like I just don't. It could go bad. It could be all bad. Like if he's only
So
averaging
Kevin last year, he averaged 25 minutes a game and 10 points per game.
Yeah, because he was a start. The expectations of being your starting two guard and doing that and coming off the bench, I think, play a factor and reasonably so. Like if you're getting that production off the bench, and now you've got a guy in DeMar DeRozan who's averaging close to 20.
All right, I got it.
Herder
Matt,
is
just ask Mike if he hates Kevin. That's the first question. That's the first question on Tuesday. Do you hate Kevin Herder?
I will kiss my career goodbye. No, I think Kevin Herder too is one of those guys where when he's on though, you're gonna have a hard time taking him off the floor because he's so valuable and so lethal as a shooter to where when he catches fire, right, it's like he can take over a game as we've seen in the past. But also his presence on the floor alone is if you can make a defense hesitate for a second to help on Fox or to help on DeRozan because Kevin Herder is out there, then he's a valuable asset. Because if he's on the floor, like I was thinking, okay, if Kevin Herder averaged 20 minutes a game and only 8 points, I'm thinking, oh God, that doesn't feel good. That doesn't sound like he's been very efficient. What else is he doing? But unlike maybe Harrison Barnes, Kevin Herder being out there has a chance to impact how the defense plays the other four guys out there with him because you constantly have to be worried or concerned about where Kevin Herder is on the perimeter. Now, that's where I'm saying, though, if defenses sag off of Kevin and say, okay, we'll dare Kevin Herder to beat us, right? We're not leaving Fox. We're not leaving DeRozan. Dare Kevin Herder to beat us. And he gets three wide open threes in the first 10 minutes that he plays and bricks them. Then that's where Mike seriously has to look at his bench and look at his players and look at his rotations and go, it might be more worth it for me to go in a more defensive direction or just give more minutes to my top guys. I think it's definitely matchup based. But if Herder is on and when Herder is on the floor, he does have an impact outside of just scoring with how he changes how defenses cover the Kings. But there are also going to be a handful of games, if not very regularly to start, where teams are daring Herder to beat them while also attacking Herder relentlessly on defense, which is what teams did all last season. And Kevin, unfortunately, just couldn't keep up.
All right, Kevin. So that's a no to asking Mike the question, just to be clear. All right, that's fine. That's fine. Obviously, so much of the first game is what, the 9th at the Golden One Center against the Golden State Warriors. I think it's October 9th. But anyways, point being, it's not far away.
Mm-hmm.
And I think the number one thing everybody is watching is that two-guard position. You said you think Keon Ellis is starting, but you said it with a certain tone in your voice. Is that because you are adamant it should be Malik Monk?
It's the hill I'll die on. I just believe Malik Monk is one of your top. He was a top 3 player on your roster last season. At worst, he's top 4 to start this season with DeMar DeRozan coming in. Maybe Keegan will pass him and he'll become top 5, but he's one of your best players, period. Like, and one of your most important players. You guys were breaking down, I think last week, if you look at some of the best games of the season, best performances of the season, Malik Monk is at the center of them. And yes, Malik Monk. Okay.
We got another one.
Malik Monk goes down at the end of last season. We saw how the season ended. Now, it's not all because Malik went down, but that certainly played a pretty significant factor in it. Malik is very much a vital artery to the Sacramento Kings, if there's a good medical way to put it. Now, he can still be that vital artery coming off the bench, which is what I expect will be the case. I think where Mike Brown's stubbornness comes into play is like when somebody got hurt and then Keon got the opportunity, or Duarte got the opportunity ahead of Malik Monk. Now, Keon ended up working out, but I guess I kind of get that if you really, truly believe that like Malik needs to be with our second unit will not survive without Malik leading it. Where I don't subscribe to Mike Brown's way of thinking, and truth be told, this is the honest to God biggest criticism I have of Mike Brown last season, and I already brought it up. 26 minutes a game for Malik Monk is unacceptable. Like he has to be playing more than that, unless if Malik Monk starts playing 30 minutes a game, but the extra 4 minutes he looks tired or he looks ineffective or whatever the case, then okay, maybe you start to knock him down a little bit. But someone explain to me why having Malik Monk on the floor more for the Sacramento Kings is a bad thing. Explain that to me. So whether Malik is starting or coming off the bench, he needs to be playing close to 30 minutes a night. He needs to be. Maybe even over 30 minutes a night sometimes, because that's how important he is. And if the reason for him not getting those minutes is because of your rotations, not how well he plays, then you have a problem, because your rotations are taking priority over the best thing for your team, in my opinion. So I am of the belief that start Malik Monk, or at the very least play him starter level minutes or consistent starter level minutes. If it's Keon Ellis, that's what I expect. I completely understand. Guys, I also wouldn't be shocked too if the first preseason game Kevin Huerter is starting. One last look, or let's see what it is, because Kevin hasn't played basketball for a while. But hey, Kevin, it was your spot before you went down. I know we experimented with Duarte a little bit. That was a failure. We apologize about that. That was your spot. So here it is again. Prove that you can still hold on to it. That wouldn't shock me at all. I still think Keon is the favorite to be the starting two.
I'm not sure the timing works out for that. Matt might know better.
Yeah,
because I think he gets fully cleared sometime, maybe the second week of camp, which is when that game would be played. So he's cleared. Kevin, you're starting.
Right.
I'm actually all for it.
And that might kill him. Like, if he can't go though, and Keon starts, and then Keon balls out. Sorry, Kevin. Sorry.
Yep.
If Keon comes in right away and we get a small look at the new starting lineup featuring DeMar DeRozan, and Keon is locking up Steph Curry that game, or is doing his best job on Steph Curry, or makes Buddy Hield's life a living hell, Kevin, no matter what you're doing, buddy, like it's too little too late, man. Your spot's gone. But if he's ready to go, it would not shock me at all if Mike says, all right, Kevin, this has been your spot. Prove that you can hold on to it.
The thing that I worry about with Kevin Huerter starting, and I understand the argument for it, is it feels like you got two better options for the way this roster is out. So like, my thought would be like, why are we messing around? Like, you got two better out. Even if you don't think Malik Monk should be the starter, that's fine. I understand that. The guy that fits better is Keon Ellis as the starter at the two. Does it make sense? Like, it just feels like we're just kind of pacifying. They would be pacifying Kevin Huerter when you got two better options that you'll probably eventually get to at some point.
I think there's an element of the unknown to it that plays a factor too, KC. And what I mean by that is, one, when all three of them are on, like, Kevin Huerter is the best shooter out of the three, pure shooter. And if you're looking for floor spacing and shooting, and you could say you are going to get the best shooting out of any of those three guys, it's Kevin Huerter you want. Like, he's shown to be the best 3-point shooter out of that group. There's the risk with Keon Ellis of defenses are going to dare him to beat them. And if Keon Ellis is shooting 34% from 3-point range or something like that, you might seriously have to consider, like, the spacing is not working, or this is a concern. Keon's not hitting at a high enough.
Well, that's an official.
We got a Matt George freeze. We've got, and Matt's still talking. I have zero doubt that Matt is still talking right now.
Am I back? Am I back?
He's back. He's back.
Nothing changed for me. You guys just started looking out the window, talking to somebody else. I was like, okay, well, I'll just keep going.
Well, to be clear, there's money outside the window. Give us. Every once in a while, what's happening outside the window takes priority. Yeah, unbelievable. Okay. What the hell? What are you at James Ham's house right now, Matt? Matt has never once frozen in the history of this show. Now we get him on at 1:00, and look at that freeze. That's just terrible. That's just awful. That's going to be circulating the internet in about 10 seconds. You look great, Matt.
Screenshots
Matt,
are cold.
I need you to confirm that you are not.
Screenshots are cold.
I need you to confirm you're not at James Ham's house right now.
I can confirm I'm not at Ham's house. I can't confirm that John Fisher's not messing with my internet or something.
John Fisher might be, or Artie's, playing video games right now. He's streaming against somebody. It's very possible. The idea of, and I think we talked about this when the press release went out for Sacramento Kings forward Kevin Huerter, that, man, if they're in a position to where Keon or Malik, or Keon and Malik start prior to Kevin being able to get to 5-on-5, he's probably going to be at a bit of a disadvantage. I mean, you got 2 games against the Warriors, and those games are every other day, as we outlined earlier this week. Those preseason games are every other day once they start on that Wednesday or Thursday or whatever it is. They're every other day until they're over, and then we got a week till the season starts.
Right.
So not that Kevin can't get into a couple of them. It's just it's different.
Mm-hmm.
It's going to be different. Well, Matt, you got business to attend to, Matt. So we gotta let you go. But I just assumed we weren't going to get to see you today, so I appreciate you texting me last night and making some extra time for us. Matt George, Locked On Kings podcast, of course, is great work over at ABC 10. Got to ask every week, regardless of what time, where are we at this Friday?
Game of the week. It's a big one. Wheatland 4-0 versus Lincoln 4-0. The Lincoln Fighting Zebras were 1-9 last season and started the season 0-4, and in one off season have completely turned it around. And Wheatland hasn't won more than 3 games in their last 2 or 3 seasons, and they're 4-0 to start too. So a really kind of cool redemption story for both these teams, but it'll be at Lincoln High School.
Good stuff, Matt. We appreciate you. We'll come back with more of Steelo and KC here on Sacramento Sports Leader ESPN 1320. Good stuff, Matt. We appreciate that, man.
Sir.
That's so strange. I could still see and hear you guys perfectly. I didn't skip a beat on hearing and seeing you guys, but I guess
that's what happens with James.
Yeah, I'm not sure what it happens here when we have issues. It's like, oh, we have no idea something's going on. Then all of a sudden the screens go black and it's like, wait a second. What's going on here?
Weird. Well, I do not look forward to seeing the screenshot that everybody's talking about. Is that bad, huh?
Not the best. But that's all right. You've been initiated into the Frozen Guest Club.
Great.
Very good. All right, my friend. Thank you again. You'll see KC here in a little bit. You guys will see each other Monday.
Sounds good.
We'll see you next week.
Same. See you guys.
All right. So, man, Matt George right there. Blazer and Oakland A's jersey. His A's are up 2-0 here in the final game in Oakland. No? Did you? Oh, no.
Stephen Brown. Come on, bro. Come on. We got to stop with the charade, Stephen Brown. All right, man. 5'5", 135. We already know that's the case.
I can't wait till Stephen Brown pull up one day, standing eye to eye with John Poles, and they come walking over to see OKC. I about ran out of that restaurant when John Poles first approached me. Like, whoever this motherfucker is, I hope he likes me, because I have to hit that Donkey Kong sledgehammer. Oh, the 209 boys are out.
Where they at, man? Just vibing?
Yeah, they out at lunch.
Oh, yeah, there they go. Drew Down's dog.
Mm-hmm. We got to figure out why the Chatty House social videos are in standard definition. And why it appears that Manny is doing his hit from the same exact spot that Damian Woody did so many Sports Center hits for.
Yeah. Stephen Brown, chill, bro, chill. Chill out, Stephen Brown. Can we get a flag for Stephen Brown?
For the one to Leezy?
Yeah, man. He tried to pause it, but I don't know, bro.
I don't even think he needed a pause. Yeah, I don't.
think
This
he's
play
fine.
on. Yeah, I don't see it. I'm not gonna lie. We've been jumping the gun today.
Just begging for calls. Draymond.
Dr. David was trying to get a flag on Kyle or whatever, and it was a
Yeah, I
play
didn't
on.
understand that one.
Going on in here.
I'm begging for flags now.
I need Draymond.
Well, I didn't.
Draymond Caraway over
Hey,
here.
I didn't. It read a little different at first. I was like, whoa, and then he paused it, and I was like, well,
All right, James
he
Harden.
saw the same thing. The guy literally said, "I just fouled him."
I don't know what he was doing either.
You're flopping like Dejanay did on that play last night we were watching.
He said, "I fouled him."
All right.
He's like, Stephen Brown's like that kid in the commercial or whatever. Coach, I fouled him. It's their ball.
No, it was out on me, coach. I
It's out on
touched
me,
it
coach.
last.
Yeah, that guy sucks.
What's the referee do in that regard? Like, oh, you did? Well, I'll be damned.
Keep it to yourself,
Reverse it.
snitch.
Yeah.
What you saying? I don't know what I'm doing? Get away from me.
Go tell his coach, like, yo, you know what your player just
I
told me.
need to know who greenlit that commercial.
Yeah, don't ever be that teammate, by the way.
What marketing campaign was like, I got it. This will do it. I want to talk about the Vince McMahon doc with you so bad. You're not. I'm a little further into it. We're going to talk about it today, but as I said, Casey got to leave in about an hour, so I got some thoughts, and they're not good. I know a lot of people have already finished it. All 6 episodes were posted.
Each episode is an hour?
It looks like it. Yeah, it looks. It's certainly. I know the first episode was. I think the second episode is. Yeah, this is. We'll talk about it.
Well, I mean, I don't feel like I need to watch it. Do you think I need to watch it before you tell me about like?
Pal, I need content, bro.
You want to talk about it? I thought you wanted. Okay.
No, I need content. That's why I wrote it there, because if we talk to NFL overreactions and you're not here, the whole thing wouldn't make any sense. We've hit Thursday. We haven't done overreactions yet. That means week 3 overreactions have now turned into NFL overreaction.
Where we going? If we wait till tomorrow, it's just reactions.
Yeah, because week 4 gets underway tonight, and the Dallas Cowboys will take the football field against the New York Giants. So I'll ask you this one, and I think I know the answer from everybody. The Cowboys defense will cost them a playoff spot.
Not an overreaction.
Because
the whole damn team is going to cost them.
Yeah. I was like, yeah, the whole team, yeah. It's an overreaction for you to think it's just going to be one unit, I guess.
Oh, man, that's what I was hoping for with that one. How about this one?
Cowboys defense, their running backs, wide receivers, their coaches, Jerry
owner.
Jones.
Yeah,
they'll come out of the playoffs.
Yeah, yeah, man. I don't think they're an awful team. I just think they're kind of average across the board. Now, offensively, I think they'll put up numbers. Dak will have his numbers, CD will have his numbers, and they'll have games where, they score 30-some points or something like that, because they have 2 explosive players when you talk about Dak and CD Lamb. But I think the whole team across the board is just kind of a average squad, except for maybe the kicker. Their kicker got a leg.
Yeah, he's a robot.
Yeah, he's the truth. So
is today, because the Giants are already done, but is today the Cowboys lose their Leafs town match?
Oh yeah, this is a big problem for the Dallas Cowboys if they lose, because they didn't handle a loss to Baltimore, where they had a pretty stunning final 8 minutes with a legit chance to win. Mm-hmm. They didn't handle that well, and I think they all knew. I told you, I was like, man, what do we make of that final 8 minutes? I didn't ask that question for longer than an hour. As soon as I saw Micah at the locker, I was like, oh, they know that was garbage. They know that final 8 minutes of the Cowboys-Ravens game was a lot more about the Ravens than it was about the Cowboys.
Stats back that up too.
Yeah.
So let me there's an on the fly overreaction. Are the Giants a little better than we're giving them credit for? They're not good. They're not a good team, but I think right now, like in this moment, we talk about the Giants like they were the Panthers 2 weeks ago.
Mm-hmm.
They had a last-second loss to Washington, who we think is a decent team. And then they go
Coming
and beat,
into being a decent team.
yeah. Then they go and beat Cleveland.
Mm-hmm. Who stinks. Cleveland sucks. Jesse was right. Jesse's been right all along. Which makes this week's conversation terribly uncomfortable.
If we look at the, like, we have been looking at the Giants like a F team, give them a grade.
Yeah.
Are they more of a D? Maybe.
Well,
a
that's
C
not an
minus?
overreaction. It's just a simple question, and
It's an overreaction to say that they're better than we thought.
no, I don't think that they're good.
Yeah, they're bad.
I don't think we're underestimating. I don't think that's a good football team.
Daniel Jones isn't great. Devin Singletary is their starting running back. Malik Neighbors is awesome, but other than that,
Do you think they're closer to
Who's awesome?
Malik Neighbors, their
Oh,
first round
yeah,
pick.
Yeah.
Do you think they're? Ask this: do you think they're closer to the Cowboys than we maybe give them credit for? Like, because we're looking at this like Cowboys,
Well,
you have to beat the Giants. Maybe they're like around the same type of team.
No, I do not think that. I don't.
Well, they
think
both
that.
beat the Browns.
Again.
I'm just.
What do you want me to do?
What
What do you want me to do? Jesse was right.
The Browns are awful.
I was wrong, and I hate the conversation this week for the Raiders.
I've never talked trash about Cleveland. I've only told the truth.
Oh, damn.
Well, no, you have a weird vendetta against the city too.
What do you mean?
Well,
like,
it appears you have a weird vendetta.
People get
against
mad
the
at me for
city.
saying, yeah, the Cavaliers really have done nothing since they got Donovan Mitchell, which is true.
That's not wrong.
Well, that's.
I mean, they haven't won a championship. They're
They made the
fine
playoffs.
basketball team.
Well, yeah, but they've never like made the next move.
sounds-
to,
you
like,
really-
They made
it
the
sounds
second round of the
personal.
playoffs too. On top of that, and since they got Donovan Mitchell, I think that was the first time since how do I put it? First time a LeBron-less Cavs team made the playoffs in like 20 tries.
Are you trying to make my case, I guess?
They did something.
Yeah, but like they never built off of it.
Yeah, what they do next will certainly be
It's
interesting.
not me, it's you, Cleveland.
Either way, Jesse is leaving on that midnight train to
They're
Georgia.
gonna leave Cleveland in a brown pickup.
He ain't never gonna be in Cleveland. If Jesse lands up in Cleveland, something went terribly.
I'll drive
terribly
around
wrong.
it. What's the state under there?
It's cold. I'll
What
tell you
is the
that.
state under? It's in Kentucky.
What is what?
The state under Ohio. Is it Kentucky?
Oh, child, please. I don't know.
Well, you know what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna find out. Go ahead, ask the question. I can multitask.
Geography with D'Lo and KC is back.
It's good. It's always fun. How many boroughs are in the state below? Also, we need to check the tape. Did you ask how many states are? What state is below Cleveland?
No, Ohio.
Okay, thank
Hey,
you.
I low key did. I'm in Ohio.
Oh, I didn't even hear Jesse say it.
I knew someone.
I was gonna
said it.
drive. I was gonna drive under. Ohio.
Hey, I was right. Come on, man. I get something for that.
You don't get. What are you talking? What do you want?
That's a win. Actually, count it.
Oh, we're in the
Count
off
it.
season. What are you
I'm
talking
getting
about?
preseason wins. I want preseason wins.
Oh, you are
Count it.
desperate.
Count it. It is
You-
Kentucky.
You
That's
are
good knowledge by
desperate.
me.
CFA wants to fight against that.
You are absolutely desperate right now. How about Derek Carr? There were a lot of people critical of Derek Carr's performance against the New Orleans Saints, and some people said, "There he is. That's Derek Carr." Overreaction to say the real Derek Carr has arrived.
That's an overreaction. I wonder how many people watched, like, because I'm gonna give more credit to the Eagles defense for that one than Derek Carr. I don't think he was like missing throws like necessarily the entire time or anything like that. I feel like a lot of people just saw that interception at the end. It's like, yep, there's Derek Carr. But I don't think he was horrible the entire game.
I thought that game was about Philadelphia.
Yeah, I thought that was like a lot of defense right there. So I'd say it's an overreaction.
I say it's not an overreaction because
Oh, Derek Carr hater. Somewhere Sarah
Well,
Hodges is smiling.
well, no. See how they jumped the gun? Because when people say there's Derek Carr, I think Derek Carr is a good quarterback. He had a bad game, and he has
a
that.
rap though.
Yeah, but I'm not buying into the rap when I say it's not an overreaction. I'm like, there's Derek Carr. Yeah, he had a bad game, but Derek Carr's a good quarterback. And Derek Carr isn't going. I don't believe Derek Carr is going to keep the Saints from being a good team.
Hmm.
I think he's a better quarterback than people give him credit for.
I feel like more people have talked about how bad Jalen Hurts was in that game than Derek Carr.
Mm.
And Jalen's numbers like double his.
Mm.
But if you were watching, you went away with like, oh, that was a tough game for Jalen.
The Saints ran the ball 26 times. So it's not like they were just airing it out. Or they ran it 26 times with Kamara at least.
Yeah.
Yeah, so they were running the football a lot there.
I mean, as they should. Kamara scored 4,000 touchdowns the week prior.
Yeah, but I think it's an overreaction on Carr right now. If he's gonna be the old Carr, it wasn't that week. I don't think
The old Carr's not a bad ball player.
You know what they say when it's the old Carr, like he's gonna lose you a game or whatever. He's gonna show you why he's an average to barely above average quarterback, I guess.
Yeah.
Didn't we always equate Jimmy to Derek Carr?
Yeah, a lot of people thought he was better than Jimmy, and I think he is better.
I did think he was, but
better
they were
than
always in the same tier, so to speak.
Mm-hmm.
Turns out that's not true.
Oh,
that's not true at all.
Derek definitely better than Jimmy. Jimmy had a lot of people fooled. Well, maybe just me. Had me fooled.
He definitely had you fooled. How about this one? Since we got the Dallas Cowboys tonight, the Commanders are the best team in the NFC East.
You know, I have no problem disrespecting the Eagles, but I won't do that just yet. Just yet.
So you got the Eagles as the best team in the East.
Yeah, I got them by default.
Yeah, it's an overreaction. I got the Eagles too. I got my eyes on the Commanders, but the Eagles, they're still there.
Could it change this week?
No, it won't change till middle of the season.
Who do the Commanders have this week?
Commanders got I know the Commanders are. I think is it the Cardinals?
The Cardinals, yeah, they got the Cardinals.
Yeah, I knew they had one I was interested in. This
Eagles got the Bucks and Tampa Bay. Commanders are in Arizona.
Yeah, it could change this week.
Okay,
could change this week if the Eagles lose, and we keep saying the Commanders. We agreed to say football team. If the football team wins,
that'd be a quality win for Washington.
Back-to-back road wins as well. Yeah. Short week. So, yeah, it could change this week.
Or maybe we're wrong about Arizona. I'm not sure, but we'll to be determined. We'll see.
So I didn't catch this. Did anybody see what this is random? Did anybody see in the Lions-Cardinals game where it looked like Jared Goff threw a pick six and they just said, no, that play didn't happen? Did anybody see that play?
Did not see
what the ruling was.
Blow the play dead, I'm assuming.
So they snapped the ball, and there's pressure on Goff or whatever, and he kind of loses the ball a little bit, and it's caught in the air, and the guy returns it for a pick six. And I had the sound down. That's why I don't know what happened. But they reviewed it.
Sound was up on your 7 other TVs.
Oh, Niners get the
I got you.
That one. Yeah. And they said no, the play didn't go, but it was.
Ian says it was the 2-minute warning.
So there was some time. Obviously, I guess they said they whistled dead, but they went through with the play a lot longer than when somebody whistled the play dead.
So I'll tell you, maybe they didn't whistle that. Maybe the idea was let's let the play out because we don't want to be wrong. If he snaps the ball at 2:01 and we blow the whistle and say it's the 2-minute warning, the play is dead.
Mm-hmm.
If he snaps the ball at 2 minutes, the play's dead and it doesn't count. You know what I mean? Like, I think that's the right way of doing it. You let the play out, go back and look like, hey, you snapped the ball too late. It's a 2-minute warning.
That's what they do with turnovers and all that.
What Tyler Jennings said, they said the clock was out, but it had 1 second left. Sound like they got it wrong.
Okay, I don't have an explanation for that.
Refs got it wrong. What's new?
Yeah. It's hard.
There was 5 seconds on the clock, and then the play clock went out.
I think we're jumping the. You talk about overreaction. We're saying the refs got it wrong.
There's no conspiracy there. It's just refs being refs.
I can't.
Well, yeah, I couldn't because I was watching the game on the side TV, and I was like, oh snap, pick six, and then just the Lions got the ball back on the same play. I said, well,
where's the side TV? Like, where's this located? Like in your loft, your theater room?
It's in the loft, and there's.
I was just joking when I said loft, bro. I didn't even know you had a loft.
That's not even rich. A loft is a loft.
I don't even necessarily know what a loft is. It's just some crazy room that's cool.
It's an open space.
That he is filled up with television.
It's an open space upstairs
to do whatever he wants with. It's a very large area.
It could be a room. If you just put a wall there, it's a room. But
that's crazy. It's this massive room where you can just do whatever you want.
No, it's not a
massive. You have 8 TVs, and it's big enough to have 8 TVs.
I'm sorry. Do you think it's big enough to have a movie theater in?
Probably.
No, it's not.
Could you rent it out as a studio?
No.
Good question.
Could you?
You're projecting again.
I'm just asking.
Well, leave Dame alone. You're lashing out again, like yesterday. Leave him alone. We're talking about you right now.
You need therapy. You need someone to help you work through this without lashing out at other people. I don't understand.
I walk downtown. It's like, oh yeah, we got lofts for sale and stuff like that. So I'm just trying to figure it out.
Oh no, that's completely different.
Kenny just has one in his house.
Yeah, that's crazy.
That's completely
Yeah.
different. Oz.
Wow.
Just having a loft in his house. That's wild. Wild, wild, wild. Sam Darnold will receive MVP votes this season.
That's an overreaction.
Yeah, that's an overreaction.
I'm honestly
Front runner's Josh Allen, right?
yeah.
Like right now, 3 weeks in, heading into 4 is Josh Allen.
For sure. For sure.
How much are we buying Sam Darnold, or is he just in the right system where like the coach does not let him do too much?
I'll buy. Yeah, if we're playing the stock game again, I'll buy right now. I'm not expecting a massive return, but I also don't think he's the terrible quarterback that we've seen in New York and in Carolina. I think he's something closer to what we're seeing right now.
Yeah,
a lot like we're seeing with Geno. If you bought Geno early in Seattle, you got a nice little return. You're not retiring, but you got a nice little return. I think that's what Sam Darnold is. I think Sam Darnold in the Geno path is very possible / likely.
Yeah, I'm with you. Like I'm buying, and I know what Jesse means when he says it, but yeah, it's perfectly fine. He's with the right coach and the right system. Like that's fine. Like be the best you with the best pieces around you that you can be. I bet there's a lot of quarterbacks. There's a good number of quarterbacks who could be more of a winning quarterback, productive quarterback, if they had the right personnel around them. And I don't just mean players, like the right play caller, the right person, the coach around them that understood, the right defense on the other side of the ball. I think that plays a lot into the success or failure of a quarterback. So it seems like he's in a good spot right now. Like, do you think we think Josh Allen is special, right? Like he's really good. Do you think he'd be good with Urban Meyer as a coach?
I don't think anyone would be good with Urban Meyer as a coach.
That's what I'm saying.
I think Joe Montana would have been the worst draft pick in history if he had played for Urban Meyer. Tom Brady would have never seen the football field if he played for Urban Meyer.
Oh, and I don't mean to laugh.
In the pros. In college, maybe we're talking about something totally different. In the pros, no.
I don't mean to laugh at this, but on Aaron Hernandez's show, Urban Meyer.
Yeah, that's a tough segue.
Well,
buddy.
no,
that is tough right there.
They Urban Meyer had his first episode. He's getting mad and he's like, oh.
Would he have a heart attack?
Did he take a knee? Did he take a knee?
He was in a chair, so he didn't. But he was like, okay. No, I'm okay.
Okay, I'm not watching this.
I was like, what is?
Will you be serious? That really happened?
Yeah. I'm like episode with 2.
Okay.
He got mad at something. He's like, oh, I can't believe there's
This is the bit throughout the show. Urban Meyer has a chest pain randomly throughout
I'm
different points of the show.
I'm not watching this nonsense. I'm not watching that.
I just lost a recruit.
It's clipped without the racism, only some murder. No, I'm good, man. That does not sound appealing.
My whole thought was, I know, like that's part of Urban's story. I don't know why it's in Aaron Hernandez.
Well, you got to. Well, one, what if they want to make the Urban Meyer story later? You can call back on this moment. And 2,
so it's going to turn into the Powerverse.
No. You know what it is? No. I can tell you exactly what it is. Because this is the OJ people, right?
Yeah.
You remember in OJ where, oh, come on, man. What is his name? Robert Kardashian, the attorney, is on TV giving a statement. They flash to his family. His little girls are sitting around going, that's daddy on TV. One day, I want to be on TV.
Come on.
Oh, Kimberly, stop it.
Come on.
It's the same people. That's what this is. You don't remember that scene?
I do.
It's that's what it is. They want you to know, hey, we're locked in on everything.
Come on.
Urban Meyer has chest problems. He's got health issues. We're going to show you that.
Yeah, Urban is going to have a scene where he cuts the chest pain or whatever, and then it goes dark or whatever, and it cuts back to him in a Jag shirt, and that's going to start the next show for them.
Feeling on some girl's booty.
Well, ow.
I didn't want to curse there. For whatever reason. I didn't.
No, it was way funnier that you said booty. Way funnier.
But they
what they're really gonna do is Urban's gonna grab. Oh, coach, you okay? Yeah, I'm good. Everybody leaves the room and he just goes, straightens up and just get back to work. Right, got them out of here.
I think it was like his wife was complaining about something because people were getting arrested and stuff, the players, and his wife was
Urban's wife?
Yeah, I think it was his wife. It said something, and she was like questioning him, and he was trying to defend himself. He was like, "No, it's no."
Okay, this sounds. I just want you to recognize how weird this might sound on the radio. 2, I guarantee you, at some point, Urban's going to be dancing with a co-ed in this show.
Have we gotten a Tebow appearance yet?
Oh, Tebow's in there, yeah, heavy.
Oh.
What's he like? Come on, Aaron. Come on.
He's
guys. Let's get together. We can do this.
He doesn't get a lot of lines. It's just Tebow. Like it's Tebow. And Tebow's also at a party, and he's talking to some girlies.
No,
you know what I mean.
Well, I always heard there were aspects of the Tebow gimmick that go work.
Well,
it ain't so.
They the way they had Tebow in the. Like he didn't have a scene in the party. There was like Aaron Hernandez and Pouncey. They were like, look at Tebow over there. He was talking to 2 honeys, and he was like talking like he didn't seem like somebody who was shy talking to the honeys.
No, that's what I said. I heard there were aspects of the gimmick that were a work. That's all I'm saying. I don't know that the Tim Tebow public persona was a shoot.
So Soren said, and he is right though. I will say that the Urban Meyer casting is pretty good. He's pretty good.
They're promoting the hell out of it. I guess I'll watch it.
It's a solid show. Like it's solid. I don't want to make it like it's great or nothing, but I haven't looked at it like I'm not watching this trash no more.
Is there a Menendez brothers? There is.
It's the #1 show on Netflix right now.
Okay, so I thought I saw that the other night when I was looking for the Mr. McMahon doc at 9:00, and I think I had seen some people tweeting about that. Did this whole thing happen because have you watched it?
No, I've never even looked into that. Like I know like the basics of it.
So I know the basics of it too. Like I'm talking the surface.
Yeah.
But someone tweeted, I need to know if it's real that this whole thing happened because one of the brothers told their therapist, the therapist was having an affair with someone, unloaded everything that was going on with his clients, and the woman he was having the affair with told the authorities.
Oh, I have no clue.
So whether that's real or not, it was in the show, and I think people were trying to figure out if that's really how they got caught.
Wow. I thought you meant the reason why they did what they did was because of that. So after they did that, he went and told the therapist that he did that.
Yes, that's the gist of what I got. And then the woman told the police.
Wow.
Or the therapist had his little booty call, told the girl. The girl was like, "Yeah, that don't sound right. We going." Manny says that's how it happened. It was on a podcast. Well, I don't know. That's a weird sentence, but I actually believe him.
Yeah, that's wow.
That's amazing.
Wow.
Okay.
Just wow.
I guess there's a lot of shows I got to watch out there.
Isn't it crazy? Like true crime is just a thing now too.
Oh,
we're just all in on serial killers and just all those stories.
I don't know what started it. I just remember that Serial podcast went crazy, where they did a story on like this guy who allegedly killed like his classmate, and then eventually I think the podcast got him released. I guess
there's been stories about that too. Like not just that specific, but like
I
people
think
have gotten released off that stuff.
Yeah, I think there's still stories about that particular podcast going on right now. Yeah, this one. This is the one. Adnan Syed. That one.
I remember hearing about the Serial podcast. I never listened to it.
It's a good podcast. Like someone said it. I was like, all right, I'll give it a shot. And I was like, oh, this is interesting.
What did start though? Was
People
it first
love
48? Was it
man, I don't know.
Was it Cops?
I don't know if it was Cops.
What's that other show? Dateline? Nightline? They call it NBC?
Dateline.
Yeah, Dateline. Yeah.
Yeah, they did do
Cops might have started reality TV.
Do you think Cops wasn't real? I mean, I don't know either way.
I think it was real-ish. Probably more real than anything we see on TV now. Yeah. I don't think your beloved Housewives is the most reality driven.
Well, I wouldn't say beloved Housewives.
I heard you were starting a podcast. That's what I heard. That's what the streets was saying.
I'll be part of a podcast.
That's what I heard.
I'll be part of one if it gets developed. Sure. But it'll
Katie
be
and KC coming to a podcast near you.
It'll be like it'll be kind of like what you talked about, but in reverse.
Don't
like
know what that means.
I'll just pop in, not knowing anything about anything.
Okay.
It's just like, oh, look at Giselle.
What do you think about Debo being out there? Is that a positive sign, or he just? I'm trying to get like further details on it. There's not much because media is only allowed out there for like a certain portion of practice. Obviously, they all saw Debo tweeted that he was out there, and they thought he would miss a couple of weeks. Obviously, he's missed one game. He didn't practice yesterday, but he was out there, and he wasn't out there in 49er shorts.
Yeah.
He was out there in pads.
I would it's a good sign for his health or whatever. I'd be cautious.
Got back before Russell Wilson did.
Man,
that's uncalled for. I apologize.
Ain't even heard nor seen from Russell Wilson in about 3 weeks.
Russ probably healthy at this point, but they're just telling him, nah, bro.
No, man, it don't look right, dog.
It's torn, Russ. I don't know what you want it to do.
It's torn. Do you see me over here doing jumping jacks?
No, you tore your Achilles, Russ. Just sit down, buddy. Sit down.
Look, I can dunk.
You gonna do it? What do you do? It under the legs dunk?
He's like Zion when they were saying Zion was hurt.
We'll come back. We've got game number 2.
We got game number 2, and I want to hit that thing that I said I got to take. I want to know what you talk about, what you think about it.
Okay. Well, it's your job to not forget, pal, because I'll definitely forget. So Kenny's take in game 2 of the top 20 games of the Kings season. That's coming up here with D'Lo and Casey on Sacramento Sports Leader ESPN 1320. I forgot about recording for Friday. I think I'm gonna try to cut up Akon. Okay. So I'll take care of the 2 intros.
Okay. And if you need me or want me to come in earlier tomorrow morning.
No, we should be good. I think I can cut. If I can't get it cut properly tonight, I'll let you know. But I think I can get it cut down tonight.
For sure. That's if we weren't live on campus, which we always are. We always are.
We're low key one of those true crime podcasts too, because we solved Alcatraz.
Good fact. Good facts. Man, these dudes, they just fight, bro. Just fight. Like, I don't need none of that other stuff.
Devin Haney does a lot of talking. He's very overrated.
I mean, no, he's a really good fighter. He's a really good fighter.
He's good. He's a Ryan Garcia level fighter.
No.
No?
Devin's a better fighter. I think he had the wrong strategy against Ryan. He was like, he thought I'll just walk through Ryan.
Because he's not on Tank's tier.
He's got the skill level of Tank.
But he's never put it together, though.
Devin's super skilled. Devin, he beat Lomachenko. It was a close fight. I mean, people can think one way or the other, but number one, he won the fight. Number two, it was close. Like it was a 1 round either way. He's super skilled. I've always said the thing about him is he doesn't punch hard and his chin is suspect. And that's what makes him difficult to be like, oh, he's just gonna beat Tank. Because that's almost the exact opposite if you're trying to beat Tank. Like you got to do one or the other.
He's better than Teofimo?
I think he's more talented. I don't know if he beats Teofimo though. I think Devin Haney is the most talented fighter. Well, Tank has gotten better now. But at one point, I thought Devin Haney was the most talented fighter out of all these guys. Like he had the most skills out of all of them. But like I said, he didn't really hit that hard and his chin. Now Tank has gotten better. I think Tank might be the most complete fighter out of all these guys. The killer for Tank though is he's like 2 feet tall. So like I think he's better than Teofimo, But Tiafimo has enough skill and maybe enough power where he'll know how to fight a little guy like that. Like people will be like, yeah, Tank needs to move up, fight this guy. Like the guy's 5'4". Like there's only so far up he can go because he's not that big of a human being. So would you want him to go 5'4", weighing 150 pounds for a fight? Like that's not smart.
Go down and then fight anyway. Punch him out the stadium.
What did you say?
Then go fight anyway or whatever and punch him out the
Oh
stadium.
man. Anyway, a bad boy too though. He doesn't, doctor. If he puts on weight, he's going to be fat.
Shout out to my man Andrew with Premier Pools. If you're listening, I see you, baby.
Hey.
I see you, baby. Yes, sir. Okay, what's your take?
Okay, so earlier today, Sac State had a press conference and announced that they have the funding to build a new 25,000 seat football stadium. And I was on wax yesterday saying it, and I just felt even better after hearing this news.
Mm-hmm.
They're going to FBS. They're going to the Pac-12 or the Mountain West. And I always thought it was going to be the Mountain West. After some recent revelations, like it's kind of hard to keep up with this stuff, but Pac-12 might not be getting UNLV. Sac State might mess around and get in the Pac-12. They might mess around and get there. I always thought it was Mountain West, but the tea leaves, and if you just see how everything is playing out, there's not a lot of schools for the Pac-12 to pull from if UNLV, and I forgot the other team, is staying in the Mountain West. I think, and this is the take, I think if Sac State finishes the deal, goes to FBS, gets in the Pac-12, and I'll even say this for the Mountain West, if they get in the Mountain West, it is the second biggest sports story this city's ever seen, right behind the Kings. You're getting real, no disrespect to right now, but you're getting real big-time college football in this city. And I was trying to figure out where college football and college basketball lie. It's not the pros, obviously, although by the day it's getting closer to pro sports.
Yeah.
But it's not the pros, but it's not the River Cats either. It is, I think it's
bigger.
It's bigger than River Cats. I think it's bigger than the Republic. I think it's bigger than the USL. I think, Jesse, maybe you can help me out on this. I think if they go to the Pac-12, it would be bigger than the Republic going to the MLS.
Depends on how big the Pac-12 is. I don't know.
Yeah, and it might depend on who you ask.
Yeah.
I'm with you. I think Jesse has his reservations about that.
Well, it's just it's not the Pac-12 of old.
It's
not, but it's still college football. It's major college football. I think that's the.
And it just depends on what college football means to him.
Like Alabama's coming to Sacramento. Like that's what we're talking about. If anyone can get it done, it's President Luke Wood. Ohio State is coming to Sacramento. Here comes Ryan Day, assuming he makes it another year.
I also preference that, and I'm sensitive to the day, but I also preference that saying the A's coming here. I don't look at them as being a Sacramento team. I'm still working on the premise that they're here temporarily. Yeah. But I think getting in the Pac-12, even if you're not, even if it's not the Pac-12 of old, it puts you in position you can play in the college football playoff. You can win the Pac-12 and play in the college football play. And we joke about it. You can win the Pac-12 and play against Ohio State.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
I think if they're able to pull this off, which I think they will. There's a number of different reasons. Like I said, I haven't really talked to nobody about it, so it's really just kind of my intuition. But I think for sure they're pulling this off. And yeah, if they can do this, them going to FBS and being in the Pac-12, or I feel the same even for the Mountain West. But if they got into the Pac-12, that'd be the second biggest. That'd be right behind the Kings. Is the biggest sports acquisition move or whatever this city's ever seen.
And you wanted my response to that?
Yeah, do you agree?
Yeah, it's easy work. I wish I could yes, Kenny, and here's why. No, I don't think this is a no-brainer for what we just joked about. Like Ohio State is coming, Michigan's coming. Like this could be a big deal. And I think like I see Ramsey. Where's Ramsey? And never question, Ramsey's ability to assess sports in this area. Northern California doesn't value college sports, but I'll ask Ramsey to hold on 1 second right there, because you look at Cal, you look at San Francisco, you look at the Bay Area, look at Southern California, you look at kind of just a ton of options, right? You've got the Warriors and the Sharks and the Earthquakes, and you've got the A's. Well, sorry, but you know what I mean. You had the A's and the Giants, and you had the San Francisco 49ers for a while. You had the Raiders. You had all of that stuff in that area. Then you've got the Rams, and now you got the Chargers, and you got the Lakers, and you got the Clippers, and you got the Dodgers, and you got the Angels, and you got UCLA, and you got USC. You got all of these different things. Here, you got the Kings, and then at a different level, you have the Republic, and then now we're going to experience this Major League Baseball thing for the first time. If my timing is correct, and the A's Vegas thing works the way it's laid out, which there's absolutely nothing that indicates that's happening. But let's play along.
Yeah.
The Sac State Pac-12 move is in that time frame.
Yeah,
when the A's are gone.
Right.
Would be gone.
I think they'd be here for a year. By the schedule, they'd be here for a year or two together.
They'd overlap together?
Yeah, because I think it's 2027.
For Sac State.
Yeah. The Pac-12 wants to operate as, the conference they're trying to be, I think, by 2027. So I think it gives everybody 2 years that they're trying to bring in and all this other stuff. I think when this first came out, I thought, Pac-12, it's cool that they're trying to do that. It's ambitious. I dig that. But they'll probably end up in the Mountain West. I still think that's where they'll end up, but I think there's actually a decent chance they get in the Pac-12. I think that at the very least,
I'm going to ask someone who might know.
They have an argument. They have a legit argument to present to the Pac-12 people.
Let's get Mitch in here. Mitch loves talking about the Pac-12. Mitch from New Jersey loves talking about the Pac-12. What's up, Mitch?
How's it going, D-Lo? Casey, what's happening?
What's up, man?
What do you did you get that hat from the player that was released with 4 bats short of $200,000? I'm just curious.
No, man. It's Sacramento's own, Elk Grove's own, man. Rowdy Tails, excuse me. No, I didn't, man. I was messed up.
I hope the Dodgers can pick them up. They can use all the hitting they can get, but at least.
What you mean you need hitting? You got Ohtani and Mookie Betts. See, that's the problem with you guys. You guys, no, you don't need more. Succeed or fail. That's all that needs to happen at this point. And I think you're going to fail again. It's that time of year.
Now, you don't think you want, you hope, but it's okay. Hey, I'm like, I know I see all the stuff in the chat room. Damon, you okay? Or anyway, isn't Sacramento West enough to be in the Pac-12? I hope Sacramento State can get this division. They only need one more team to have 8, right? To be a conference. I love it. I think Washington Cougars are going to win the Pac-12 title this year. That's just my opinion.
There is no Pac-12.
And how you liking Sam Darnold, Jaden Daniels, and Caleb Williams? I know you got something to say to that, especially you, Damon. Casey, you're never short for words.
That's why he's the GOAT. That's why he's the GOAT.
What just happened?
I don't know, bro.
You're the truth, Mitch. You're the truth.
I don't know.
You're the truth, man.
Mitch got you, bro. I think he was looking for your thoughts
On what? Like, why would I have such a strong?
I don't know.
take
He
on
brought
Sam
up
Darnold.
the chatty house.
I think he called it the chat room.
Yeah, the chat room. He brought up the chat room. Excuse me. He brought up the chat room and said some. I didn't get the connection there.
All right. We love you, Mitch.
What are your thoughts on Sam Darnold and the Pac-12 quarterbacks that are in the NFL, I guess?
And he only said USC quarterbacks. He talked about the Pac-12 quarterback, and he only mentioned USC quarterback.
I think Alfonso, you were just punked, I think.
Oh, maybe that's it. I just got punked by Mitch.
Oh man.
Okay. We have to get to game number 2.
Yes.
The top 20 games of the Kings season. We have game number 2 here from my man KC.
This one is a classic. November 28th. In-season tournament. Pool play. The Warriors came to town and took an L, 124-123 to your Sacramento Kings. So many things going on in this game. Boy, oh boy. Oh boy. Let's go with the particulars. Numbers wise, maybe the worst game of the season for Domantas Sabonis.
Yeah, not good. Very bizarre. Very odd to see on the stat sheet.
Yeah, 9 point. Now that I think about it, 9 points, 8 rebounds, 10 assists. Was this his last game before the double-double streak started? His last non-double-double?
Oh, it must be, right?
Wow.
It's got to be.
They were 16 games into the season.
No, it's not. The next one is, because the next one, they lost to the Clippers.
Oh, they got beat down.
Domas. This is incredible. Domas had 11 and 5 in that game.
Damn. Wow. But yeah, that's the first thing that jumps off. But obviously, big time games from De'Aaron Fox, 29 points, 7 assists.
Just taking a quick look, that had to have been the last one. Because that streak went on forever.
Yeah. Malik Monk, 21 points on the night, including the game-winning shot in the lane, off the backboard.
Just trash. Just trash. Like, no, what is that? Oh, Malik.
Oh, man, what a moment. Golden One Center went crazy. And like I said, there were so many things that went on. One of the things that went on is I don't think – I was trying to go back on the Warriors side of things. This was not Draymond's first game back.
Wasn't?
Was it his first game back? Because I know we had always joked.
First game back was against Sacramento.
Oh, man. I couldn't remember if he had one before that.
What? And then this was the Tech game, right?
He got a Tech.
The Kings were down 20. What was it? 24 in this game.
Yeah, they were getting beat down. They made a little comeback or whatever, and then they got it to maybe like 11, and then Draymond loses his head again, gets a technical foul, and that gets the Golden One Center's crowd going crazy. And then he commits a stupid foul on De'Aaron Fox. Crowd goes even crazier. Steve Kerr gets him out of the game. He said, "Yeah, you got to."
Turns out crying with Steve Kerr in the man cave didn't really do much good.
I think Draymond, that was his second game back. He came back against the Grizzlies.
Oh,
yeah, because I remember we talked about that though, because we were lining up the games. We were like, his first game is going to be back against Sacramento. The NBA knows what they're doing or whatever.
That's 100% certain. Okay.
Yeah, I'm looking at it right now.
Right.
It didn't play out. I remember it didn't play out that way.
Okay.
But yeah, like you said, they were down 24 at one point. And then you had the drama of the in-season tournament. We looked like we were going to be a lock for the in-season tournament when they beat Minnesota.
Mm-hmm.
But then all of a sudden, the Warriors won their game. This became a loser leave town.
Yep.
So that happened, and it was like one of those things where it's like, oh man, I know
I
it's
was
just,
at this game.
I know it's just the in-season tournament, but the Warriors are about to knock us out of something again. Like, this is crazy. Unbelievable comeback from the Kings.
Okay, so real quick, just what day is this game?
November 28th.
This was definitely his first game back.
Okay.
I'm looking at it
November
right now.
28th. How many suspensions did he have? Because I saw that he came back January 15th against the Grizzlies. Which suspension are we talking about?
That might have been a different suspension.
So look,
that was a different suspension.
So this is what happened. That suspension was after he hit Nurkic, and we kept saying, are they going to have him come back against the Kings?
And that
again?
Yep.
So this may be the first time he came back and it was against the Kings. They're like, oh, he's going to do it again. But no, he came back against the
This was his suspension for choking Rudy Gobert.
Bro, if we got your suspensions mixed up, come on, you're doing too much, bro.
You were looking at the wrong suspension.
I literally looked up Draymond Green's first game back last season, and that's the one that popped up.
Oh my God, that's amazing,
man!
Wrong suspension.
Yeah, but that's just Draymond, I guess.
And I was looking like, what is this suspension? And there it is, Golden State, Minnesota. It's that one.
It's just Draymond being Draymond.
Yeah. So his first game back after the rear naked choke on Rudy Gobert was in fact this game against Sacramento.
Glad we were able to clear that up.
My God.
Oh man! And then he loses his cool, and does, like I said, does what he
does. What he does.
Does what he does. And a lot of people felt like, that helped get everything going for the Kings and all this other stuff. But it was turned up, man. That game was turned up. I was there with my Warriors fan son, and he
and this little kid, Warrior like jerseys, hats, like looked like he just robbed the entire team store.
No, that's right. We had the
skating
ring, and he pulled up on us. Yeah,
like,
that's
man,
right.
Who let you out of the house looking like this?
How did the Warriors fandom happen again? Because I know, like, the LA, he's from LA. Or
he is from LA.
Yeah, I get that.
Yeah, he tries to put that in there, but he's come on, it's Steph Curry. Yeah, Steph Curry, and then I can't get too upset about it because I loved the Bulls when I was his age.
Yeah,
the big Bulls fan. But I asked him a couple times. I don't think it's gonna last because I asked him a couple times, like, what you gonna do when Steph leaves? He's like, I don't know. I'll think about it then. I don't know. I was like, yeah, you ain't staying with them boys. You ain't staying with them, and I don't blame you. But yeah, man, a fantastic comeback, a fantastic finish. Kings punched their ticket to the in-season tournament with that win. Golden One Center was electric.
Yeah.
I was talking crazy on the way out. I remember that. I was talking crazy, thanking Draymond, talking about he with us, and Warrior fans that walk by like, yeah, he's a dumbass. They get rid of him. So yeah, this was definitely number 2. Could have been an argument for number 1.
It could have been. Yes. Well, it could have been. Why this one? Why this one over the one where Steph and De'Aaron were at midcourt? What happened after the Malik shot, by the way?
Steph got the ball and kind of dribbled, lost it a little bit, and
got a shot off though.
Yeah.
Okay.
It was from like half court.
Why this one over the other Warriors game where De'Aaron and Steph met at half court and Steph loses the ball and De'Aaron grabs it?
Probably the fact that the in-season tournament played a little bit into it. The setting, at home, like it was
down by 24.
Down by 24 is
yeah.
another one as well. Draymond Green's theatrics and what happens with him is an issue as well. I think this is yes. This is when to set up the Malik shot, Draymond threw the ball away, I believe.
That's right. He absolutely did.
He threw it away in the corner.
He absolutely did. He absolutely
and
did.
The place went bonkers on that one
Green,
too.
Solely responsible for the Sacramento Kings winning this game, not Malik. I know you mentioned, we talked about Domas to start this in the double streak. He shot like 7 times in this game.
Yeah, he just didn't do much in this game. He didn't do much at all. So the reasoning, It's all those things, and it's Warriors too. You know what I'm saying? Kings,
Yeah.
Warriors. And I know you said the other one was Kings Warriors too, but the setting, the play-in at Golden One Center, being down 24, all that stuff. This was one of the, like I said, it could make an argument it's the best game of the season. You know who played well in this game as well? Who had some moments? And I remember as I watched it back, like they're like, oh, they were saying his name a lot and all this other stuff. Sasha.
Oh, another Sasha game. That's 2 games in a row.
Yeah, Sasha played really well, hit some big time threes. It might have been Sasha's best game as a King. He only had 8 points, but he got a couple steals. I think
Plus
on
17
Steph.
for those that celebrate.
Well, you know, that plus 17 number sticks out.
Oh, you know what other number sticks out?
What's that?
You got the box score in front of you?
Yeah.
Look at De'Aaron's free throws.
Yeah.
De'Aaron was 9 of 17.
I remember
game.
he kept missing free throws. That was crazy.
De'Aaron should have ended this game with 36, 37 points.
Yeah, the Kings should have won by 15.
Jeez.
Yeah.
Oh, that is tough.
Do you have the box score in front of you?
I do.
See that starting lineup? That's crazy.
Oh, it's another one of those. Wait, why is this? He didn't.
Keegan wasn't there.
That's right. Herter is playing. Yeah, so Harrison is playing for Sacramento Kings forward. Kevin Herter at the 3.
Big time game, too.
Chris Duarte, 2 of 4 in his 14 minutes of play.
Oh, man.
Good Trey Lyles day. Great Malik Monk day. Yeah, not too much from Davion there. Keon Ellis gets 5 minutes in this one.
It was great vibes walking out of the Golden One Center that night. Great vibes. Did you stay the whole game for that one?
Nope, I left. I remember when I left. I left. They were down when I left, and I was furious. Was this the? Yes, it was. This was the game Sugar Free performed at.
It was.
This is absolutely the game
Great knowledge.
Sugar Free performed at. Yeah. I remember like they put Sugar Free. Okay. All right.
I was like, oh, let's go, Sugar Free. What'd he say?
It wasn't like Shine the Light. Was it Shine the Light?
Sacramento, shine the light.
Yeah. You had one job, dog. You had one job, dog.
Shine the light.
One job.
We need to bring him back this year. Complex.
Man, that Steph Curry shot was front of the rim.
Yeah.
That was front of the rim. He gets a little more legs under that. It's another moment that the Kings lose.
That was great vibes
to him. We don't even lose to them. We lose to him. This rivalry is going nowhere. I don't think this rivalry subsides until Steph Curry retires.
I agree.
And if it was Steph and like high schoolers, I'd be worried about the game just because Steph is over there.
Absolutely.
I'm watching now just because I want to watch Draymond throw the ball out of bounds.
I agree with you. I think the rivalry stays, even if it's, it's had national appeal the last couple of years. Maybe if it's just, a regional rivalry or something like that, because, the teams aren't top of the line like the Kings are, but maybe the Warriors are falling off. It's still going to be something that at the very least, well, what I do see happening, at the very least, you come into the Golden One Center, there's going to be a lot of Warrior fans, and there's going to be energy because of that. I think what's going to end up happening is we're going to go back to those
I just got to the part where Draymond throws the ball out of bounds. So that's a tough sequence. Steph turns the ball over, and the Kings move the ball around the 3-point line. Malik gets it.
Step
to the side, hits the 3. Steph brings the ball up, gets the ball to Draymond, who bounces it directly out of bounds, like right to the Warriors bench. Oh, that's amazing.
And the place goes crazy
Just
when he does that.
Absolutely amazing.
And you can't tell me the crowd didn't go crazier because it was Draymond.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. It's 123, 122 when Draymond does that. Here comes Dre. Just throws it out of bounds.
Oh,
I guess he thought Steph was cut. He thought Clay was cutting to the sideline.
How could I forget? Zay, you're 100% correct. This is the Draymond Chalk outline game.
Oh. How is this game? Well, I know how. This game should have been number one. This game has.
I forgot about that. This is the Chalk.
This game has iconic moment after and is that when Steve Kerr got up and said, "Get up"?
He told him to get up.
Hey, this game might be number 2 on the list. But this is number 1 in our heart. I gotta find Draymond Green dying. I gotta find
I think it was in the third quarter. Yeah, because it was during the comeback, I believe.
You know what's pretty dope about YouTube is they like the wave that they show you. Those are the most
viewed.
Those are the most viewed moments. And like when you go to this one, the most replayed moment is obviously it's Malik's shot at the end in the sequence with Draymond, Malik, and then Steph at the very end. Oh, Draymond dying has got to be one of the.
And then come to find out he didn't get hit at all.
There's no way Steve Kerr does not hate that man. Just absolutely none. There's absolutely no way. Him and Joe Lacob haven't talked in a year and a half because of that signing.
That was a classic.
I have to find that. I have to see that again. I'm gonna wind up watching this whole game all over again. I'm not going anywhere. I have some thoughts on the Mr. McMahon docuseries that started, and then we're going to look ahead to week 4. Of course, that gets underway tonight.
I was just going to say we got a little bit of breaking Kings news. Didn't see this coming today.
The Scalabiciere thing?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was back.
Well, I think all they did was make it official. I think Scal's been back for a while.
Oh, okay. Well, I mean, I thought he had like a maybe it's still the same thing. I thought he had like a camp invite or something like that.
Well, no, it's the same thing. Oh. It's like when they signed the Red Rooster, but they just announced it a couple days ago.
Red Rooster.
You just signed the Red Rooster.
You have important company business to go attend to. There it is. Draymond dead at the Golden One Center, live on our YouTube page. What a moment. All right, we'll come back. I'll come back with more. KC's got to step out. It's D'Lo and KC on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
All right, everybody. We'll try and get some business done.
Boom. Today? Oh, I don't know yet. I don't know yet. I'm trying. I'm gonna try. All right, boy. Oh, man. How was the after party last night? Man, it's another close game up here. Sorry, I'm trying not to chew in y'all ear. All right, Drew down. Oh, right on, Leezy. That's good stuff, man. Leezy, I might have something for you. All right, KC had to step out, man. We're going to close this last hour and some change out strong. So happy that you tapped in. You could be the guest host if you'd like to. Hit us up on the Elk Grove Kia Talk line, 916-909-1320. I have some early thoughts here on the Mr. McMahon docuseries. I started it last night once the W playoffs ended. I'm not sure when I'm going to be able to get back to it. Obviously, I might be able to catch an episode, or at least the rest of the second episode after the Cowboys and the Giants wrap up. But I'm an episode and probably a half in. I have some early feelings on this. One, and maybe this is a distinction without a difference. This feels, again, I'm an episode and a half in. I know a lot of people have already finished it. I'm just giving you where I'm at. This feels like a WWE documentary more than it feels like a Vince McMahon documentary. Again, maybe that's a distinction without a difference. It also feels like what is Tony Atlas there for?
Okay, I was hoping you were going to be able to explain that one.
No, there's no reason for Tony Atlas to be there other than he's a wrestler kind of from a different era. He's he's a wrestler from a little bit of an earlier era than Hogan. But like,
I was thinking maybe he was important in the locker room back then.
There's absolutely no reason for him to be a part of this documentary so far. Like none whatsoever. He was gone before I think like WrestleMania 2. He was certainly gone before WrestleMania 3. He's contributed nothing to the conversation, and I don't understand what he's there for. Number two, I said this to somebody last night. When you're in this era of wrestling, and I think it's far, far different today than it was back then. But guys like Hogan, guys like Vince McMahon, they've spent their entire lives trying to fool the public. The entire business of professional wrestling, like when they're talking about the John Stossel stuff and the Richard Belzer stuff, it's like you got to protect the business. All right, dude, you got to protect the business. That's fine. Part of that is keeping kayfabe. Part of that is making people believe what they're seeing is real. Now, they can tell you in 2024, well, we know it's predetermined, but it's not fake. I just had 10 surgeries. No, we get that. But in 1985, you wanted people to believe what was happening was real, which is why you had wrestlers punching reporters and putting them in headlocks and putting them to sleep and all of that different stuff. And they can't break that. My favorite part of the documentary so far is the 93,173 people that attended WrestleMania 7 or WrestleMania 3, and immediately jump cuts to Dave Meltzer going, I think they've told that lie so long they believe that it's true. There were like 78,000 people there. And like, that's not a big deal. Like, that's harmless. It's just when you recite one lie because you believe it to be true over and over and over again, how many different things are you saying over and over and over and over again that you believe to be true? Hogan and Vince McMahon want you to believe that Andre the Giant went to the ring and they had no idea what the outcome was going to be. So let's get this clear. In their mind, the biggest event that they've ever put on with nearly 100,000 people out there. They want you to believe they went to the ring and had no clue how that match was going to end. And Andre said, slam. And I instinctively dropped the big leg and have no idea if he was going to kick out. Why are you talking to us like we're stupid? Again, not a big deal. It's harmless. But it calls into question everything else. The whole idea of this series, you go back and you read that weird Twitter post that Vince McMahon put up. Only weird because he never posts. But he puts up the Twitter posts and they want you to believe that Vince McMahon and Mr. McMahon are there's no distinction between those two. Bro, there's not. The guy who was sitting in that chair with all of the awful surgery and hair dye is Vince McMahon. The guy sitting in that chair with all of the awful surgery and hair dye is Mr. McMahon. Once again, like the WWE and Vince McMahon, it's a distinction without a difference. He's the same guy. That's not to say he doesn't have moments where he paid for someone's wedding, or he bought somebody a car, or he helped somebody out of a tough situation. It's not to say he's never done anything good in his life. It's to say that the character that we have seen all of these years is far, far closer to the guy who works behind the scenes than most of those people want us to believe. And I'm watching this like this is just a documentary on WWE. At no point did anyone think, because if you're watching along, or if you're even at the point where I am, again, halfway through episode 2, they kind of went from WrestleMania 3, talk, and then kind of jumped to WrestleMania 6, where they went to the Ultimate Warrior, and then, told a story from there. And we'll get to that in a second. There's a really important thing that happened in between WrestleMania 3 and WrestleMania 6. WrestleMania 4 and 5. Now, why was that important? It wasn't important because of a tournament. It wasn't important because the Macho Man won the title. It wasn't even important because the Mega Powers explode, and that was one of the most valuable storylines that the WWE ever told. That's not it either. Anybody remember where WrestleMania 4 and 5 were? It's the only time that WrestleMania has ever been in the same place 2 years in a row. It was at Trump Plaza in Atlantic City. Between WrestleMania 3 and WrestleMania 6, Vince McMahon is introduced to Donald Trump for the very first time. And nobody thought that was an important piece of information for this documentary. No one thought in a Vince McMahon documentary where his wife went on to serve in that man's cabinet, nobody thought, let's tell the story of when Vince McMahon hosted WrestleMania at a future president's casino. Just skipped over it because we wanted to talk about the Ultimate Warrior. Fine. You talk about the Ultimate Warrior, you're talking about the title, taking the title off of Hogan, and then you talk about how it doesn't work. Okay? It doesn't work. Let's keep it moving. Let's go back to Hulk Hogan. Let's tell this story about a real life situation involving Iraq and Kuwait in real world events. And they say, let's take advantage of these real world events and let's build a storyline around this involving Sergeant Slaughter turning his back on America and being an Iraqi sympathizer. Vince McMahon says on camera, the storyline was working until the war broke out. And then they cut to George Bush addressing that the WWE, or that, excuse me, about the America getting involved in this conflict. No one went to Vince McMahon. No one sitting across from Vince McMahon, whoever is conducting these interviews or whoever is editing this together. No one said, no, Mr. McMahon. In fact, it wasn't working. In fact, people were incredibly turned off by this storyline. No, Mr. McMahon, what you were doing wasn't working because the WrestleMania 7 you were talking about was booked at the LA Coliseum with 100,000 people in mind for that stadium. 4 weeks prior to the event taking place, you moved WrestleMania 7 into the LA Coliseum or into the LA Sports Arena. You had sold roughly 12,000 tickets at that point. That venue seated roughly 12,000 people. Let's move it inside. Let's figure it out. Now, you have said till you're blue in the face that it was security issues. You have said that the United States military paid they paid to secure the Super Bowl. The Super Bowl had to be secure, and the United States military said, we'll take care of it, NFL, but they weren't going to do the same thing for WrestleMania 7. And you say that's why you moved it inside, but you say on camera without being challenged that your storyline of an Iraqi turncoat was working when it very clearly wasn't. It wasn't just fans being turned off and WrestleMania tickets not selling. It was that your ratings were down. It was the fact that guys like Bob Costas and a number of other celebrities pulled out of WrestleMania 7 in Los Angeles saying, yeah, we don't really want to be a part of this. And I just look at this like, this is the story that, like, I'm watching with someone who's not like the wrestling fan that I am, and feel the need to say out loud multiple times. I said, that's not true. That's a lie. They're not telling a genuine story. And that's what this, again, an episode and a half in, that's what this Netflix documentary is. It's a completely professional wrestling story. Now, how this moves along, again, I understand there are people who have already watched 6 episodes. I'll get there as soon as I can. But when I spot lies that I know, when I spot things that I know aren't real, why am I going to put any belief in what I see later on? They may go at Vince McMahon tough when it comes to, the stuff that's been made public about him in recent years, but they're not challenging him on any part of his story. And what story is Vince McMahon telling? He's not telling anything of substance. He's just talking about his company. And as someone who has consumed a ton of professional wrestling and WWE content, I could not be more bored with what I'm watching. The one thing I've seen for the very first time that I actually thought was kind of cool was when Vince's father passed away. They showed a clip that I believe was at Madison Square Garden of Howard Finkel saying, a moment of silence for Vincent J. McMahon. I had never seen that before. It's the only thing so far in an hour and a half that I've never seen. And I have a ton of friends who are huge wrestling fans who have texted me like, wait till you get to the Chris Benoit stuff. I just can't imagine that any of this is any good. And I'll talk about it next week. I'll finish it this weekend for sure. I'll try to watch a little bit tonight, but I'll finish it by next week. And once we get through, it'll be tough next week because we've got, obviously we got a big weekend of NFL, which starts tonight. And then we got Media Day Monday. We got the First Kings practice on Tuesday. There's a lot on our plate next week, but I'll make time for this Vince McMahon stuff, even if it's during a commercial. Because I told you I didn't have high hopes for this. The second I saw the trailer, it's like, I don't have high hopes for this. And everybody took it as, oh, you don't think they're going to be hard enough on Vince McMahon? Well, it's not just that. It's that this is just this is just the same stuff I hear over and over and over again. The point of talking to Vince McMahon is to be able to get something that we've never heard before. We're getting nothing. And Vince essentially acknowledges that at the beginning. I'm not going to tell you everything, but I'll try to make it interesting. Mr. McMahon, you failed. And Netflix, again, as a work in progress, has completely failed. I'm going to finish the documentary, but so far, I could not be less interested in it. You're listening to D-Lo and KC on KIFM West Sacramento 98.5 FM, KRXQ HD2 Sacramento, ESPN 1320, always live on the free Odyssey app. KC had to step out to attend to some station business here today, so hanging out with you for the next hour. If you're normally Matt George is with us in this hour, he was with us earlier, and not coincidentally, him and KC are going to be in the same places. We've got some really exciting things coming up in the next few weeks. Again, mentioning starting on Monday, it's media day for the Sacramento Kings. The wait for professional basketball to be back is almost over. And I could not possibly be more excited for that. I can't wait for games to be played, even if they're preseason games against the Golden State Warriors. I can't wait to see what this Kings team looks like with DeMar DeRozan. I can't wait to see what this team looks like with whoever is in that starting 2 role, what Malik Monk's role is. I can't wait to see Kevin Huerter come back. I can't wait for all of that to happen. As I'm looking up at the TV, and clearly there are some things going on at the Oakland A's game as they're taking a long pause. I'm guessing someone's running across the field just by the way that the camera is shooting it. But the final game in Oakland is taking place right now with the Oakland A's up 3-2. And, yeah, there's security all over the field, so I'm guessing someone was, in fact, on the field. We'll keep you updated. That thing will come to a conclusion here in the not-too-distant future. And then we've got week number 4 of the NFL season kicking off tonight. There's some huge games this week that I can't wait to talk about. There's some huge games this weekend that I can't wait to see. And it starts tonight for the Dallas Cowboys. The Dallas Cowboys versus the New York Giants isn't necessarily a huge game, or at least it doesn't feel like one, but it is a huge game for the Dallas Cowboys simply because they need to get right. They need to get back on track. They need to get going again. And if they don't, it's going to feel like the sky is falling. This is a far bigger loss for the Dallas Cowboys than it would be a win. Losing against the Giants tonight, especially with all of that bickering that took place. Bickering is the wrong term, but it did feel like there was a lot of finger pointing going on at the end of that Baltimore Ravens game last week. Given all of that to happen against a really good Baltimore Ravens team, after your team had just had a strong 8-minute run to at least give you an opportunity to win, no one was cushioned by that. You could feel the frustration. You could sense frustration. I mean, Michael Parsons even said that I got to do better. I got to be better. CeeDee Lamb did the same thing. Everybody trying to take personal accountability, and you're walking in there with the Giants team that obviously they got to win this past week. But, you know, Kenny posed the question, are maybe the Giants a little bit better than we thought they were? And I don't think so. I mean, I could be wrong. But if we think the Dallas Cowboys are bad and the Giants wind up getting a win tonight, that's more indicative of the Dallas Cowboys than it is the New York Giants. Because right now, if the Giants beat the Cowboys, we're looking at it like, yeah, they beat an overrated Dallas Cowboys team and they beat an overrated Cleveland Browns team. We'll see what they do the rest of the season. No one's going to look at the New York Giants tonight with a win against Dallas and go, yeah, they're in the same class as the football team is. They're in the same class that the Philadelphia Eagles are in. No one's going to do that. In fact, that's my bad. No one's even going to be talking about the New York Giants. Cowboys lose tonight. That's the story. The Cowboys lose. The Giants win tonight. Sorry, guys. The story is still the Cowboys lose. Cowboys win tonight. It's like, all right, they've won. Steady the water out a little bit. Smooth sailing now. See what you can get going into next week. Dak's beating the Giants, I think, was it 4? I think it was like 12 straight times. This team's got a lot to prove, man. I just don't think they have a ton of talent. I don't think the Dallas Cowboys have a ton of talent. I'll be locked into this game. I'll be anxious to see how they perform. I did wonder after that week 1 win from the Cowboys if maybe they were a little bit better than I thought. If maybe they were a little bit better than any of us gave them credit for. And 2 weeks later, the feeling is absolutely they're not. They have a lot of talent in key positions. A handful of key positions. They don't have a lot of talent around the rest of the field. It's like when you talk about the San Francisco 49ers, you got Debo. You got Trent. You got Nick. You can just run through a gamut of position players that are pretty high-level players. Looks like the game is over and the A's win their final game in Oakland. Seems like everything is going smooth. Well, it looks like they're booing, so maybe not super smooth. Man, I feel this has to be a tough moment for all of those players. This has to be a tough moment I feel for the players in this regard. They are just kind of stuck in this. They're stuck in this mess between Oakland, the A's, John Fisher, all of these different things. They're just out there trying to win baseball games. And this has got to be a really weird moment for them. Probably a super emotional last few days. But the A's will, in fact, win their final game in Oakland in a packed stadium, man. So hopefully everybody is celebrating as best they can, though I know quite a few people aren't going to particularly be pleased with this entire situation. A's win their last game in Oakland. Anyways, back to the NFL. I'm sorry, that caught my attention. But back to the NFL, I mean, no one's gonna hype up the New York Giants if they're able to get a win tonight. And you talk about we were talking about the Cowboys and their position groups. We were talking about how they have like marquee talent, and whether you consider Dak a great quarterback, a good quarterback, or an average quarterback, whatever, he's a marquee player in the league. His stats show that he's a very good player. CeeDee Lamb, same thing. Michael Parsons, the same thing. They got long-term issues they got to rectify with both of those guys in the next summer or so. But you have like really good play. But that's where the story ends. They needed to find a Jordan Mason so bad and haven't been able to do it. At least 3 weeks into the season, they haven't been able to do it. They needed to find a Jawan Jennings. They needed to find a guy who could step up and show out, a guy who could be different, a guy who could kind of, take the reins and add a dimension to the team that nobody saw coming. That has not happened. And if it doesn't, I don't know how this team gets better. Again, don't get me wrong. They could beat the Giants tonight. I expect them to beat the Giants tonight. I absolutely expect the Dallas Cowboys to beat the Giants tonight. And I absolutely think that the Dallas Cowboys could win games moving forward. Like if we got really extreme, and I know we did this earlier in the week, like is there a path where the Dallas Cowboys win like 6 or 7 games this year? Like that seems a bit far stretched, but when you look back at the schedule and you realize the team that they beat was the Cleveland Browns. Now in week 1, I thought that was a big deal because I didn't realize Cleveland sucked yet. Jesse did. I didn't. That's me. But they got run out of the building by the Saints. They didn't get blown out by the Ravens, but they got pretty beat up. Maybe the Ravens left their foot off the gas. Whatever happened in those final 8 minutes, no one bought, even the Dallas Cowboys. But you get through this game in New York, and you got what is right now, it'll be different, but what is right now a 3-0 Pittsburgh team. Then you got Detroit after that. Then you got a relatively early bye week in week 7. Those are 2 tough games going into the bye. And then you're in Santa Clara. And your schedule right now, again, this could change as the season progresses. Right now, the Cowboys' schedule looks brutal. Once you get through New York, you got the mini bye, then you got Pittsburgh. Pittsburgh at worst is going to be 3-1 going into that game. You got Detroit. I mentioned the bye week, San Francisco, Atlanta, Philadelphia, Houston, and then you got the Washington football team.
If they're going to win games, it feels like it all just depends on Dak. And that's not even fair. I feel like but that's the only way I could see it. Where they're just, if they want to reach whatever expectations, not even Super Bowl, get to the playoffs.
You've got to ask the defense to do something, though.
You can ask, but the guys, I don't think you have the guys for that.
I don't think you have the guys on the offensive end. Well, you basically just got to find Dak. Dak's got to find CD for 100 a night. 12 catches, 100 yards every night for CeeDee Lamb. Maybe the Dallas Cowboys have a chance to win games, especially with this schedule. They didn't even get to. They got Cincinnati on their schedule still. They got Tampa Bay on their schedule still. And of course, they've got the second games against Philadelphia and Washington to close out the season. Let's get our man Drew Down in here. He's a Cowboy fan. 916-909-1320 Elk Grove Kia Talk Line. Drew Down, what's happening, baby?
Hey, what's going on, D-Lo? Yeah, I just wanted to hop in on the Cowboy conversation. I think they're going to beat the Giants tonight. I think it's the same old story, same as last year, man. Against the bad teams, they take care of business. For example, the Browns week 1, they look good, but then when they play, a good team, the Saints, I'm not even sure the Saints are a good team, but Saints blew them out. The Ravens whooped them. I mean, I know they came back late, but I think that's kind of been the MO for Dak a lot of these games is he puts up these big stats, but I feel like a lot of times I don't know if you want to call the Ravens game garbage time, but I feel like a lot of the stats he piles up is kind of like too little, too late. You look at the box score, you say, damn, Dak played great. He had all these yards, blah, blah, blah. But if you really watch the context of the game, a lot of them stats he puts up are, kind of, too little, too late. So, I mean, he's a good quarterback, but I feel like when you pay that guy $60 million and the rest of the team is just average, you don't have the money. I don't think he's on that tier of Mahomes or Allen or Burrow. I'm not Burrow. I mean, Patrick Mahomes, Josh Allen, and Lamar Jackson, where he can kind of elevate his teammates, and there's just not enough money around to elevate that roster. They brought back Zeke. They had an opportunity to take a running back in the draft in the 3rd round. I was watching the draft. They took a linebacker. Haven't seen him on the field at all. Mm-hmm. So I think with them, it's the same old story, man. That they can't run the ball. They can't stop the run. They never have a strong defensive tackle that can really stop the run. They haven't had a great linebacker really since Sean Lee. They don't have a great safety play. So it's the same old story, man. They're going to beat the bad teams. They're going to lose to the good teams. But when it comes down to it, they can't run the ball. They can't stop the run. They're going to be maybe 10 wins, maybe 9 wins. They might sneak into the playoffs, but they're going to be a first-round exit. And until they make some changes, it's going to be, the same old story every single year. So I don't have any, high expectations for the Cowboys, but I definitely think they'll beat the Giants tonight.
Appreciate you, Drew Down. As always, man, I couldn't.
Doesn't sound like a Dak Prescott fan.
But, it sounded like to me, though, he was describing, it was like James Harden. And when you talk about a guy who puts up numbers, and James does this a lot. I mean, James Harden can put up great regular season numbers. He at a time in his career was absolutely incredible. But when you talk about games that matter, you'll look at a box score. Like if you go back and you look at some of James Harden's performances in a postseason, you might see that he had 36 points or 35 points or 12 assists or something along those lines. But without watching the context of the game, you won't realize he scored 12 of those points in the 4th quarter with his team down 20 and was doing nothing to help them get back in that game.
Might be harsh too, but even at this point, like James Harden has more playoff moments than Dak Prescott does.
Yeah.
That
is harsh. I mean, but James has the benefit of he'll be really good in game 1, maybe game 2. It's when the series gets really on the line, that's where you just kind of go like, oh.
KC's been saying it the last couple of years, and I've always agreed with him too. Like Dak Prescott is Kirk Cousins, and he's just on in a Cowboys uniform. Like he's good.
That might be true.
He's good, but like it's just that's it. He's good.
That
he's
might
not
be true.
Elite or anything like that.
So did the Cowboys make a mistake by re-signing him? Should they have just lame ducked him?
I mean,
or traded him?
It's the NFL, so if you have a guy as good as Dak, you might as well pay him because chances are the next one isn't gonna be. It's just it's how the NFL works. But I think if everything was perfect, you probably move on from Dak because you can ask Drew Down or anyone in the chat house, even yourself or whatnot. But like, do you think Dak Prescott can win them a Super Bowl? If the answer is no, then it's like, all right, what are we doing here then?
Well, but is there a quarterback that can that you can?
You just have to look. You have to keep looking. Because with the past few seasons, it didn't work, and now the team's just going down. Now the cupboard's bare.
So what would you do? Take like a chance on Sam Darnold's available next year. If you had the chance to sign Sam Darnold, just because it's different, do you do it?
You low-key might as well just blow it up and rebuild a bit. Build around CD and
that's an entirely different story, right? Like giving up on this entire thing and building it's
the NFL. So like I said, the right answer is yes. You pay Dak because he's gonna make you competitive enough, and you can kind of build around that. But like I said, I don't think anyone thinks he's winning you a Super Bowl.
I don't think there's anything wrong with this because I think he has said something along the same lines himself. Jerry don't have a ton of time left. There's no chance he's doing that. Jerry will scratch and claw his final years to make sure that this team, at the very least, is on Sunday Night Football, is on primetime football 7, 8, 9, 10 times a season or whatever. I think he'd rather. He'll never blow this team up. He'll never like put this team in a position to where they're starting over. And even though the starting over process in the NFL is usually it is a lot quicker in the NFL than it is the NBA, I don't think he'll do it.
I agree with you, but I think that's what they actually need. Because they missed their chance.
I don't know.
They missed their chance. The way we talk about the 49ers, like their best chance at it was last year, whatever. Like any chance that the Cowboys had at a Super Bowl was probably the last 3 seasons or whatever. It's not happening this year, and it's more than likely not happening next year unless they make some massive move.
I think that's the tough part. It can't be massive move. It has to be massive moves.
Yeah.
And I think there's actually, like, you look at Diggs, like Diggs coming off that injury he had, maybe it's going to take him a little time to get going. I thought Kendricks he was certainly good in week 1. Again, the context of that game looks entirely different in my eyes after, an additional 2 weeks. DeMarcus Lawrence, like, maybe his best days are behind him, but I don't think he's awful. And then you got Micah Parsons there anchoring the whole thing. I don't feel the guys on the defensive side of the ball for the Dallas Cowboys are bad. Now, maybe they're not as good as like Nick Bosa, Fred Warner, Charvarius Ward. Maybe they're not as good as some of those guys, but I don't think they're awful. I don't think they're playing great. And that's where, like,
Are they just missing Dan Quinn then?
Could be. I mean, could be. Yeah, it could be. There are people that think your defense is missing Brian Flores, no?
Oh, no. The defense has actually been pretty good this year. Anthony Weaver, shout out to him. But I think that with the Cowboys, like you said, if they got the guys and all that, maybe you're just missing Dan Quinn at this point because, I mean, we know how you feel about him, but Mike McCarthy's not going to coach him up.
Yeah, I don't think Mike McCarthy is a good coach. I don't think the Cowboys think Mike McCarthy is a good coach, which is why he's in the position he's in. Now, maybe he's not as bad as some other coaches out there, but I don't think he's
not going to fix your defense.
He's not going to. Yeah, he's not. And what's Bill Belichick going to come in and do and coach the defense? Oh, of course he's not. I don't even think Bill Belichick would coach the Dallas Cowboys. That's a headache that's probably not even worth it for that man.
That'd be content for us, though.
Oh, it'd be tremendous content. The hoodie and the Cowboys. Jerry, see, there's just no way it would happen. Like, Jerry is holding a press conference before the Dallas Cowboys get off the field. He is swarmed by reporters there talking. That would drive Bill Belichick nuts. That would drive Bill Belichick absolutely crazy. But that's the thing with the Dallas Cowboys, though, when you talk about Bill Belichick, when you talk about running backs, when you talk about all of these, they're not a piece away. They're several pieces away, which is why your idea of maybe the only way to approach this was to blow this thing up. But clearly, that's not what Jerry Jones is doing. I don't think that's what Jerry Jones is ever going to do. They're going to have to find a way to, and I think he acknowledged this much the other day, you got to manipulate the cap a little bit. You got to do what the NFL does, and the NFL can literally make money grow on trees. That's essentially what they have to do.
I think Kyle Madsen said this morning on the Insiders that, like, they're number one as far as valuation and as far as, like, teams, what they're worth and all that, but they're 14th in, like, cash spending. Meaning they don't spend as much as they have and all that when it comes to players and all that stuff.
Interesting.
That was after, I think he said, after they paid Dak.
That's crazy then.
I think it was after they paid Dak or after they paid CD.
Well, the whole idea, like, Jerry talks to us. These guys are funny. Jerry talks to us like Vince McMahon talks to us. Like, we just don't know any better. Like, we're simpletons. And I heard his little radio hit the other day where someone was asking him about Derrick Henry, and the question or the conversation starts with, Yeah, Jerry, you said yesterday that you couldn't afford Derrick Henry. And he goes, that's right. That's right. That's correct. I can't afford Derrick Henry. And then he goes on to do this long spiel. And there's no mathematical reality in which the Dallas Cowboys couldn't have signed Derrick Henry. Derrick Henry, I think, signed for like $5 million or something like that. And I don't even know if that's $5 million real dollars or $5 million NFL dollars. The Cowboys could have done that, and they didn't. But Jerry wants us to believe that it was just impossible. I just couldn't do it.
Yeah, he got 2 years, 16, but only 9 was guaranteed. It's about 2 years, 4.5, and then
Okay.
you get incentives. Then
Okay, you could have done that, Jerry.
yeah,
There's no math equation where that doesn't work. There's no math equation where the Dallas Cowboys can't spend $9 million real dollars, $10 million real dollars on what should have been a serviceable running back. It was like a foregone conclusion that Derrick Henry was going to the Dallas Cowboys.
if you have Derrick Henry, that low-key might just take you over the top as far as being a playoff team. Like, I don't think they're very good, and I don't think they make the playoffs this year. But at least it's something else besides CD on the offense, too.
Their lack of run game could get Dak hurt.
Yeah.
Like that's the thing when a one game scenario becomes a 2, 3, 4 week trend, at some point as an opposing coach, you start to realize they can't run the ball. Our work on the defensive end of the ball is solely focused on their quarterback. That's the type of stuff that gets quarterbacks hurt. That's what got Aaron Rodgers hit twice on his 2 snaps last year. That's what got Zach Wilson nearly killed. If you can't protect your quarterback, and if a defense only has to play one way against you, that's the importance of Jordan Mason. Imagine without Christian McCaffrey and all these other weapons, if Jordan Mason hadn't been good against the Jets. Jordan Mason got everybody's attention week 1. Everybody's. And when I say everybody's, I mean opposing coaches. All right. See this young man here. We got something we got to prepare for. That game bought the 49ers time. And the fact that he followed it up with a second good game. They lost, but he had a really good game against the Minnesota Vikings. That's like now you're buying yourself time. Now you're building a body of work. And so far, the 3 weeks that Jordan Mason has been in the backfield, it's like, okay, yeah, he's someone we have to game plan for. We've got to figure out his tendencies. We got to figure out what he does well. We've got to figure out what he doesn't do well. And we've got to exploit that. He fails in that regard. If Jordan Mason failed back in week 1, defenses at this point, man, with no Debo, Kittle out last week, they're teeing off on Brock Purdy. Brock Purdy's a sitting duck. And that's what Dak Prescott is staring at. They can't, not only can they not get anything going in the run game, they're getting to the point where they have to abandon it, where they just have to completely leave it alone. Like, there's no point in doing this. We're a net negative when we try to run the ball. We just have to let Dak do what he does. Dak might throw, it's a Thursday night. It's always a little sketchy. Dak might throw for like 400 yards tonight, 400 or 500 yards, because he's got no other alternative. He damn near threw for 400 last week because they were down by so many. They had to keep throwing the ball to get back into it. And it worked. They did it. But you're going to do that for the next 16 weeks? 15 weeks? That's a tough proposition to live by if you're Mike McCarthy and the Dallas Cowboys. But week 4 of the season starts tonight. And they got to win this weekend, or they got to win tonight. And the San Francisco 49ers got to win tonight, or they got to win this weekend. 49ers are reeling from these injuries. Of course, they got a little bit of good news. I don't know what it means, but Debo was back at practice today in full uniform. George Kittle was back at practice yesterday, limited, but back. Those are positive steps moving forward, but they're reeling from these injuries and bad news. Christian McCaffrey out going to Germany, doing all that stuff. You got the Cowboys. They're in full like finger pointing mode. I don't know, and I'd be so fascinated to know what the Cowboys, like the players, thought going into this year. They're looking around like, we didn't get Derrick Henry. We really didn't get a running back. And you look around a little bit more like, I don't think we really got anything. What were their expectations headed into this season? Clearly they were high because you saw their reaction on Sunday. Cowboys and 49ers not in identical places, but in similar places. We'll talk a little bit more about that, man. This Raiders game is a little uncomfortable to talk about this week. I'm really nervous about discussing this week 4 matchup with the Raiders and Browns, but we'll attempt to do that. We'll look at some of the marquee games this weekend as well. You can hit us up on the Elk Grove Kia Talk line, 916-909-1320. Steelo and Casey, brought to you by Sky River Casino here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Man, it doesn't look like anyone's leaving. $46,889 people. Yeah, thank you. Manny. Manny. Yeah, I'll save that for when Casey is here. I just don't want to. If I bring it up, I know he'll want to talk about it. I think we'll save that tomorrow. What time does football coverage on Amazon start? 4. Okay. This is the worst remote control in history.
Yeah, I was gonna say, how do you get the remote to work?
I basically plug it in, press buttons over and over and over again. It'll work for a second.
Got you, because it's switching behind you too.
Is it really? Well, God damn it.
I always get to the guide in there, like in the morning, and remote shuts off after that.
Such a pain in the ass. I need that to go away. Come on, man. Of course, that's the one right behind me that does that. Oh, what a pain in the ass. All right. Elk Grove Kia Talk Line open for you, 916-909-1320. It's dealing with Casey. Casey stepped out, dealing with some station business. He'll be back with us, of course, tomorrow, leading into a big weekend of NFL action and a very big weekend, or a very big week ahead with the Sacramento Kings Media Day coming up on Monday. And as tradition, they're full. A lot of teams will practice on Media Day. Sacramento Kings do not do that. Their first full practice is Tuesday, and man, that's gonna be a moment, because I can't lie. Someone who tries to talk about the Kings every day, certainly talk about basketball, talk about sports, talk about sports in a city that is driven by the Sacramento Kings. I don't have any way to prove this, and it's probably not even statistically accurate. I swear to God, this has been the longest offseason ever. Not sure why. I don't know if it was because the excitement wasn't there like it was the year before when the season came to an end. Of course, we got like 4 more weeks of Kings talk last year because of the Warriors series that they stretched out to go on forever. But this offseason has been an eternity. And I think it was actually made worse by the DeMar DeRozan signing, because everybody instantly got hyped up, and it's like, yo, DeMar, this is crazy. Oh, got like 4 months before anything happens. I think that amplified. One, it obviously brought our excitement up, but it prolonged the amount of time. It prolonged the feeling of how long the amount of time was before the actual season started. But next week, we'll be talking about real Kings basketball. Next week, hopefully, we'll be bringing you interviews from Media Day, just like we did last year. Next week, we'll have coverage from practices all week, leading into the first game taking place. I believe it's a week from next Wednesday at the Golden One Center against the Golden State Warriors. And once we get to that game, man, we've got basketball. Once we get to that first game against the Warriors, we got basketball, because it's every other night until that Thursday, and then everyone's off. We got 7 days to tip off the season against the Minnesota Timberwolves again at the Golden One Center. I'm really excited for that one for a million different reasons, but I love that the Kings are being tested against a team that so many seem to love in the Western Conference. I love that the Kings' first game is a team that some people have like legitimate title contention beliefs for. I'm not there. It's all good. They could prove me wrong, and they could prove me wrong quick. They did it last year. I went into the last year feeling the exact same way about the Minnesota Timberwolves. Not buying it. Got to show me. Not that I think they're bad. It's just y'all talk about them in a way that I don't see. Then they started playing for a while. I remember they beat the hell out of Sacramento the first time they were at the, all right, got it. Understood. It's a good basketball team. I also think there are also elements right there that can, that can make this, I think they all make them an interesting team, potentially in a negative way. So much like last year. Again, they proved me wrong last year. They're going to have to do it again this year. They're going to have to prove me that my thought on them is wrong. I do not think that that's a bad basketball team by any stretch of the imagination. I think they pose a ton of problems for the Sacramento Kings. but I don't feel about the Minnesota Timberwolves the way that other people do. Like Jesse and Kyle were talking this morning about, who's in the club, who's in the VIP section of the NBA club, who is a true title contender. And in the West, I feel like it's Oklahoma City, and I'm not comfortable putting Minnesota there. I don't even know I want to put Denver there. Denver to me feels like they're banking solely on Jokic and Murray, and then what they can get from Michael Porter Jr. Because they've let so many guys go over the last, since the end of their title run. So just the last 2 off seasons. And obviously Jokic is there. Murray is there. Porter is there. Porter Jr. is there. But you start to lose those pieces that surround all that. And at some point, you're going to lose too many. Not the same, not equating them to this team at all, but it's what we were just talking about with the Dallas Cowboys. At some point, you lose one too many players. It's the questions that we've asked about the San Francisco 49ers. Now, the 49ers aren't losing those players to free agency. They're losing those players to injury. But at what point is one injury too many? And for the Denver Nuggets, to me, it's at what point is losing a guy in free agency one too many? I know they picked up my boy. My man is out there, Russell Westbrook, but I don't even know what that looks like. And I don't even hate that he's in Denver. I just find Denver kind of boring. I've never really been I've grown to appreciate Jokic, and I'll acknowledge the fact that maybe I was a little late to that, in the sense, like, I recognize what an incredible basketball player he is. Like, anybody can see that. But I don't necessarily enjoy watching him play. I've said this time and time again. I feel like when I watch Nikola Jokic, I'm watching a man go to work. And I don't mean like go to work. I mean like, my man's got a job. He's an accountant. He's just there to earn his paycheck and keep it moving. My brother wants to go home to his horses. My man says that enough. At some point, I'm just going to believe him. My man just wants to go home. Now, that's not why I don't buy the Denver Nuggets, though, at all. I just feel that Nuggets organization is putting a ton of pressure on, namely the duo of Jokic and Murray, but include Michael Porter Jr. into that. They're obviously expecting a ton from him. And I need to see something else from Jamal, because I ain't there with him. I like the offseason Dallas had, and I respect the run that they made last year. I think all of those acquisitions that they made at the trade line to be able to formulate as quickly as they did, that's special. They were the best team, certainly one of the best teams from the All-Star break on, probably second to the Boston Celtics, but certainly a top team in the entire league after the trade deadline. So I think Dallas could actually go one of two directions. They have even more time. They have a full training camp together now for the first time. They have a full season now to kind of gel together. This thing could skyrocket. Or guys could get thirsty, feeling like they sacrificed all these different things, and it could have a completely different vibe to it.
What direction do you think Minnesota's heading in? Because it feels like they were so close to contenders. Now I feel like maybe they might take half a step backwards.
If they take a step backwards, it's probably half a step, like you just said. But what I don't think they're doing is taking a step forward.
That's how I feel about it.
So they're just walking in a straight line to me. Like they're not up or down. If they took a step back, I can see it and I can predict the reasons why they do. I would be surprised if they took a step up to where you look at them. And obviously they were damn near the top team in the conference last year. If they got to a point where we're 50 games into the season and we look at Minnesota similar to the way we looked at Boston last year in the Eastern Conference, and that they've passed up Milwaukee for a long time, and like, no, the Minnesota Timberwolves are the top seed in the West, I'd be shocked. If they were able to establish with that type of comfort level, I'd be shocked.
You still believe in Cat? Karl Anthony Towns?
I believe in I believe in
as
him.
far as him and the Timberwolves.
Not
to that's
that's a nice little caveat. Like,
that's
do I believe in him or do I believe in him and the Timberwolves? That's where I am most curious. The dynamic between Cat, Ant, and Rudy Gobert. Rudy Gobert had a terrible summer.
So it's a little excessive at this point.
His country hates him.
Yeah.
It seems like the world hates Rudy Gobert.
Shaq needs to relax.
Shaq absolutely needs to relax.
That's the excessive part.
And shout out, Rudy has handled all of this stuff as best as he possibly can. But I think that's a really, really interesting dynamic. I think how Rudy comes into this season will be fascinating to watch. I think how all of these three players gel together will be interesting to watch. And you talk about an ascension as a team, not sure about, but an ascension by Ant-Man. What does that do for Minnesota? And does everybody buy in if Anthony Edwards takes another step forward? Because Anthony Edwards is a guy that I think can take a step forward. While I don't think the team as a whole will, I think Anthony Edwards will. I'm just not sure how everybody in the Timberwolves uniform is going to react to that.
I wouldn't be shocked if this is the last season for this little core group right here. Not where they go back and rebuild, but
not rebuild,
trade.
but retool.
Yeah.
I'm with you 100%. If they fall short this year in similar fashion to what they did last year, they have to. Well, one, it's tough because you looked at Rudy Gobert like he was the missing piece, and you went all in on that. And I don't know that that's the easiest guy to move.
John Booth throws it in the chat, says he believes in Cat, believes in Tim and the Timberwolves, but not with him and Rudy together. And you're probably not going to be able to trade Rudy for much. So you might have to move off of Cat.
We say that all of the time, and John, I think John makes a solid point right there. But
and I'm thinking like a big move too, where it's like we just need another superstar, a different superstar to go with Karl, or not. I'm starting on Karl Anthony Towns, but Anthony Edwards.
I don't know that they need another superstar. I think they need the right.
You need the right number 2 at least. I think.
You want Cat at 3? You want Cat as the third man?
Be Cat as a man somewhere else.
Like, you want Cat out.
I'm talking a big shakeup. Yes, I'm not talking about a little move where it's like, all right, we got a 6 man.
And that's the tough part, because if you're talking about trading someone to maybe fill out some depth and prop you up another tier or another step, it's not Rudy. You're not trading Rudy. That doesn't net it for you. Like, it's Karl Anthony Towns. That's who you have to
I like
trade.
him as a player, Karl Anthony Towns as a player, but it's like, honestly, I don't know how much I believe in him as a number 2 even.
Yeah, I guess. I feel
just
like
don't know if he has it. Like, just, I don't know if it's that it factor or just what, but he's just, and I hate stuff like Killer Instinct and all that because it's not real, but he's just.
Well, it kind of is though.
All right, well then, if we're saying it's real, then I don't know if he has that.
I don't think he does. Like, I asked Garrett Temple about that once, and I'm sure the conversation was centered around De'Aaron Fox at the time. And I asked, is that real? Like, is like that killer instinct there at the end of a game, is that real? He was like, yeah, there's a lot of guys, and we were specifically talking about end of game situations. There's a lot of guys who freeze up in those moments. And it doesn't have to be an end of game situation. It could be just a big moment. It could be a big game in general. It could just be the spotlight is getting a little brighter on you because of how your team is playing, and you get a little timid. Some guys attack it. Malik is an attacker. De'Aaron is an attacker. Some guys aren't. And I don't think that Karl Anthony Towns is.
It's not to say he's a bad player, but he just doesn't have that. Yeah.
But you know what? One of the most telling things is, like, Cat scored 50-something points in a game, in a loss, and his coach was furious. Like,
it was one of the weirder post-game press conferences of all time.
Just angry at everything that went on that floor, that feels like Karl Anthony Towns to me. Like, he's that guy. Karl Anthony Towns is a good, maybe even a really, really good basketball player. But when you start like slotting guys as like the 1, the 2, the 3, he is very, very obviously not a 1. And I think your point is there's a big question mark as if he's 2.
Yeah.
And would he best be suited in and I think this is the term we always go to, the Chris Bosh role, where he is the third guy on the team, and then you have the LeBron and the D Wade kind of leading the group right there. But they can change my mind about them very, very quickly. Whether they because I got them taking that half a step back that you were talking about. I don't think they take a half a step forward, but if they continued along the same kind of path line that they were last year, I can 100% see that. Another interesting team in the Western Conference is Phoenix. I'm looking at Phoenix exactly the same.
Yeah.
Like, I'm looking at Phoenix being essentially exactly what they were last year. And I know they had, I don't even know what to make of Bradley Beal at this point there. But the idea that, if Phoenix is healthy, you're going to have to miss me with that.
Does Devin Booker after the Olympics do anything? Is he a different player? Do you think it's a different outlook for the Suns? I don't think so, honestly. I think it's two completely different things, and it's more of the same from the Suns, unless somehow, some way, I think Tyus Jones they picked up in the offseason.
I think the only thing that's different with Book is I look at him totally differently now. I have a huge amount of respect for what he did this offseason, for what he did for Team USA. I don't think there are a lot of guys in the league that can do that. I don't think there are a lot of guys of his stature in the league that are willing to do that.
And it's a lot. Go ahead.
He went out there and did exactly what he said he was going to do. I will be any and everything that this team needs me to be.
Yeah, I think thinking about it now, like, it's a lot easier to do when you got the Team USA guys around you, but like in Phoenix, you can't be doing that. We need you to get these shots up, bro.
Well, yeah, especially when you don't know if Brad's going to be there. That you have kind of a suspect squad around those big three. Kevin Durant was obviously brilliant last year. Are you banking on that happening again? I am personally. I can absolutely see Kevin Durant going 70+ again this year.
It was weird trade talk in the offseason too from Woj and the whole Rockets thing, right? Wasn't one of the Rockets building up picks for KD?
Yeah, that was like grand opening, grand closing.
And then Woj was retired, so we'll just never know that payoff.
It just feels like Woj mentioned it out of nowhere, and then left. Like, he tweeted about Kevin Durant, the Rockets, and then just cut. Like, what is he talking about? And it's literally never been mentioned again.
Yeah, it was never just discussed the second time. It was just, they're building up picks, maybe looking at Kevin Durant.
It was a July 8th story, and then by July 9th, it was gone forever. This is bizarre. Absolutely bizarre. But we are this close to real basketball. Again, Media Day on Monday, the first Sacramento Kings practice coming up on Tuesday. And, just as we have been for the last 4 years, we'll be your leaders in Sacramento Kings content. So just lock into us through the YouTube page, Twitch page, or if you're on the Odyssey app, heart us, or if you just tap in through 1320 AM or 98.5 FM HD2. Y'all know where to find us, man. We appreciate you for being with us. We were talking the NFL earlier with Week 4 getting underway here in just a little bit over an hour. I am growing increasingly uncomfortable with this Raiders-Browns game this weekend. This is starting to feel a lot like the Spider-Man meme. I had far, far higher expectations for the Cleveland Browns than I did the Las Vegas Raiders. Don't get me wrong, but I had extremely high expectations for both of their defenses. And these two defenses are pointing at each other like, hey, you stink and you stink. And for both of them, that can't be the case because their offenses aren't good enough. And whatever you thought the Raiders' ceiling was, I don't think it was a 6-win team. I mean, for some of you, it may have been. Maybe my expectations for them were a bit unrealistic. I knew Gardner Minshew was going to lose you football games. I also thought Gardner Minshew could win you some football games. And he did. Well, singular. He won one. It was an impressive win against Baltimore. He absolutely deserves credit for it, and I'm going to give him credit for it. But, man, I just can't get over the downfall of Deshaun Watson. And this Cleveland Browns team has the potential to just be awful.
I don't think Deshaun's a big fan of the offense either. They were asking about design runs and all that, and he's telling them, yeah, I'm not a running back.
And here's the thing, though. I think Kevin Stefanski's a good coach. So I don't think that this is about him. I feel like this is about Deshaun. And I don't know what the answer is for Cleveland. They made a unprecedented move in every literal sense of the word and failed. Like the Deshaun Watson fully guaranteed, an epic failure. The Deshaun Watson bidding war coming out of Houston, a massive, massive failure. These are two underwhelming offenses with two underperforming defenses. I don't think this is true for the Raiders because the Raiders' expectations are different. I don't know exactly where they're going to land in all of this. This could be the Browns' season right here. You faceplant against the Las Vegas Raiders, a team that's got to be reeling a little bit.
Are they 1-2 right now, the Browns? Or are they 0-3?
I think they're 1-2, but let me confirm that.
Cowboys got them. The Giants got them.
Cleveland. Oh, yeah. They beat Jacksonville.
I'd agree with that then. If they lose this week, it might be over.
They beat Jacksonville 18-13. Deshaun Watson was 22 of 34 with 186 yards. I need to look at something.
34 passing times, only 186 yards. He doesn't got it.
I need to look this up real quick. I know this show is
we got a minute 30.
Almost done, and I spelled Deshaun Watson wrong, so I'm not going to be able to find the stats. This is because I'm not sure if Deshaun Watson has thrown a touchdown pass this year.
He threw one to Amari Cooper. He might have thrown two to Amari Cooper in the last game. Amari Cooper had one. I know that. I saw it with my own eyes.
Oh, and that's the other thing about them. Amari Cooper don't want to be there anymore.
Yeah, that's facts.
Y'all pissed him off in the offseason. He's ready to go. He's got, okay. He's thrown 3 touchdown passes. He's threw 2 in the week 1 loss. No, he threw 2 last week to the New York Giants, against the New York Giants. You're right. And he threw 1 when they played Dallas. So he's got 3 touchdowns and 2 interceptions on the season. And 3 fumbles. My goodness. My goodness. But tomorrow's Friday. Man, we already got a couple of extra guests lined up. Eddie Gonzalez will be with us. Jake Gayden will be with us. And, of course, Kyle Madsen of the Insiders will be with us to prepare for the weekend in the NFL, to prepare for the San Francisco 49ers versus the New England Patriots. Casey will be back in here with me. Appreciate y'all so much for hanging out. We'll run it back next time on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. All right, man. Appreciate y'all hanging out. With Casey out, now I got to go do another show without him because he's out there being social. They be trying to freeze us out, man, but we be thinking. We be thinking, as Mrs. Mac 10 says. Bye. Appreciate you guys.